It's a new set of teams on a new bright sunny day. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 4, day 2 of BGIS The Grind, where I'm going to be a host of Caster Necron. Of course, John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be none other than Super Johnny. Johnny, how you doing, man? Day 2 is finally over here. Yesterday, we witnessed some intense competition. What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, yesterday was quite exciting. We witnessed, as you mentioned, a lot of insane competitions. We witnessed the ups and downs in the journey of Megastars Gaming. We knew for a fact they would be eyeing out for the top 16, but have they made it to the top 16? That is still a question. And it's still going to be a question until we are done with this final week. But as we begin the second day, Necro, I can't tell you how excited I am. One of the biggest teams in the country is about to take the stage, and they have this opportunity of taking the first position away from Team Forever.
I mean, yesterday we also witnessed some of the big names like Carnival Gaming, which were, of course, not able to perform at the top, but still they got some of the decent point standings in their hands, and still they're doing quite decent in the overall standings too. But then talk about some of the other teams that VST was one of those that was just hitting through and through the whole time, and VST got some insane amount of elimination points in their hands too yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the points they were able to secure were quite nice, especially in the first 2 games. They were able to pop off quite nicely, and that helped them because the last game wasn't really theirs. But you can't really rely on the push in the final 3 matches, and that is why the consistency, the effort that has been put in by a lot of these teams in the earlier weeks was quite important. And this is where, for a team like Admino, is a player. In the first week itself, when GODLIKE was playing, Admino got those 11 finishes, 39% contribution to his team's total number of finishes, and of course the 2 chicken dinners that the team was able to secure. But he's not alone in this list. He's joined by him is IGL. Jelly was there with 10 eliminations during the opening week for GODLIKE Esports as well. So there are a lot of expectations from this team today, and if I'm being honest, I think there is a possibility they can take that first position away, or at least, at worst, I think they would like to finish in the top 5.
I mean, Admino is one of the OG players out there, right? Jelly and Admino, these guys' relation, it just goes all the way back till the OR days. We've seen these guys perform next to each other for such a long time, and you talk about the synergy between these 2 players. It's always been there, and now that they've moved into a big banner like GODLIKE Esports, things are just looking all good for now. They got 48 points in total in the span of 3 games that they played in the initial weeks, and I would say that's quite a solid start to them.
It is a solid start indeed, and it wasn't just about those placement points as well. It wasn't the team going passive or slow or anything. They got 28 eliminations in the 3 matches that they played, and it's not too shabby. With an average points of 16 points per game, I think this team definitely has been quite phenomenal. There it is, 48 points total secured in the first 3 matches for GODLIKE Esports, 28 total finishes, 2 chicken dinners. Everything just looks perfectly laid out to say that maybe by the end of their 3 games today, GODLIKE Esports might dominate this particular group as well.
Now, this is something weird. Now, you take a look at the individual player stats, and you see Jonathan with only 4 elimination points in the hands. With a finished contribution of 14%, nothing taken away. The finished contribution is still nice. But then you look at Admino with 11, the most amount of elimination count out there in the squad. And this really makes me question what exactly is going on with Jonathan. Are we witnessing some sort of a change in the play style? Is Jonathan not really the free man anymore? Is there a leash being put on Jonathan?
I mean, a lot of things could be said and a lot of speculations, but at the end of the day, what is going on within the team, how they are trying to play, only they know for sure what the current structure is within the team. But whatever it is, it seems like it worked out in the first 3 games, right? So nothing to complain about. At the end of the day, if the result is something that you wanted and you're satisfied with it, I think that is what the team will also focus on. And 48 points, again, it is the most amount of points we've seen from a particular squad. It is there among some of the best performing teams in their opening week. And it is the most amount of teams points secured in this particular group as well. So no matter if there are still 2 individuals within the team who were struggling with their performance, the team still looks quite good because the past 3 results, the past 3 matches that they played were there to show for it. They have it to show for it. And I think today, even though it can turn out to be kind of a big disaster as well, because let's not forget that in their own group, there is going to be God's Reign and Medal Esports who are just waiting for an opportunity to bounce back. It is going to get very interesting to see how GODLIKE picks up that challenge. But as we move on to the next group, we have GameHUB Esports, a new set of players, Necro, but these lads have been quite phenomenal.
That is true. A team that's came in out of nowhere, a complete under-god roster, just surprised all of us with the performance this team showcased, the resilience this team has. It's indeed incredible. They're quite brave inside of the Battlegrounds too, not really shying away from any of the fights these guys take. And majority of the times, they're also coming out on top of the fights that they're taking too. So it's really incredible to see a new team just come out of nowhere, dominate the Battlegrounds, because this is a complete opposite side of the spectrum. We were talking about the known teams a while ago, now we're talking about a complete under-god roster who's able to dominate as well as the known teams.
Yeah, and they have been doing quite phenomenally on the individual aspect of the game as well, especially Aimbot and Rise performed quite well in their group during that opening week. Aimbot with 11 finishes, Rise with 8 eliminations to his name. Now, can they replicate the same performance today? That is going to be the question, because just like we talked about GODLIKE, they will be the team to beat in their particular group. Well, guess what? In the next group, GameHUB Esports will be the team to take down. They secured the most amount of points in the 16 teams that they will play against, and they're the only team. This is quite interesting because normally in every single group we have 2 or 3 teams that have been able to secure those chicken dinners. In this next group, Group 12, GameHUB is the only team that has a chicken dinner to their name. So other teams were struggling to close out matches. This team wasn't. And today it will be important for them to move forward because, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, let's not forget that the fight is for 2 crore rupees in prize pool on the line for BGIS.
Exactly, 2 crore rupees on the line, as you mentioned, Johnny, from which the first spot getting 60 lakhs, the second one getting 30, the third one getting 20, and it's going to keep on descending downward until all the top 16 teams, the teams that do manage to make it to the main event grand finals, will be getting some sort of a lime share in their hands. And then you move on forward towards the individual prizes to MVP of the tournament, most finishes, Lone Survivor, and Rampage 2. Now let's move on forward and look at the format on knowing exactly how the tournament has been functioning so far. We're currently inside of the phase of the grind, and we know inside of the grind, inside of the first 2 weeks, we saw the teams of course duke it out against each other. After the first 2 weeks, we saw the reshuffle happen. In general, we had 256 invited teams, from which we divided those teams into group of 16.
Exactly, and those 16 groups went at it for the first 2 weeks. Every single group played 3 matches, and after those 3 matches were done for all 16 groups, there was a reshuffle, as Necro, you called it, after the second week of the tournament. So for the next 2 weeks, week 3 and week 4 of the grind, the new 16 groups again played 3 matches each. And after the end of 4 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the top 64 teams that will get an opportunity to move to BGIS. Now, as we said, there's an overall leaderboard being created, and all these 256 teams are being ranked on their performances. The top 64, they get to move to the BGIS, and they will be seeded into different rounds based on where they finish in the grind.
Exactly. If you do manage to finish between 1st to 16, you will directly be moving on towards the round 4. If you manage to place yourself anywhere between 17 to 32, you will be directly moving on towards the round 3, and 33 to 64 directly to round 2. So in general, the better the standing, the better the head start will be for the main event itself. Now let's move on forward and look at the points distribution, because this has been something that's been added on a lot of the spice inside of the Battlegrounds, right? The points distribution, it's something that's new out there, and even the players are trying to adapt to it, and we've been seeing a lot of the players just going on the aggressive note, and I'm personally loving this.
Exactly. I mean, we love aggression every time it's there in the game, especially early game aggression is what we normally look forward to. But unfortunately, with how the point structure is laid out, teams will try to stay as safe as possible in the early stages so as to not lose out on their firepower during the mid-game. 10 points for the chicken dinner. Now, you finish second in a match, you just get 6. Finishing third gets you 5 points. Finishing fourth gets you 4 points. On the 5th, you get 3 points. On the 6th, you get to 7th and 8th position. You just get 1 point. And now, if you finish in the second half of the leaderboard, 9 to 16, you get no points for placement. It has been a big struggle for a lot of these names because of this point structure, Necro, but it is still that 1 point for each finish that keeps things in balance for the teams that were willing to pick up their weapons, be a little bit more aggressive inside of the game. But talking about the teams, we have the first group that will take the stage in front of us tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Group 11.
Group 11 in front of us when we've got TWM Gaming, a known name inside of the community. Metal Esports got Sreen. Once again, this is a complete defending lineup over here. The defending champions lineup, if you'd like to say. M Gaming, Flame Esports, Stellar Esports, GLA Esports, RedX, LiveCraft Esports. We've seen this team perform too. GODLIKE Esports, a team that has went through a lot of shuffling in the past. They've went through a lot of tests and tries, but so far in the grind, this team's been able to perform up to the mark. With 48 points secured in the first 3 games, this team is looking solid. Moving on forward towards Group 12, Johnny, and you can see HYDRA officials over here. This team has been struggling.
I mean, HYDRA has been struggling for a bit, but again, we talk about taking that aggressive stance, and they are fully committed to it. 19 finishes secured in their opening week, but they're not going to be the only ones. Team Insane, MIZORAM, ZX Reborn, Cosmic, Ravager, Global Esports, RTGxIND, GAMEHUB Esports, the team to watch in this particular group. Then we have U4G, no coordination, Vasista Esports, Downhill, AEROBOTZ, 7E, Neckties, Orangutan, a big name with a big finish number already, accounted for 30 eliminations in their opening week. OG is also going to be one of the names you need to keep your eyes pinned on during these matches, followed by Team Vintage and Team Empire. Now, Team Empire is that shocking team in this particular group, because we remember Team Empire from the last time around, right? The previous grind, the previous BGIS, they were doing quite solid. We were like, all right, the first time for this team, maybe after a little bit more experience, we can see them play like the top performers, because the players did have that pro circuit experience. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and this time it feels no different. In their opening week, just 2 points on the board. This week, they have to go big.
I mean, you usually expect teams to get better as the time keeps them passing by, but it's been the complete opposite with Team Empire. Now, let's move on forward and look at the schedule of the day. Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok to kick things off, and the same thing will be for Group 12 as well. Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Getting back to the conversation that we're having, Johnny, about the teams. Yeah, Team Empire, indeed, they're in quite a dicey spot. If they do want to make it inside of the top 64, you know, every single game has to be a chicken dinner. They would need to perform up to the mark. It has to be some exceptionally well performances, and genuinely speaking, I would say it's next to impossible looking at the stats from the past.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you think of it that way, then it looks like it's going to be an impossible situation, a Herculean task for them. But, I mean, it's these moments of desperation that sort of showcase what the players can do, because at this point, they are completely free. There is nothing to lose. You can just go all in every single match that you play. It is going to be extremely tough. I'm not going to deny it. It is close to impossible to cover up that difference. The best they can hope for right now is a top 64 finish. I mean, top 32 is going to be a dream. Top 16 is impossible. But let's see what is going to happen. I mean, still 3 matches on the board. But ladies and gentlemen, let's also have a look at something special that Crafton has brought for us and you guys.
In-game cosmetics and that cinematic right there always just compels me to wanting to go inside of the game and wanting to get my hands on that X-Suit. But you know what? Unfortunately, I'm not that much of a lucky man. If you guys do get your hands on it, though, do let me know on my social media. Of course, the social handle's right here. But yeah, Johnny, getting back to the conversation that we're having about the previous group, right? Yeah. We know GODLIKE is not going to be back in action. We were having a conversation about this off stream, actually, what the cutoff is going to be. And we also figured out a number which is going to be more than 70 points, right? So that means GODLIKE, if they've got 48 points in their hands, they would at least need 10 points per game.
I mean, it depends on what you look at the cutoff as. I mean, what the goal is. For a team like GODLIKE, if you say 70 points, I think that was for the top 16. And for a team like GODLIKE, yes, getting to the 70-point marker should not be too difficult based on how they have been playing. But the question is, are you satisfied with just a top 16? Or do you actually want to make a statement right now and finish on that podium? And for a team like GODLIKE, that I think is what they want to do right now. We all know the last few months have been extremely shaky for this team, and they have sort of started to swing the graph in the right trajectory. The performances have started to come in, and in this opportunity right now that has been gained by them, they have done extremely well. They've set themselves up for success. I don't think they should miss this. You say 10 points per match. I think that should be easily accomplishable for them, but they have right now the highest points per match average going in their favor, 16. If they can maintain it and match it from week 1, again, it is going to be something iconic that we will get to witness in this grind. 6 matches and they would have hit 96 plus points.
But you know, Johnny, these final 3 games are going to be even more tougher than what we witnessed in the first week, right? Because initial week, everyone was lost. They did not know how exactly to play inside of the Battlegrounds because they were facing off against some of the complete anonymous teams. Now they know what the play pattern is going to be looking like in the Battlegrounds, so they would know exactly what to expect from a big name like GODLIKE, and there's a chance this team can also be countered. So I would say the intensity is just going to keep on rising up as the stages keep on progressing, to be honest, and we have seen a prime example of that yesterday itself. Some of the known teams, they were not able to perform that well. A team that we thought that will be able to dominate, no. Instead, they were just getting completely shut down.
And that resulted in a few big, incredible names making a comeback. You pointed out Team VST. I mean, they had a phenomenal journey yesterday. They were struggling after what had happened to them in the opening week. But their matches yesterday were quite exciting. And it was important that they make that amazing leap in the overall leaderboard if they wanted to have a chance to qualify for the BGIS. And this group, it can be no different. Trust me. I mean, that is why if GODLIKE Esports end up doing what I expect them to, which is hit that 90+ point marker today, it is going to be even more iconic because you have the likes of TWM Gaming, you have the likes of Metal Esports, you have the likes of God's Reign waiting in the shadows. And these are aggressive teams. We saw TWM the last time around. They were very impressive. Metal Esports and God's Reign, you can never count these teams out. So again, with this first game underway, the question still remains, will GODLIKE Esports take the podium at the end of game 3? And what will the fate hold for Metal Esports and God's Reign? Here it is, Necro, the flight path of this game number 1.
Exactly. The game's booted up on the screens, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane flight path starts all the way from Sanhok military base towards Kameshki. And once again, I do get a little bit of a flashbacks from this plane flight path, right, Johnny? We saw the same plane flight path yesterday as well, and now today, too. We're seeing the same plane flight path to kick things off. That means we're probably going to be seeing some early game collisions. But for the defending champions themselves, they're not going to be having any issues because they do like to move on towards military base. And considering their playstyle, they also try to tank at least the initial zone damage, and then they try to move in a little bit more late. But they have also learned their lesson in the past. Moving in late hasn't been working out for them.
Yeah, it's not been really working out too well for them. But let's see this time again on that military island, God's Reign, along with the players of Metal Esports. 2 teams, both of them with different struggles of their own, both of them outside the top 100 as of now. And it is important that they convert a few games today, take that leap into the top 64 and start eyeing out the top 32 or maybe even the top 16. It's going to be a little bit easier for the likes of Metal. They have 21 points on the board already. God's Reign on the other side starting off with 17 points on the board. So the leap is definitely going to to be quite massive, which they have to make. And of course, in order to make that leap, you can't afford to drop a single game. It has to be 3 chickens if they want to dream of that top 16 position. But as you were talking about those early drop clashes, Necro, I think the only big cluster that we see as of now is towards that Milta Farm and Milta Power area. But even then, we see a little bit of a distance between the 4 teams that seem to have dropped towards the southeastern quadrant. But yeah, this circle, it changes everything now.
I'm up for it. Godsreen out of nowhere. Once again, they swing back to life with this circle. Indeed, you can call it a date with destiny for this team, considering they do not need to do anything. All they can do is just sit in the military base and keep on looting the whole time, because the circle is going to be shifting right on top of them, even for the upcoming few stages. And we've got a little bit of a drop collision inside of Milta. T4E up against the players of R4. This is going to be an interesting one, Johnny. And I would also like to say that considering it is the players of Godsreen, you really do expect that team to be at least in the top 3, man. And we discussed about the cutoff for the top 16. It's going to be more than 70 points. So, yeah, I mean, this is looking really tough, really dicey situation. Imagine the amount of points. Imagine the amount of performance GDR will need to squeeze up.
Well, let's see, though. Expectation for the top 3. It is going to be tough. And as you were talking about it, initially in the past few matches they played, we've seen this team rotate out late, but this time a little bit quick on the trigger. Metal, though, trying to block off the players of GLA. Another big threat in this lobby.
Oh my God.
And almost securing the first knock over there. One more bullet.
How's your life?
But it fails to connect. And GLA, my goodness, that has to be the luckiest man possible. But before I say that, Paradox was... Well, Paradox secures that knock. Easy finish coming in for Metal.
Finally, Shade gets caught. I was about to say he's one of the most lucky players I've witnessed so far in the competition, but luckily enough, he does get dealt with. So GLA, they try to pull off a bold maneuver. Just didn't really work out. Metal Esports quite proactive on their move, which is understandable too, considering Metal Esports, they probably saw a lot of teams moving in towards Milta, so they knew this is going to be the hotspot to camp. And instantly, they start doing so. TWM towards Primorx, you can see Godsreen too moving in towards the bridge side. Even Godsreen being super proactive, instantly just blocking off the bridge, because they know this is going to be like the elimination points flow. And if you do control this flow, you will be rich. Exactly what the players of Godsreen need in this desperate measures.
GLA now. How will they respond to this? They've lost one player already, trying to cross the bridge early. And they realize as well a big threat that's lowering behind them, coming in from that Milta city. And of course, the players of RedX still holding on to the farm. And it's all open position. So GLA, the freedom that they need to move around as well, it will be taken away from them later on in the game. They can't stay here after stage 3 if the circle still allows it. But with that being said, I mean, still a lot of the main island is a part of that zone, Necro. So I don't think it's going to get as chaotic as we expect it to be in the early stages. I think the team still will remain calm. They realize there's a good chunk of ferry pier. There are a few compounds right next to that military bridge that can be utilized as a stronghold for the mid-game. And I think that will make sure that these teams maintain their composure. We see the players of Godlike, and in fact, Simp in particular, complete control of that main school building. No one there to contest it from them.
I mean, Simp, a complete new addition to the roster, right? And this man's been doing a great job in gelling up with the team, with Jelly. And with the way how things have been looking like for Godlike, it does feel like everything is properly planned, everything is properly structured. But I raised up a question a while ago, remember? Saying that Jonathan used to be a free man in the past, but now he's not really the one to get the lot of elimination. Instead, he's the one to sort of stay back a little bit more. And what are your thoughts about that, Johnny?
I don't know, again, if I want to have thoughts on that particular topic at this point. I mean, it is just 3 games that they've played as of now, and
understandable.
Yeah. Again, it's about the sample size, right? I mean, we haven't really seen them perform a lot. The first 3 games, yes, Admino and Jelly, they have been quite incredible. But again, I mean, it gets a little tough when you play more and more and more matches to be consistent. And that is where we see the true diamonds in those longer formats. As of now, it is all about survival. And, well, talking about survival, did GLA just rotate through water? Did they just swim all the way across?
That's what it seems like. GLA is just moving up. Slowly and steadily. I mean, Obito is not going to be having any troubles. Once again, it's all about being able to make those quick decisions on the fly. And GLA, as long as they're able to make that safely enough, it's all good. I'm just worried about the late breachers, though. I'm talking about LIVECRAFT. I'm also talking about FES.
Yeah.
These teams are going to be struggling too much. Way too much. And Johnny, another team that has to be a part of the conversation has to be TARKIN SPARTANS. Even this team did quite decent.
Yeah, I mean, TARKIN Spartans were quite decent, as you mentioned, having secured 29 points in the 3 matches they played in the opening week. One of them was a chicken dinner, but this is what has me concerned as well. They only were able to secure 13 placement points. That means the other 2 matches, apart from that win of theirs, weren't that great. So they need to be extremely careful, but talk about being careful, and it seems like the players from RedX, they are quite eager to take on the lads from AIM Gaming. Damage dish out, Darker almost knocked out, but just a pixel of HP. And he manages to run behind cover. Quite lucky, this man.
Oh, we're seeing too many close calls here, Johnny. It's not making me feel good. Either has to be a complete knock or something like that. Then only it can sort of make you feel a little bit more comfortable as a viewer. But as a player, man, this man is lucky. He's probably going to be thanking his stars. But yeah, for AIM, for now, it's all okay. The man's barely surviving. They've also got a decent positioning inside of the zone. But somewhere down the line, we know there's a high chance that the circle is going to be moving down south. But if it does move up north, then it would be fun. Super fun. Every single team down south then will be gate camped.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to move towards one of the bridges. I mean, I know the odds are highly unlikely, but if that happens, it's going to lead to an exciting mid-game stage, or maybe to the shoreline. A shoreline circle also is going to be quite exciting. Will allow God's Reign a nice little opportunity to bounce back on the overall leaderboard as well, considering they've been holding on to that shoreline position for a while. But as we transition to the next stage of the game, we will find out where the circle takes us to the Novorep Noi Bridge, out of all places. And of course, getting there early will pay off a massive nice little advantage for that squad, along with the players of Medal as well. But Medal, the question is now, are they aware of the fact that GLA has crossed over? Because they were the ones who gatekept GLA while crossing that Novorep Noi Bridge. They picked off 1 man, but the other 3 players have crossed over to that military island. And Medal, because of that awkward rotation, can be caught off guard.
I mean, talk about the circle, man. Things are just getting even more intense. Even for the players at GDR, even they would need to try and move in, secure that better spot inside of the zone. I mean, so far, with the way the game's been going, it seems pretty entertaining to me, and I'm pretty sure even the viewers that are currently watching right now in the chat, even they're having a lot of fun. So do let us know, which team do you guys think will be the one to come out on top inside of the game? And if you guys are really having fun watching this tournament, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel too. Before now, as we've got the players of GODLIKE way too up close and personal against the team. I mean, GODLIKE had no intentions of actually taking any sort of fight just yet.
No intentions to fight, and yet they are surrounded by a lot of different squads from a lot of awkward positions. It seems like they try to move towards that Milta city, but realizing how late they were, they expect the opposition to be there. Switch in the call. Admino leading the charge this time. A wide rotation coming in from Team GODLIKE. Where do they go? The open factories is where the stronghold will be made, and it seems like that can work out as a decent position if it's another northern shift that we get to witness with the next circle. But if it isn't, they will be forced to fight for zone entry in stage 3, stage 4. It can lead to trouble in the future, but only time will tell what happens. In the meanwhile, Necro, you were concerned about LIVECRAFT. Here they are. Still alive.
Yeah, but they're one of the late breachers in the southern circle. I'm not sure how good this is going to be. Never been a big fan of late breaching a southern circle. Because already all the prime spots are going to be taken away instantly. And then if you're going to be the one to breach in late, that means you would just need to adjust accordingly. Or unless if you want to be the one to start the fight, just bring the fuel in the fire. But I don't think so LIVECRAFT will be wanting to do so. They're not one of those teams that would want to assert their dominance off the rip like that. They would take their time. But in these type of zones, it would really be tough to take your time, though. That's the problem. And considering the zone as well is sort of divided 50-50, we do not exactly know if it's going to be shifting up north or down south. So there's still a big mystery just lingering inside of the circle. Every single person at this point in time is just waiting for the next stage to pop up and for the circle to reveal its intention, because that's when things will be cleared up a little bit more.
Almost the third stage of the match, only one finish till now. GLA having lost one of their players early in the game to medal. And as you mentioned, Necro, it is important for everyone to take their sweet time to decide where they want to create that stronghold, that safe haven for themselves. Is it going to be on that main island, or are you going to make a move like GLA, cross over to that military base, military island, and then hold in these small villages? Majority of the teams sticking to the main island as of now. TWM also one of them. We saw them start their journey of this game from the southwestern quadrant of the map. They're moving towards the southwestern edge of the circle as well.
LIVECRAFT against Deadly. Information is definitely noted. It's all about being the first one to engage inside of a fight. And I highly doubt it's going to be the players of LC trying to do that. So, yeah, these guys are probably going to be taking their sweet little time. Drigger, Ryzen, Pasha, Viper. Every single player has been there in the competitive side of things for a while. Just looking for that one single glimmer, one single player to be out in the open. So far, this team hasn't even gotten a single elimination point on the board. I mean, it was only GLA who's lost any sort of a player. Just feel bad for Shade. Unfortunately, the man was sort of like a sacrificial lamb to understand if there is anyone on the opposite side of the bridge.
I think it was just a miscalculated play as well. Could be either one of those two things, because you would not expect Metal to take control of that No Repnoy bridge within the first 3 minutes of the match starting. They were done with their basic loot, and they just moved in to try and pick anyone off rotating early towards that military island. It worked out quite nicely for them that time. Moving forward, need to be a little bit more cautious. Look at that cluster on that shoreline, the farm shoreline.
Oh
it's
my God,
shift
I love it.
Towards Melta, out of nowhere. An absolute pandemonium about to happen in this game now. And it works out quite nicely for Team Godlike as well. Look at them. No one on their back lines. It's quite empty. There's one more team smack in the center of the circle. But where does everyone else go? That is the big question, and everyone is on the move now.
A massive prank being played on the teams who position themselves on the southern side off the bat, including GLA actually. That sacrificial lamb is now going to be stinging them, considering they also took a rotation all the way through the water lines, and now GLA would need to go back. GLA knows they're screwed. There's no winning from this position now. They cannot even swim back, considering all the edge lines are now going to be secured. So if you do try to step inside of the beach, then you will be messed up instantly by all the other teams that are just camping around that corner. Deadly as well, instantly on the move from the northern side, trying to find that clean breaching point. They probably will be able to find that breaching point. There's no issues over there, but it's all about getting the prime positioning in the hand. And right now, the teams that are doing really good is TEAMZERO, is one of those, who's currently just sitting towards the Milta side. Even Godlike is doing quite good towards farm. So the teams that were on the northern side are all okay. There's a big splash of colors over there, and soon enough, it's about to erupt.
Middle Esports somehow have managed to make their way towards the main island. No one blocking their path on the No Repnoi bridge, and they will be quite gracious for that. Well, let's see, the front line's completely blocked. You have two different teams you have to worry about. One in the form of AIM Gaming, and another team in the back lines just in the distance. It's going to be the squad of Flex Official. But LIVECRAFT now, Shelter is where they enter the circle from. It's going to be an uphill climb. And that is where the shots are also coming from. LIVECRAFT under fire from the players of Deadly Esports, who have the high ground advantage in this fight.
Yeah. Still not a bad position, though, for LIVECRAFT. They're playing on the edge. They've also got Rich to play with, so should be all good in the hood. And even the opponents, they've already left. Yeah, understandable. Trying to play a little bit on the off-centric spot instead of playing on the edge. You never know if the Circle's going to be playing another prank or not, considering it already has pranked the Southern teams. As I mentioned for GLA, there's no going back from this one. But considering, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the map feed, GLA is actually moving in from No Repnoi. They're probably going to be swimming once again. And if they do get their hands on a boat, then that's even better. Godsreen, even they wanted to breach in from the northern side, but they're taking too much shots from LIVECRAFT, if I'm not wrong. And now Godsreen wanting to reposition once again in a better spot. At least they're going to find some sort of a compound to play around with. The compound that they just spotted in the front is completely clear. So Godsreen can definitely go for it. And just cross their fingers and hope that the Circle is actually going to be shifting up north.
Well, let's see. Another northern shift can be what breaks this match, breaks the equilibrium of this game. In the meanwhile, though, Flex Esports still looking for an opportunity to strike on the players of Metal, who have just managed to hold back behind the Rich. Paradox extended all the way almost right next to Deadman OP. So we'll have an opportunity to take the fight. But look at the late rotation from the side of TWM. They're just crossing the pancake area on the maps, the southern farms of Pachinki, and moving towards the eastern half of the map. And GLA, Necro, we were worried about them. That swim of theirs from the main island to the military base could have backfired. But they find a boat, they rotate towards the southeastern edge of the main island. And from there, I don't think it's going to be a big challenge for them to actually make it into the circle, because no one will be watching for the eastern fronts. Everyone's attention is going to be focused towards the west now. A lot of teams coming in from that direction.
Pretty much. I mean, there's still a big splash of color towards the edges now. Talk about the centric spot of the circle. There's not a lot of cover available to play around with. And honestly, for GODLIKE, the stars are aligned. But unfortunately for all the teams, there's still 16 teams alive in the competition. There's way too many teams for such a small circle. So the playing field is just going to be narrowed down even more. LIVECRAFT as well, quite close to the players of GODLIKE for now. And LIVECRAFT, they found themselves a solid spot to play with as well. TWM slowly and steadily trying to move in from the farm side. There's going to be RedX in the front lines. TWM is one of those teams that has been constantly tanking a lot of that damage from the blue, and they're also running out of meds at this point in time. But they've got a lot of utilities to back him up. So they're pretty much ready for a war. It's all about stepping inside of the safe zone and making the right calls at the right time. And that's something that TWM will need to try and make, considering they've got no clue. They're pretty much stepping inside of unknown territory. But somehow they do manage to find themselves a complete clean compound on the edge. So I would say that's quite a great adjustment.
The adjustment seems quite decent, but what will the end result be? They still have to win all of these fights. And as you mentioned, they don't have a lot of information to work with, just walking completely blind. Luckily, they found a safe haven for themselves, at least for the next few circles. And shots fired from TWM towards RedX. will give a lot of information to the teams surrounding them as well. Even Godlike and LIVECRAFT are going to be aware of where TWM might come from. In the meanwhile, though, look at the northern edge of the circle. Another big name we were talking about from the starting of this game, God's Reign. It seems like they found a safe entry towards that northern edge of the circle, but from there on out, we are still just transitioning into the mid-game, and we still have all 16 teams, 62 players alive in this match. Finally,
pretty much,
I guess, the finish feed, it starts to go up, and it's going to be the first big fight of the game where we have the players of Metal walking in on the players of Flex Official.
Well, I mean, I'm a big fan of Chaos, and finally we're seeing some of that in front of our screens. It was way too much peaceful a while ago, and the next circle shift comes in completely in the smack center. Not a lot of teams inside the zone. That means a lot of teams will actually need to leave their comfort zone and move out in the open. For Godlike, they're all good for now, considering they're barely playing on the edge, but getting back inside of this fight, man, this fight's getting a little bit too awkward. The players are outside, and they finally do manage to find the first knockout. This punch is going to be tough to recover from for R4, and they've lost both the players in that building initially. Metal Esports with the advantage inside of the fight now. Sam's the only man who's knocked out. It's all down to Nightwolf, and I'm pretty sure Nightwolf would want to keep his position uncompromised for as long as possible. It's all time to play safe, and that's what Nightwolf realizes too. And that's why he's not going to be making any sort of sounds once again. It's probably going to make the opponents think that he's left and dipped from this compound, but instead that's not the case. He's just wanting to play it as safe as possible, but soon enough he would need to leave this compound anyways.
Yeah. There aren't a lot of options available for him to do that. That is the problem. He's completely isolated, and Metal Esports actually went for a brilliant punish in that fight. They were really comfortable in isolating that 1-3 split, and they just focused fire on those three players first, with the utilities dealing out the initial bit of damage, and then the players just ran upstairs, just gunning down the entirety of Flex Official. It's just the last man left, and I don't think Nightwolf will be able to survive for long, considering Metal need control of that compound. And there he goes. There's the finish. 5 elimination points secured by Metal Esports already in this first game.
Johnny, TEAMZERO, they found themselves in the best spot. They don't realize how lucky they are, because that's going to be the only team with a decent position inside of the zone, and the rest of the zone's out in the open. It does seem like the stars are aligned for them, but even for Godlike, they're on the edge. And look at LIVECRAFT, they've taken a fight against the players of TWM. Yeah. As I mentioned, TWM, they're walking inside an uncharted territory. They had no clue what they're walking into. They did have a little bit of a compound to scout things out, but I guess they did not do the job properly enough. And that's why they were not able to pave the pathway that great. And LIVECRAFT just straight up taking a lot of shots against the players of TWM. And now look at the amount of damage the Wall of Death is going to be inflicting. TWM, even they managed to catch Trigger in return. But still, it's going to be all down to the med strat now. You would need to constantly keep on patching yourself up. You cannot afford to take a lot of damage because you do not have a lot of first aids to back you up. And LIVECRAFT, they find themselves in another trouble. T4E taking a fight against them. And there's also another third party on the way. Deadly too wanting to join the fray. And Deadly, they do get a couple of more elimination points on the board. But then there's another third party in the front lines in the name of God's Reign.
God's Reign, this is going to be an important fight for them as well. Justin kicks things off. A spray committed inside the smoke, but it catches no one. 3 eliminations on the board already. And after this, I think they're going to look for a few more, although they are stuck on that northern edge. And they're surrounded from different directions. Destro looking to lead the charge for his team. They're desperate for the control of the circle. It's going to be tough for them to gain. There's another squad in the form of Deadly Esports right behind them, and Godlike right in front. They have secured that knock. It needs to be converted into a finish. Do not allow that revive. It can come back to fight them, and Zaddy, he moves in. It can either be a bait for Deadly or a nail in the coffin for God's Reign, but damage dished out, and they have that second knock in the bag as well. Or was it Godlike from the distance who actually helped them out a little bit?
It was Godlike from the far fray. They do actually manage to take the player down. And the constant spam through the smoke as well is finally able to catch some more hurt. The connections are there on the point for Sim. Did he get any top conversion, though? Simps managed to got 5 elimination points so far. That's super impressive, Johnny. 5 elimination points without even pushing up close and personal. That is way much more than impressive. And Simp now, he ejects out in the open. I'm not sure how good of a decision this was. This can actually bite him in the back. The entire team squad of Deadly now is almost on the verge of being dead themselves. Outside of the zone, taking too much damage from the zone itself, and even Godlike themselves find them in a really bad trouble. Godlike, they straight up ram their vehicles against the players of Godsreen, and 3 of the players on the side of Godsreen are actually knocked out. It's a 1v1 situation between Admino and Delta, and it's going to be Delta to put the final nail in the coffin.
What a duel between 2 of the best players in the country. Delta, I mean, the history is there. He has been quite phenomenal, but today against Admino, he stands up and stands on the top of the crates of the opposition. I mean, what a big play coming in from God's Reign. They almost messed it up, lost 3 players who could have been picked off, and INTxFURIOUS, they still have the opportunity to go for a push and finish off God's Reign before they can recover. Look at the nades being lobbed by Mayank, and they're quite close. This should be enough damage to at least pick off a few individuals. Destro still does survive. Another nade lobbed quite close to the players. Destro forced to move out of that dip.
How are they even alive?
One after the other, bringing themselves back. But look at Metal in the distance. They've kept their heads down this entire time. And they still have all 4 players completely unscathed, unscratched.
I just really feel bad for Godlike. Getting out of one trouble and then finding themselves another one. Yeah, it was really tough. And look at Godsreen now. The constant barrage of utility from the players of INT is just putting a lot of pressure on top of them. But then another return nade comes into play from Godsreen. And it catches some hurt too against the players of INT. One man getting knocked out, and it's going to be the players of Metal Esports now instantly just capitalizing from the back lines too, wanting to third party this entire commotion that's been happening in the front lines, and they've instantly wiped out the entirety of INT. Now it's all down to the players of Godsreen. Majority of the zone control is also being taken by the players of Metal Esports, and look at that 3-1 split they've got going on for themselves. One player split all the way in the right lines. And I don't think so Godsreen are going to be having any clue of that, but instead, no, they actually do. Paradox snuffed out. And instantly knocked out and confirmed. Now it's going to be taken down to a 3v3 where Delta PG is way too low. He needs to patch himself up. But this nade being tossed is actually perfect. Godsreen slowly and steadily just eating the players of Metal Esports alive. They're devouring them.
Oh, and the Molotovs deny the revive. Encore is going to get finished off. And all of a sudden,
oh my god!
Swings, and it's just with a nade that God's Reign reigns supreme over this lobby as well. Everyone was asking the question, where are the defending champions? Well, they never left, ladies and gentlemen. Here they are again, back to the same form. A lot of eliminations on the board and the chicken dinner to top it all off. But look at the top 3 teams, Necro. We saw a clash of the Titans in the Final 4 as well. There was God's Reign, there was Metal, there was Godlike, and of course INTxFURIOUS also played really well. Unfortunately for them, they were just left with 2 players, which was the reason why the chicken dinner win was a little bit dire for them. But impressive run from all 3 of these teams, all 4 of these teams in fact, and especially Godlike. I think they walked away with like 8 eliminations on the board. God's Reign and Metal as well, with a lot of finishes secured in this match. Now is when things get heated up, I guess, in the overall leaderboard.
As I mentioned, 10 points per game. That's going to be the goal for Godlike, and that's all they need to do if they want to place themselves in the top 16. And I would say there's no prize pool anyways inside of the grind, right? So it's just better to place yourself in the top 16. And then if you do want to place yourself in the top 3 in the future, they should do so in the grand finals itself, if they do manage to qualify. But yeah, getting back to the conversation, right? Godsreen, man, that repositioning that we saw was incredible. Rotating all the way from the southern side, then breaching in from the northern side to that circle. That was a long rotation, but still they did it so clinically, and that is something that just got me over the edge.
Yeah, and the only point where things could have gone south for them in that 4v4 against Team Godlike, it could have gone either way. The odds were 50-50 when we saw that final 1v1 between Delta PG and Admino on the other side. But kudos to Delta. He just ran inside that cover, forced Admino to swing out, where I believe he did take that extra shot on his body from the flank, which helped Admino in the end. But it was an impressive run. It was a very interesting game. So much chaos in the late stage. Up until stage 4, we had 15 teams still alive in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, we had so many teams alive till the final few moments, and we had a conversation about LIVECRAFT too, with how things are looking way too dicey for them as well. Yeah. Then we also saw GLA making that early game rotation to the southern side where Shade was caught, and then the rest of the players just swam inside of the water lines, and then they just got played around with by the zone, as the zone just shifted completely up north. So all the efforts that they put initially inside of the game were just thrown down the drain. And I would say, if I was GLA, I would have been super pissed.
Yeah, I mean, if that happened to you, you would be quite upset with that. But GLA, they remained calm. I loved the way they were able to cross back to the main island. As you said, I mean, it was a big challenge because you know for a fact that Medal is going to cross over, and then they're going to start watching their backs as well. They're going to start watching the shorelines. And if GLA tried to rotate from that no rep, no bridge, they would come across Medal. If they went from that military bridge, then they would come across the players of TWM or maybe against the players of God's Reign. But I don't think it even mattered to them. They remained calm, as we talked about them, found a boat, and then just slowly, sneakily moved towards the shoreline of Milta Power, out of all places. It allowed them to at least survive in the circle for a few extra moments inside of this match. But you know what? This is not GLA's play style. I believe this team wants to take the aggressive front. Once they're allowed to fight it out, I think that is where they shine their best. And I hope at least in the upcoming match they are allowed that opportunity and not lose the play in the first 4 minutes of the game.
I mean, I also feel sort of bad for GODLIKE because they got themselves out of one trouble and then they instantly found them in the other trouble against the players of God's Reign. But genuinely speaking, God's Reign, they were just down to that one last man, Delta. He clutched that scenario, and still the way his teammates were able to reposition themselves, because there was a constant impact of those nades from the side of INTxFURIOUS, and the way they were able to dodge those nades on the brink was insane. They were barely able to keep themselves alive all the time. The repositioning, realizing where the nade has exactly landed, and then repositioning accordingly was super impressive. But you know what? Now it's time to find out who's going to be the MVP of the previous game. Has to be someone from the side of God's Reign. And yes or no, it is actually going to be Simp instead from the side of GODLIKE, with 6 finishes wrapped up.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how the rest of the team reacts to it, because, I mean, GODLIKE, we know for a fact, individually, these players are gifted, some of the best mechanically gifted players in the country. And Sim, he's no different from the rest of his team. 6 eliminations on the board, 11% map impact, and finish contribution of 75%. But let's not forget there is Advino Jelly, and, of course, the GOAT, Jonathan himself, also waiting in the back. And then I'm pretty sure in the upcoming matches, those players are going to start bouncing back as well. But let's have a look at the top performers. Other than Simp, he was the MVP of the game, but he's going to be followed by Justin from the side of God's Reign. We have Kyoya from Medal, Destro also from God's Reign, and Siam from the side of Medal. So as we said, 3 of the biggest names in the lobby did in fact put good numbers on the board. Not just good, they put very good numbers on the board.
That is true. In my books, even Delta should be over here somewhere in the top 3, because the clutch that he pulled off was the day saver for God's Reign. But then still, Medal Esports is Kyoya getting 4 elimination points, God's Reign, Destro getting 3, Sayam getting 3. So I'm not exactly sure what Medal Esports actually did try to pull off in that final moment, because Paradox was all the way out in the blue. I understand they wanted to go for a 3-1 split, but still, leaving Paradox in the blue like that, out in the open, just letting the players of God's Reign get that advantage, or pretty much just get that neutralizer, was a big mess up from the side of Medal Esports. This should have never happened in the first place. But let's move on forward and look at the point standings for now. 14 finished points from GODLIKE, or no, from God's Reign, is super impressive, with 24 points in total.
Yeah, it is very impressive, but even Medal not shy at all to showcase what they are made of. 16 points secured, all thanks to those 10 finishes they were able to grab inside of the match. GODLIKE Esports, 11 points from this matchup. So as you said, 10 points per match. They are keeping that average in check. INTxFURIOUS, a brilliant game from their side. The utility usage against the players of God's Reign is the reason I believe they aren't the ones with the chicken dinner in this matchup. They missed so many nades on the opposition while they were lying on their knees. It could have changed everything, but nonetheless, they walk away with 8 points. TARKIN Spartans, again, this is a team that I was very interested in Necro today. TARKIN Spartans in the first 3 games did quite decent for themselves, and they started off quite nicely with 8 points secured from this match as well. Their average in the first 3 games was 9.6. They've gotten 8 in this one. Next match, if they manage to secure 10 points, or maybe 11 makes it better, 10 just matches it again. So TARKIN Spartans, they are again playing with the same form, so quite consistent, I have to say.
Yeah, consistency is something that's really going to help you at least keep yourself inside of the top 64. And then incredible performance is what's going to help you to be inside of top 16. But yeah, I mean, we saw the vacuum, right, Johnny? You love to talk about the vacuums in the points table, and we saw that vacuum in just the top 3. So that in itself just showcases the top 3 teams inside of this group, how strong they're going to be on the maps like Erangel and Miramar. I'm not sure about Sanhok because once again, it's a complete zone-oriented map. Whichever team has got the zone, they're probably going to be the one to come out on top. But for now, we've got the latter half of the board, and once again, we've got some of the disappointments over here. GLA Esports, all the efforts that they showcased in the early game just did not really work out later on. Forever Esports, you can say the same thing. AIM Gaming, we saw them on the screen for a while, but we did not really see a lot of impact from the players.
Yeah, the impact wasn't there. And along with them, I think it is going to be important to see who else bounces back in the next matchup, because now only 2 games remaining. If you want to keep the dream for the top 64 alive, you have to perform. As we were talking about GLA have this wonderful opportunity of qualifying within the top 32 or maybe even within the top 16 as well. But with this one game out of the way, they have to pop off in the next 2 matches if they want to qualify for the top 16 and maintain their average from week 1 if they want to qualify for the top 64. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about exciting things, we have more exciting things coming your way from Craft and Esports India, and this is going to be one of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, once again, in-game cosmetics. Do you really want me to talk about this, Johnny? Because I feel like sometimes I might be a little bit more irritating about this.
Yeah, no, it's not irritating. I realize that you get upset every time you realize that, yeah, we don't really have that X-suit yet.
Yeah.
Necro. We'll get it one day, you and I.
One day. Hope is what keeps humans going, and I guess hope is what's keeping a lot of these teams going, even though they know they do not really have a chance of qualifying inside of the top 64, so I'm not really going to be taking those names. But yeah, moving on forward, Johnny. Metal Esports, though, genuinely speaking, that's a big uprise in the graph right there. The performance graph for Metal Esports was on a big downhill curve, but these type of performances is really going to be bolstering their confidence a lot.
Of course, I mean, they've gotten quite a lot of points already in this first game, and Metal Esports weren't really in that difficult of a position, to be honest. They had 21 points before they began the day, and after this game, I think they would have taken a leap inside of the top 64 already. It's a question of whether they finish up in the top 32 or they get a little bit of a safety cushion going, prepare themselves for the top 16, because they can make it happen from here on out. So the opportunity is there. It's a question of whether they seize it or not. But before we head into the second game, I want to know your expectations as well, because I mean, yeah, Metal Esports bounced back. God's Reign played phenomenally well. Godlike Esports is also doing well, quite well for themselves. Which one of these 3 teams do you think is going to miss out on the top 16? Because all 3 of them are still in contention, I believe.
I would say the highest chance would be for Metal Esports, because we never know how the consistency is going to be looking like from this team, right? Looking at the past stats, I'm not sure if I really would want to put my faith in the team, because things have been super inconsistent from Metal Esports. So there's a chance this team might actually miss out on the qualifications. But as I mentioned, right, there's going to be a lot of the teams returning from the in-game qualifiers. So there's technically going to be another lifesaver chance.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a lifesaver for them, but let's see. I mean, this game is going to be super important, as you said. I mean, Metal, I do agree with that answer. I mean, it all depends on this one map of Sanhok, what fate holds in store for them. God's Reign as well. I think God's Reign, that big leap that they've just secured for themselves, it brings them in a similar position to Metal Esports. So it's important that both these 2 teams finish at least in the top 2 with double-digit eliminations on both of them. Godlike Esports, in the meantime, The average has been maintained, and if they keep going in the same direction, their graph is just going to look better and better, and they will end up in the top 16 eventually, in a very nice and comfortable spot. Even if they manage to cross that, keep and maintain that 10 points per match average, Necro, I think that does bring them somewhere inside of the top 10. I think they might end up on the 7th or the 8th position within the top 10 with 70 plus points. So that is something that I definitely look forward to. But along with them, I think one more team that I'm expecting they can bring themselves back into this competition is LIVECRAFT Esports. Now, LIVECRAFT Esports were kind of doing much worse than Medal and God's Reign when we began the day. They were sitting at 25 points in total after the first 3 matches that they played. And the first game as well did not really go their way. That late rotation, as you pointed out so rightfully, was one of the reasons we saw them fall during the mid-game stages. But now, as we jump onto this map of Miramar, it will be very important. They have that breathing room to work with. And we know late rotations work out quite nicely on Miramar. You can see the opposition from a distance.
That is true. I mean, but sometimes still, it's all about knowing that what you're stepping into. And late rotations, in my opinion, can really block off that vision, because talking about late rotations, right? Imagine you're going to be moving in all the way from the blue itself. So you do not know. You're pretty much hoping that I am going to be breaching in from a complete clear breaching point, but you never know what's going to be on the other side of the safe line. So that's one of the main problems, right? You're pretty much stepping inside of an uncharted territory. And that's the same thing I mentioned for God's Reign 2 and a couple of more other teams that were doing the same strategy. Luckily enough for those teams that actually did work out, they found themselves in quite a clear spot, because every other team just wanted to be in the smack center, which is another strategy that is understandable. But let's hope the same strategy is not going to be utilized in the map of Miramar too, because I keep on mentioning this, right? It's easy to keep on rotating on the map of Miramar, but it's tough to sustain the spots that you've got.
And of course, I think one big variable that we fail to account for, and it is impossible to account for it when having these discussions, is where will the zone take us inside the game? Because that is the biggest RNG, the biggest factor that impacts a team's performance from the start till the very end. Where is the circle taking us? Last few days we have seen kind of a big variety of different zones inside of Miramar as well. We've seen zones towards the southeastern side, we've seen zones towards the northwestern side as well, but because of how big this map is, that can be countered by a lot of these teams. Those high ground advantages close to the edges, if you can find a mountain to take control of early, a big high ground, I think that can be quite beneficial. We saw that in action yesterday as well, in the performance that was delivered from the likes of megastars. In fact, not yesterday but before that in week 1, that high ground advantage, I think that is the team in particular that does well on this map of Miramar. But let's see match number 2 for group 11, and of course the momentum holds strong for God's Reign. But Necro, we have the plane in front of us, and this time it seems like we are going to have a flight path leaning towards the southern side of the map.
A fiery start to the Miramar? I'm down for that, as the plane flat path starts all the way from Valle del Mar towards Impala, and this plane flat path is completely tilted to the southern side. That means, once again, Johnny, drop on a temporary drop location, scoot up as much loot as possible, and then instantly get your hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards your primary drop location. Unless if the circle is also favoring the plane flat path, then it does not really make a lot of sense to move in or move away from that circle. But talk about the plane flat path for now, it's really going to be putting a lot of these teams in an uncomfortable note, and I just want to see how the adjustments instantly going to be looking like. If the teams do one, they can move in towards the prison island. They can also move in towards Minas del Sur or even Patrona if they do one.
I mean, we've not really seen Partona being used that much, to be honest. I think we saw one squad play from Partona yesterday, and it's that crossing of the bridge that becomes a little bit of a challenge for everyone. You never know, someone's going to be blocking that Valle del Mar position at any given time in the game. Right now, we see the players from the side of Deadly Esports already present in that city, and they get control of the hills, try and take care of anyone who was playing from that southern half of the map, but there's no one around them. So this should be a comfortable start for Deadly Esports. In the meanwhile, though, as you say, the splash of colors is spread across the map quite nicely. Only one thing remains to be seen. Where will the circle take us this time on this map of Miramar? No drop clashes as of now. Maybe one. I believe Stellar Esports, they have one more squad right next to them moving towards...
oh my god.
All right, it's a fight breaking out, and it's AIM Gaming against the players of Stellar Esports.
Yeah, And off the rip, Birds' wings have been clipped. Interesting, it's God. He instantly knocks out one of the players from the sky itself. And then look at this AIM Gaming now. They've got the advantage inside of the fight as they completely outnumber this player. And there's a chance the man can also be overwhelmed in that position. A VSS in the hands of TARKIN. I mean, at this point in time, you pretty much got to adjust to whatever you can get your hands onto. And this man has actually got his hands on the DBS. Low-key a little bit unfair in my opinion, but there we go. Two of the players instantly getting slapped down. And now it's just all the waiting for the confirmations to follow up. And God has also got a decent cover to play with. Avatar in the back lines. I mean, he realizes the fact that it would not really make a lot of sense to actually push up close and personal because the man's got his hands on the DBS, and all it takes is one single pump to actually seal the deal. And now God just keeps on moving up, wanting to get the confirmation slowly and steadily. And even the backup arrives. Man, for AIM Gaming, this is one of the worst possible starts that they could ask for. And Spark God is way too low, but the man actually wraps up from the back, and this might just be it for the last man.
Yeah, quick 1-2, and the knockout is there for AIM Gaming at the hands of Stellar Esports. And as you said, not really a start that they were hoping for. Stellar doing a phenomenal job, actually. Whatever weapons they had, they just made sure they committed 100% to the fight. But GODLIKE Esports, they won't be at 100%, losing out on Admino right off the bat inside of this game. This is a big pick for the side of RedX Esports and a big loss for GODLIKE. How do they react to it? How do they adapt? It's going to be so difficult. Jelly has the information of those two individuals moving out, but can't really do much since he will be forced into a corner. Shots coming in from the flank. My goodness, this can come back to haunt them. Big player down already for GODLIKE.
I mean, as you mentioned, yeah, Admino, a man who's been contributing to a lot of these elimination points, been taken down. That means a majority of that chunk of the firepower has been taken away from GODLIKE itself. And now the team's down with 3-man squad, so it's a little bit rough of a start for the players of GODLIKE. Even RedX is right in the smack center towards Minas Generalis. I mean, so far the teams are quite scattered, right? I highly doubt we're going to be seeing any type of collisions. Unfortunately for AIM Gaming, they were a little bit too late to glide inside of that city, so they just got completely screwed up by the players of Stellar. But yeah, I mean, it is something that will be a tough pill to swallow. And at this point in time, even for us, things should be a little bit more cleared up, right, Johnny? That AIM Gaming is probably going to be one of those teams that is confirmed to not make it in the top 64.
Spots are yet to be filled. Still more matches take place. Still an opportunity for a lot of these teams to change their fate. God's Reign definitely looking to make that happen after the way they were able to bring that chicken dinner for themselves in that match number 1. A brilliant recovery after losing out, almost losing out 3 players in that fight against GODLIKE. Delta PG, the man responsible for all of it, was it kind of snowballed right after that fight. That clutch against Admino, the revives being handed out to the other 3 lads, and then all of them first surviving the onslaught against INTxFURIOUS and then picking them off in the end eventually. Will they be able to grab the second chicken dinner in a row this time? That was their first one of the grind. Can they make it 2? And of course, LIVECRAFT, momentum that was gained after the opening week has slipped out of their hands after the disaster in that previous Erangel. So it will be important for them to finish in the top 3 with at least 7 to 8 eliminations to their name.
LIVECRAFT on the screen for now. I mean, in the first game they got 8 points. And even TARKIN Spartans actually got 8 points in total, Johnny. So I would say that's a really great start for them. I think so. Actually, TARKIN Spartans was the one to get 8 points, and LIVECRAFT only got 4 points from that previous game. So for TARKIN Spartans, once again, it's all about maintaining consistency, right? And I'm pretty sure Tarkin Spartans is one of those teams that are just waiting to be squeezed inside of the top 64. Aiming for the top 16, yes, it'll be there as a competitive player, but somewhere down the line, even they would probably know that the amount of points that they've gotten, they're way too far away from actually getting that top 16 position. So the realistic expectation over here has to be top 64. And Tarkin Spartans, that's a decent start for them. 8 points at the start, and now just try and contain, or just try and maintain a consistency of 10 points per game.
Should not be too difficult for them as well. Tarkin Spartans, they've proven themselves in the past. In their opening week. This time, Ninja, we do see him fall back completely. He's going to look to rejoin his teammates up on that high ground of theirs. And from there, maybe if they have the scopes as well upon them, they can maintain vision upon the players of LIVECRAFT Esports. Keep an eye on where they are going and what they're doing. Once they get there, medal in the meanwhile. A missed opportunity for the win in the previous game. All thanks to the lads from the side of God's Reign who were able to shut down Paradox on the flank. This time though, again starting off extremely slow. Starting off just with making sure that the players stick together. All 4 of them in fact. In the meanwhile, finally a big fight breaking out. Flex official going at it against the players of Forever Esports. Team Forever Esports, they have the high ground, and Cuckoo seems like he's on the right flank. Can take the duel against Deadman OP.
Yeah. Interesting names, right? Deadly, though. Once again, finding themselves in some sort of trouble. As the opponents, they do not really have any intentions of actually taking this fight. That's why I can see the players of Stellar just backing away. And it is okay, too, from Stellar, considering they managed to get 4 points off the rip. That is a start that any team would want to have. And look at RedX, they straight up find themselves in another trouble against the players of Tarkin Spartans, a team that has been looking super solid in the firefights. Red King in the back lines, too, but the UMP-45 in the hands is something that's got a solid hip fire. So you really got to make sure you're not moving in towards the mid-range too of this gun. Fresh magazine needed. Prince will go for the fresh magazine too, but just like that, within a flash, the entirety of RedX, they just come crashing down, Johnny.
Oh god. It's not something you would expect in a situation like that. Just an absolute beatdown being handed out. Again, it is Tarkin Spartans who are looking to recover after their big loss in the previous matchup. So these 4 points help them out and they take them a long way in the overall rankings. Plus, it gives them control of this factory in the southwestern quadrant of the circle right now, which, by the way, is taking us all the way towards LSR, which is empty, and the only team holding, or in fact, in control of that northeastern quadrant of the circle right now is GLA. So we're talking about a missed opportunity by GLA in the previous game. Even though the rotations looked good, they lost 1 player as soon as the game began. Well, this time, all 4 of them are there, Necro. And there's no one around them, no threat to their lives.
I mean, look at the southern side of the circle, Johnny. So many teams trying to breach in from the same spot, right? I'm hoping for a rotation clash. But we never know. Uh-oh. It is a monster truck, so it's not going to completely flip. So, yeah, you're okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen one of those shows off the monster truck? Like, you know, they're just stunting around with the monster truck. Have you seen those shows?
Yes, I have. That's why I said I think they're meant to do that. It's okay. It's a monster truck.
Yeah. Yeah. They're actually super cool. I've always found those type of shows really cool, you know, because the driver that's actually sitting inside of the car, imagine the adrenaline rush the man's going to be feeling at that instance, you know? Because one single bad move and everything can actually go wrong.
Just like for either one of these teams right here, INTxFURIOUS. 3 players just grouped up together, thrown and trying to spray down one of the lads from the side of Flame Esports. It was AIM who was being aimed at. They did dish out decent amount of damage, but the trade was there, as CrownX has been dropped to around 50 HP. Not really aware of the spread from the players. Flame Esports, INTxFURIOUS, they need to be careful with how they approach this fight. It's a big distance between these two lineups, and you can't really commit clip after clip, magazine after magazine of ammunition. Just trying to see if you can secure a knock. There's no way you can go for a push from that position, but this LIVECRAFT, they can make this work. You have TEAMZERO official in front of you. The compound has been compromised already. LIVECRAFT, they're just waiting for an opportunity to move in. 1 point on the board already.
They indeed can make it work.
They are falling back.
LIVECRAFT Pasha is the only man who's got any sort of eliminations in the hand. But still, these type of elimination points can actually be a big pressure subsider for the team too. And LIVECRAFT for now just trying to scout out the grounds, know exactly where the safe position is going to be. They're going to spot out a team in the front, somewhere down line. They've got a little bit of a suspicion. That compound's quite sus. That's why you can see the players of LIVECRAFT just scouting out the grounds. Just scoping down. Neo 6. Even he spotted out the players of LIVECRAFT. Information relayed to the teammates, but no actions taken so far. So far in the game, we've only seen 2 eliminations happen. And then after that, it's been all peace across the board. And TEAMZERO, they might just break this piece with any type of shots if they do decide to take. Just waiting for at least one of the players from LIVECRAFT Esports to step out in the open and stand still. Then probably the execution's going to be coming through. But I highly doubt they will be pushing up close and personal, considering both these teams, they're in quite a comfortable zone.
But Necro, what a contrast from the matches we witnessed yesterday. The 32 teams that performed yesterday and these 16 that are playing right now. A massive change of pace. Everything is a little bit slower in this lobby. Everyone's being extremely cautious in this matchup. We saw AIM Gaming. That was an unfortunate incident. You can't really prepare for a drop clash like that. The other team got weapons before you got weapons in your hands. So AIM Gaming got wiped out. RedX. Now, that was a big mistake, and they got punished quite nicely for that as well in the fight against TARKIN SPARTANS. But apart from that, we haven't really seen anyone actively, proactively looking to approach fights, even if they spot a team out, even if they have the information to work with. All the focus is on survival, it feels like, as of now, from everyone.
I mean, especially for GODLIKE, it has to be, right? They've taken that early. And that's where you can see the players just inside of one single compound. Just relaxing, Johnny. Next circle shift's going to be in front of us soon. To find out exactly where the circle is going to be shifting. Oh, man, it just shifts right on top of Hacienda del Patron. This is going to be interesting. Now, once again, the circle is sort of divided into 4 halves. You can see the streets or the road between just sort of dividing the circle. So it's going to be up to the teams on exactly which path the teams do want to move in and which position they would want to take. Because there's going to be plenty or ample amount of cover to actually play around inside of the zone. And as I mentioned, not a lot of teams are going to be having any trouble to rotate inside of the zone. It's easy to rotate, tough to sustain. That's all about Miramar. But unfortunately, Marvel gets knocked out this time. The man tried to tickle the enemies, but instead he gets punched in the face.
Well, that allows the opportunity for the players of Flex Official to move in. Here they come. Here they are. Forever Esports, and a big trouble issue though secures the opening knock. Marvel in the back lines, not enough HP to work with. Still manages to survive. Flicker runs around the corner, gets knocked out. Cuckoo knocked out as well. And in a matter of seconds, Team Forever Esports, well, they aren't going to be here forever. Even Marvel is burning alive, and it's time to say bye-bye and head back to the lobby. What a brilliant execute coming in from Flex Official.
He still tosses that nade. He could have actually saved it if he wanted. But yeah, I mean, such a quick wipe that was from R4. Indeed, super impressive. The man almost walked into his own Molotov. TWM as well, losing out of Freezy. The resurrection's going to be there. No issues on those regards, too. But yeah, the previous fight that we saw between the players of R4 and Flex. It was quite interesting, right? I mean, with the way T4E, they try to execute that fight in general was interesting. I mean, RedX not inside of the game anymore too, so let's hope that this fight between the players of GLA and their opponents that they're trying to take, it actually does work out. I mean, TWM in the front lines were at least on the receiving end of things. They did get a knockout, but they did not completely send it. Instead, still just waiting around the corner. It's about realizing that even your opponent's still in their comfort zone, and things can actually go south.
Well, let's see though. I mean, anything can go wrong at any time. God's Reign still looking to breach inside the circle from that eastern edge, and it is going to be a challenge. We noticed when we saw the circle the last time around on our screens, the western half is completely abandoned, and the eastern and the southern side is where the clusters were forming. And God's Reign, one of the main teams they have to take care of before they move inside the zone is going to be this squad of LIVECRAFT. Quite close. You see Digger quite eager to go for a peek over the ridge, but as soon as he does that, he might be spotted out by the opposition. On the radar, though, we notice God's Reign. They've snuck their way in towards the edge of the circle. Ryzen in the meanwhile, though. Now, this is where things can get very intense. Oh, line of fire. It will be available to the players of God's Reign soon.
Yeah, but I don't think so. God's Reign, they've got any intentions of actually challenging any of the fight against the players of LIVECRAFT. So they haven't taken any shot. Yeah, you're trying to talk about the previous fight that we witnessed between the players and Flex. In my opinion, T4E, yeah, I mean, they had the man disadvantage, but still they were holding down the ground. So if you talk about the defensive point stance, then I would say T4E still had the advantage in that fight. They still had things going quite decent for them. They could have converted things in a better way, but somehow just liberated that defense. They just cracked it open. So that standpoint just does not even come true.
Still a long way to go before we see the conclusion of the game. But what is going on over here? You have TEAMZERO official and GLA colliding. GLA mid-rotation, Shade backs off. Obito not allowed to go back. Neo, though, he has been dropped extremely low. And TEAMZERO official, they already took a hit in the early stages of the match when Mario got picked off. Obito knocked out. This is the trade they were hoping for, although from the flank, it is Shade who finds another knock against the players of TEAMZERO official. LIVECRAFT as well will have an opportunity to secure a few extra finish points from this fight. Let's see. Can GLA recover, or will they allow TEAMZERO official to get that revive in? No, the pressure is being put upon the players of TEAMZERO official, and here comes the push from GLA.
GLA, all the players in a really good stance. Unfortunately, one of the men was knocked out in the back lines, but it's all okay. Good trades on the board for TEAMZERO too. Neo is there instantly to get the trade followed up, but then it's going to be Mupan to instantly scoop up the elimination points and also save the day for his teammate who was knocked out. So yeah, it's all okay for the players of GLA. The previous game, it was not that good one because of the zone. It just completely messed up GLA's position, but now it's their time for redemption. And that's where you can see them instantly wanting to reposition. Unfortunately, they're also getting shot at from the back lines by Liquid from TWM. And GLA's taking too much hurt at this point. Fury as well is just scoping into that same direction. TWM, even they themselves need to move inside of the zone actually, so they should prioritize the zone. Because the zone's not going to be anyone's friend at this point in time. Before GODLIKE, they're in a really decent spot. Still onto that same compound. They haven't left that spot. It's been a while.
Yeah, they've gotten quite comfortable on that position, and to be honest, they don't really need to do much from there on out as well. Look at that. The factory inside the circle as well. They have two oppositions fighting out outside the safe zone. So by the time those two teams make it across, they are going to be low and prepped for GODLIKE to secure the points. But TEAMZERO official gods, he's under so much trouble, and Obito just annihilating him with that shotgun. TWM under heavy fire from LIVECRAFT as well as they try to make a run out in the open, and LIVECRAFT with a brilliant punish over there. Drigger, though, knocked out by Fury from the back lines. The trade is going to be good, but LIVECRAFT have the bitten off more than they can chew. Even their backs are exposed to GLA.
TWM Fury, this nade that he's trying to cook up, it's going to be placed to perfection. But instead, the Viper instantly moves away. But then Fury peeks around the edge. And he instantly gets punished too. And now the Wall of Death is going to be dishing out a lot of damage. So the teams cannot afford to stay outside of the Wall of Death for too long. They need to make it in the safe zone quickly enough. TWM in a really uncomfortable spot. Fury's back up on his feet. But I make it enough because like they're probably going to edge camp him. That's what they're doing. Making sure the players at TWM, they aren't going to be able to squeeze themselves back in the safe zone. But GODLIKE, do they have any clue that TWM's still alive? That nade's being placed to perfection. Almost finds the knockout on one of the players of GODLIKE. GODLIKE too, considering they're only down to a 3-man squad, it's better to play things a little bit more safe and sound. And that's what they do. They instantly back away to the warehouse. DS, TARKIN SPARTANS. Players of Italy. There is one opener being found. And Drex in the they started pushing up close and personal. Ninja was in the back lines. It's a 3-1 split. Ninja's job is to provide that cover fire. And considering it is going to be a 3v2 inside of the compound itself, the advantage was still stacked up with the players of TS. But then there's going to be an instant shutdown. Zaddy, as he gets the confirmation, but that's all he's going to find because his teammate instantly drops dead.
What a play made from TARKIN SPARTANS. One way or the other, they do get those finish points, but look at Ninja, he needs to regroup with his team ASAP. Is there the threat lurking in the back lines in the form of Flame Esports? And Flame Esports as well, we saw them in a fight earlier. They're not that bad, I'm doing quite solid. They have a good momentum. Edge of the circle allows them an opportunity to gatekeep so many teams coming in from the northern side. Same goes for the lads of Stellar. But I believe they are lacking one player on their side, so they might look to avoid fights for survival, at least for this stage of the matchup. Although LIVECRAFT now, they're on the move along with the players of Medal, moving towards the circle. The Blues are starting to move in, and this one is going to pack a punch.
Yes, LIVECRAFT, look at this desperate move that they're trying to make. Obito, as you can was knocked out indeed, yeah, but now it's going to be the players LIVECRAFT wanting to push up against GDR. And I'm not sure how good of a decision this is going to be panning out to be. And the vehicle blows up. GLA with that. It was a big package delivered to the players of LC and 2 points successfully accumulated with that one. GDR got just be under fire considering they're also outside of the blue. Lots of damage from the blue and also the bullets from the side. Will be penetrating through the players to GDR, and they're getting inside of the situation, but now it's going to be an uphill battle. GDR instead, they're going to be the one to secure a good position, a good stance in this fight. But even GDR themselves, they're probably getting third party from the back lines, and yes, that is what exactly is happening. GDR, they're taking too much damage even from the back.
Yeah, God's reign, the struggle gets worse. Second, they can find this knock on the players of Flame Esports. It changes everything, and they do. Delta and Destro together do relieve some of the pressure. Now all they have to do is take care of the players of LIVECRAFT. Again, kicking things off. Viper taken out. They're taking both the teams at the same time. Both the fights committed in tandem. Justin up, going after the lad of Flame Esports. Oyster is put under pressure. It's God's reign now. Focus.
Oh my God!
Towards the players of Flame. They have backed off. What a nade was that?
It's like the nade was pre-planned. He knew exactly where the man was going to push in through the vehicle. But I'm pretty sure that was not the case. Instead, the nade was just a little bit of an overshoot, and the man just drove the vehicle over it. Luckily enough, he's not knocked out, but he's taking a lot of damage. But this fight now escalates between the players of GDR and LIVECRAFT. That's two of the players being knocked out in Delta PG. Did he just 1v3 them? Singly dominating the players of LIVECRAFT. Man, just showcasing what the players of GDR are capable of. And Delta PG, some impressive stuff instantly put up on the board.
Yeah, A Duke is secured by Delta PG in that fiasco, but God's Reign, huge props to this team. They managed to keep Flame Esports in check and wipe out the side of LIVECRAFT at the same time, although now moving up, it is going to be a big challenge. God's Reign, they're falling apart left, right, and center. Just the last man left standing, and it's not going to be easy to survive as well. Even Delta PG can't clutch it back to back. He's along with him the entirety of God's Reign. They fall out of this game as well. 4 teams, 11 players still alive. You have Stellar Esports, TARKIN, Spartans. There's the side of Flame Esports. Has been lurking in the back lines all this time towards the northwestern edge. We see them on the radar, but we haven't seen them in fight yet.
Oh, Ninja, look at the amount of elimination points this man's garnered. 7 points in total. And then his entire team, they've gotten 12 points. Oh man, I'm not sure what the players of Tarkin Spartans they have had for breakfast today, but one thing is for sure. They've got the top 16 in the mine, and they are down to do anything it takes to make it inside of the scene. But the players of Stellar, they're doing so far. Barely playing on the edge. It's going to be FES's Oyster. The nade was tossed into perfection, but then Oyster instantly repositioned himself in quad. And that's why Oyster is going to be good for now. But then the vehicle just blows up. Nicely done by God. As Oyster's going to be coming with that explosion too. Oyster knocked out, trying to back away towards his teammate, but he's going to be spotted. Confirmation instantly flows up. Stellar, nicely done. They're slowly and steadily now starting to clean up the playing field.
Let's see, one last man left from the side of Flame Esports. INTxFURIOUS, I believe, have started to bite the dust. The damage being taken by the individual in the blue zone finally kicks in. INTxFURIOUS wiped out from the game, the last man found as well. And we're down to the top 3 teams of the Stellar Esports taking a fight against Tarkin Spartans, and it's going to be the Spartans who kick things off quite nicely, but Ninju, the overextension, gets punished. He gets knocked out. And even trade from either Spartans down to their last man Prince in the backlines, as D-Rex also will hit the floor. That is pretty much over. Stellar Esports, they have a big advantage to work with, and a lot of confidence in the bag as well, as Psycho goes for an impressive push, secures the opening knock. D-Rex is going to be extremely low, and by the time we are down to the top 2 teams, it's a 1v3 in the favor of Stellar East from the DPS.
Oh my God.
Not working out. God knocked out as well, and D-Rex, he is still fighting, has the S12K, and this time he fails, finally goes down, and it is Stellar Esports. An impressive on the map of Miramar now. What a game.
Oh man, Stellar Esports. That position they got was insane. I mean, in general, with how Stellar Esports were just play around with that position, they had a 2-2 split going on for themselves, while the 2 players were challenging another fight, the rest 2 players were challenging or taking another fight. And the way they were also able to convert a lot of those eliminations is also super. I mentioned in the past as well. They're now slowly and steadily just looking forward to clean the playing field, and they did so perfectly. Need to do, or we need to take a look at is going to be the MVP of that previous tournament. It has to be Ninju, actually, considering Ninju had 7 eliminations when we last saw them, and you also saw Ninju making that push, right, against the opponent. It's overconfidence. Ninju was feeling himself. He had a lot of elimination points, and he was like, you know what, at this point in time, I can also take down the God. That's how much confidence this man had. He pushed up against the opponents. Unfortunately, he got completely overwhelmed. He was taken down way too low in the push instead. And yeah, it just didn't really work out for the man Ninja himself. But you cannot really forget about some of the top dogs as well, including God's Reign. With the way they were also taking some of the fights, Delta PG, this man was able to get that 2K in the fight itself. Just manhandled the opponents. And the way he was able to convert those elimination points too was super impressive. The same thing can also be said about LIVECRAFT, considering they were also doing quite decent. But then LIVECRAFT, they need much more points compared to the players of GDR. Because GDR, the first game was a complete chicken dinner. Now the second game, a decent amount of elimination points. And maybe add on a couple of placement points too to back it up. But still, I would say LIVECRAFT, they would need to do miles better.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think it's a big leap that's going to be needed in that final game, and it's going to be very difficult for them to make it. So let's see how this last match is going to turn out for LIVECRAFT as well. GLA in a similar boat as you mentioned, but I have to say a good bounce back from TARKIN SPARTANS. I am very impressed. They have a lot of finishes in this match as well, but the question still remains: our expectations are that the cutoff will be somewhere around 45 points. They start off with 29. The first game not really going their way. This game was quite decent, and they have gotten quite close to that 40-point marker. But again, the last game of Sanhok, can the Spartans actually replicate at least bare minimum this performance from Miramar on that particular map, secure at least 10 plus points and move on to the top 64? It's going to be tough, but hey, they have the opportunity laid out right in front of their feet, and they just have to walk down the path.
Johnny, I mean, the MVP, this was something that I saw coming. I mentioned this as well. Ninja is probably going to be the MVP of that previous game, right? But 12% map impact and the finished contribution of 50%. Now, you saw Ninja make that push against the players of Stellar Esports, and it was all overconfidence because he had 7 eliminations on the board. He knew he probably has the most eliminations on the server. And at that point, he had so much confidence that he was also thinking that he can probably take down the gods. But then he pushed up against the players of Stellar Esports, and then he just got completely overwhelmed with the man number Stellar Esports had, considering they had all the 4 players alive. But now recently we're also seeing Stellar Esports back in the action. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Stellar Esports, a good bounce back from them as well. This game was a big game from their side. We saw a lot of eliminations. We saw them run towards a fight, and they looked extremely comfortable. And I think opportunity is there for them to walk into the top 64, but it's going to be highly unlikely because this was one good performance from Stellar Esports. The previous game did not really go their way, and they started the day with just 7 points on the board. So getting from 7 to 45, that is a big leap required, and they just have one more game to make it happen. It is tough, not impossible, but yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, Prince too, with 4 finishes wrapped up, right? With the map impact of 7% and the finish country of 20%. And then you've got Shogun finally from God's Reign with 3 eliminations wrapped up and the map impact of 5%. It's interesting, right? Delta PG is the impact fragger for this team. He's been getting some of the most crucial clutches and crucial eliminations on the board, but still he's not exactly here in the top performers. It's quite interesting. But let's move on for now and look at the match standings of the previous game and find out how exactly the point structure is looking like. 23 points from Stellar Esports, not that far away. It's going to be TARKIN SPARTANS with 20 points. And then there's a big drop off in the performance right there. God's Reign with 11 points. Now, Johnny, you do not see GODLIKE Esports in the first half of the board. That means you know the inconsistency has hit them.
Yeah, the inconsistency has started to kick in, and it's not just this game of Miramar that wasn't theirs. It was the previous one on Erangel as well. And now I think, Necro, hoping for the podium for Team GODLIKE. It's going to be tough for me. But the top 16, I believe that is still up for grabs for Team GODLIKE based on how they played in the previous games. So maybe we see them walk into the top 16. God's Reign, though, I mean, yes, the dip is there, but God's Reign, I think they crossed 40 plus points in total after their previous match. This gets them across 50. So in the last game, if they can secure another big win with double-digit finishes on the board, God's Reign can actually finish in the top 16 as well now.
It pretty much can. I mean, latter half of the board, Metal Esports, once again, that inconsistency hitting them. Now, remember, I had a conversation with you after the first game. You said, which team in between these 3 teams you think is not going to be able to make it in the top 64, or at least has a chance to not make it? And I mentioned Metal Esports because they got 0 points in that game. The inconsistency instantly hits them after that Erangel. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? You talk about the previous stats of Metal Esports. The same thing has been continuing with this team. And now, once again, it just feels like they haven't really ironed out that hole that is there.
I mean, yeah, the problems are still quite clearly visible, but it's just one more match to go. Metal Esports are quite close to breaking into that top 64, so the opportunity is there. And again, just to stay safe, I think if they cross that 50-point marker, it should keep them in contention. And the safer way to make it happen is just go for the win, go for the chicken dinner. And if you can do that, I think that pretty much a win with at least 6 to 7 eliminations on the board would be enough to guarantee them the top 64 at the end of this week. But later, while we look at that and wait for the game to begin, let's have a look at Bullet Echo, a new title out by Craft in India.
Right. Left. अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले झाड़ी के पीछे चले झाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी जल्दी उतर उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
Bullet Echo, a complete new take at a Battle Royale, and I would recommend you guys to check it out because even you would understand what exactly I'm talking about when I say a complete new take and a look at a Battle Royale. It's a new way to understand and play Battle Royale. It would be super fun for you guys. It'll be a big change if you're a BGMI player. But now, moving on forward, Johnny, with the tournament itself, we know the last map for this group is going to be there in front of us soon enough. Even GODSREAM, they desperately need to perform. GODLIKE, they need to perform desperately as well. Every single top dogs, they need a desperate performance.
And with this group in particular, things have gotten so chaotic that you can't even predict which team will break into the top 16, which will still be in the bracket of top 32, and which team will struggle but still survive in the top 64. So it is extremely difficult to predict what is going to happen as we step into this last map for Group 11, ladies and gentlemen. The map is going to be of Sanhok. But there's another change along with the change of maps. It is my co-competitor, and it is going to be Arka who is joining me. So Arka, first of all, welcome back to the broadcast. Welcome back to the panel. How have you been, and what are your thoughts on these 16 teams after the first two matches?
I mean, it's a very close call when it comes to the top 16. But for me, I'm feeling amazing right now, back on the desk with you. A lot of points to discuss, and I'm able to see that everything is coming down to the wire.
Yeah, it is definitely coming down to the wire, especially with what has happened with Team Godlike and Metal Esports, God's Reign in the previous few matches. INTxFURIOUS is the team that I'm extremely confused about because they've managed to be in the top 4 in the last 2 games. They had 19 points when they started the day off, but I keep losing track of how many finishes INTxFURIOUS has been getting for themselves in the previous few games, because we don't really see them in a lot of fights, and that can become a problem because this team, as far as the points table was considered, I believe they were in a position decent enough to actually contest the top 64, but now I don't know.
I mean, the strategy seems to be falling apart, if you ask me. It's about trying to survive until the final circles, and it seems like only one man is trying to do it every single time. There's a man disadvantage, and as you correctly pointed out, in between the rotations, as soon as they get caught off guard, it's like at least 3 players get it finished off. And I believe that, if they want to do something better in the last game, they need to have all 4 players surviving for the longest time possible.
Of course, I think if that firepower is present for the end game stage, they can secure a lot more eliminations in those final few fights. But as you said, that is where the struggle is there for the likes of INTxFURIOUS. Now, let's discuss TARKIN SPARTANS, because that fall in game 1 was something we did not expect. But of course, they had a head start compared to the rest of the lobby. 29 points before they kicked off their journey. In game 1, after game 1, I don't think they moved around a lot. But this top 2 finish in this game of Miramar is something that can actually propel them into a safer position. But do you think TARKIN SPARTANS can actually make it into the top 64 at the end of this last week?
I don't want to be rude, but I don't think so. It's going to be an easy job for them or a cakewalk for them, because right now, by the looks of it, God's Reign as well as Godlike, all of these gods are looking to finish the day on a very, very big note, because for them, it's not about just being in the top 64. For them, it's all about being in the top 16. And if the Spartans have the same kind of ideology that they aim for the stars, probably they might end up at the moon.
I mean, that is what they are hoping for as well. That they end up in the top 16. That is what the dream started off with at the start of the day. But now I think it might have changed just to surviving into the top 64. Although I'm glad you brought God's Reign into the competition, into the conversation right here. Because when we kicked off our journey today, God's Reign, they were sitting at 149, TARKIN Spartan with on the 86th position in the overall ranking. But now, after how God's Reign has been playing, I'm pretty sure they've taken over the Spartan themselves and are just climbing the rankings like it's just a staircase for them, while everyone just has to jump leaps and bounds against them. But there are, again, 2 sides of this conversation. While we see teams like God's Reign and Medal move up, TWM, you were there the last time with us when we saw TWM in action. We saw the original lineup, how they played. They made a legacy for their entire region and inspired a lot of teams to step into the circuit of BGIS this time around. We saw a change in the lineup. and the performance is not the same. The legacy, it seems like it's fallen apart.
The competition has become so much that it's not going to be easy for new undergods to come in and make a legacy like the previous lineup, right? Because we have seen 256 teams where we saw the cutoff would somewhere land between 40 to 50 points after 6 games on an average of 10. Even if you consider it, it's crossed over 65 points at this point of time. And I don't think so that, teams like these were even thinking of scoring 70 to 80 points by the end of 6 games.
Yeah, I mean, initially no one would have thought that would be possible, but the competition has gotten extremely tough right now. You have the teams at the top just making a vacuum for themselves and just getting all of those finishes. But let's see, Sanhok can be a game changer right now, ladies and gentlemen. And here it is, map number 3 for group number 11, the last game of the grind, and one last opportunity for these 16 teams to see where they stand in the overall leaderboard.
Now the flight path. I love this flight path, if you ask me, because, it allows everybody, it gives respect to every drop location, but it all comes down to, again, those greedy players who would want to pick up those early fights and get those early finishes. But again, it's not going to be a cakewalk, as I said, for even let it be an early skirmish, let it be a late rotation, because this group is filled with so many good teams that they'll be looking forward to dominate. As I said, a double digit by 2 teams, I'm not shocked.
Oh, yeah, that is going to be tough, but let's see. I mean, anything can happen. It is Sanhok, one of the most surprising maps that we've gotten the opportunity to witness in the past as well. And drop clash, in fact, all right, there's one drop clash happening in Paradise, one in Boot Camp, and one, I pray for a Painan drop clash. Let there be a fight in Painan today.
I mean, by the time we finish boot camp, I don't think so we'll have many teams left out. Look at that, 3 teams from 3 different corners, whereas Team Forever, it seems like they always want a piece of the pie by the get-go itself. And this time around, Flicker, he'll have to be very careful, as he's going to be the eyes for the team. Issue from a distance, almost knocked out with a sliver of HP. And from here on, RedX will probably look forward to put them down first.
Hey, my wishes have been granted. It is a fight happening in Painan, and it is Stellar Esports going up against TeamZero official. Although Psycho, what an absolute Psycho, just jumps around the wall, gets knocked out. Mario traded out by the lads from Stellar Esports, but Yash now making a run to see if he can deny the revive, secure that point, and get that second knock in. The finish point, it's going to be secured. Psycho dropped extremely low. Danger is going to be the last man standing for his team, and he's still standing. Secures an extra knock before he eventually hits the floor. TeamZero, they barely managed to survive. They lose out on one play. It's Mario yet again, not present with his team. It happened on Miramar, it happened on Sanhok, but hey, this time, at least they have 4 points to begin with, and what a phenomenal way to start the game for TeamZero.
But what a sad way to end the final map of the day for the side of Stellars after such a great game they had in the map of Miramar. I was expecting them to at least survive until the 4th or the 5th stage with having 2-3 finishes so that they end the day with another average of 10 points. But I guess the gods of BGMI do not want to listen to my wishes whatsoever, but somewhere far away at the Paradise Resort, we were able to see Metal versus God's Reign, and these 2 teams, these 2 big bulls locking horns, is the last thing the fans would need.
It is the last thing the fans want to witness. Oh yeah, but it is bound to happen. It was bound to happen. God's Reign against the players of Metal. Oh, though, somewhere else, as you said a few moments ago, in a land far, far away, we have the players from TARKIN Spartans chasing down Oyster. And Flame Esports not really having a fun time. Even that game of Miramar was completely shattered for them, constantly under pressure. And this time, they lose out on Oyster to kick things off. Player spread out. Even Odin is going to be in trouble. It seems like he's been spotted out by the lads of Spartans. TARKIN Spartans.
I mean, if Spartans play the same way, I do believe that they can somehow make it into the top 16 without a doubt. But again, they'll have to hold on to their horses after this fight because there are a lot of other hooligans in the lobby are looking forward to, get as many finishes as possible. So a restricted or a controlled aggression will always favor teams in the map of Sanhok with a circle like this. But for teams in bootcamp, they can extend this love story for the longest time possible for themselves, because this circle is still gonna favor them until the next stages.
Well. For the first time, a bootcamp fight has not really been forced by all the teams present. We still have 3 teams present in bootcamp. In fact, 2 teams occupying the main central building. And RedX, though, the setup from their side looks quite good. Crossfire is perfectly laid out, and they're waiting for an opportunity for the lads from Team Forever Esports to actually make mistakes. No utility on either side, so that is definitely a challenge both these 2 teams are struggling with. And they know for a fact as soon as they wrap things up, they will have to deal with the players of AIM Gaming, who are just waiting for their own opportunities to strike.
I mean, they're a little far if you ask me, but again, it's got to be the DBS which strikes first as Zorogod gets the knock and immediately confirms it, and this would have enraged the opponents. And RedX are on the receiving side of things. Red King, he needs to put back that crosshair in that corner or else he might be losing a player, and there it is. He doesn't have a shotgun. He realizes it's a mistake to hold that position. Immediately falls back as Shakir from the other side wants to look out for the MVP position, but with small mistakes like that, I don't think so you're going to have one.
Yeah, Sharek stabbed in the back, or in fact, shot in the back by Ishu this time. And Team Forever Esports, they're down to the last man. RedX down to their final 2. But look at that, before the third party can happen, the fourth party happens as GLA show up out of nowhere. And the first team they decide to strike upon, well, it is AIM Gaming. Darker knocked out. GLA, they have a man advantage to work with. And a lot of utility being lobbed into the center building right now. Makes things a little bit easier for GLA to actually pull off. All the players, all the teams inside are already pretty damaged, and all they have to do is just put a few bullets in their heads and just rack up those finish points.
Again, I don't think so it's going to be an easy job if you ask me, because suddenly it's all going to come down to my enemy's enemy is my friend. And AIM is just going to hold on to their horses, as we can see Team Forever and RedX as well, right? They hear the commotion not far away, and they're just holding back. And they're like, you know what? Don't move. Let them come into our crosshairs, and that is when we punish. But it all comes down to the loadout as well. GLA, I did not see much shotguns in their hand, and they've done the wise decision to fall back from the bootcamp region and look forward for the further rotation inside of the circle.
Well, let's see. Satisfied with just 1 point in their hand. Maybe I think they are going to just wait outside of bootcamp, wait to see which team actually walks out. There are still, if you look at 3 teams present in this building. RedX still present. Oh, Freak! Sees the opposition with the DBS, the corner, the angle is there, and his teammate is going to be the one who secures the knock. And just one last man remaining from the side of Red. It is the Red King himself, and a checkmate to the King, and he falls. AIM Gaming coming out on top in that fight, and just one more player around the corner. If they can rack up that point, it should be easy, but they lose Avatar in the process. Oh no, that is a free pick being given to Forever Esports.
Oh, I like this gameplay issue. He's got an opportunity now to fall back, run away from this fight, right? He can play for position points from here on, but it seems like he's more keen to take down the opponents. A 30-77 in the AKM. He's waiting it out. Probably the opponents do know his location. He might jiggle around for the longest time possible, but his HP is way too low with the shotgun rushing in towards him. It's not going to be an easy one, but AIM, they're going to be happy with the 3 finishes they've got. But one thing which might hinder this happiness has to be Avatar exiting way too early from this lobby.
Yeah, it can definitely come back to haunt them, but let's see. And still, it is Sanhok, so there is an opportunity for this team to just play for survival. They have 3 points in terms of finishes already, which should be decent enough to keep them in check up until the mid-game. It's just the late game where you have to try and fight it out and secure the major chunk of the elimination points. But look at this. Sanhok, things change. First stage comes to an end, and we have already lost 3 teams in this matchup. Even Flame Esports, they're down to their last man.
And this is what it all comes down to, right? And that is why the T1 experienced team in the map of Sanhok, they tend to, you know, make themselves a much more defensive gameplay. And by the looks of it, we can expect a final fight to fall between TWM, Metal Esports, Gladiators, and Godlike by the way they're playing. But again, hey, I just do not want to be, cursing on the players as of now. But by the looks of it, it seems like these are the 4 teams we would love to see in the final circle, especially from this group, fighting it out to the finish to get at least 20 points for each of these teams.
I mean, of course, the big names, the fight for the top 16 is what everyone was hoping for, but even that has come to, well, that story has completely changed. The script has been changed, if you will. But along with that, I think as we talk about teams with an opportunity to make it into the top 32 and 64 as well, in the likes of INTxFURIOUS, they stood a chance of breaking into the top 64. If they win this game, they can change it all, but that split, it has me concerned. Mayur and Rajput present in the cluster of God's Reign, GLA, and now the squad TEAMZERO official and Radiator. It seems like he's just sticking quite close to the players of LIVECRAFT Esports.
As I said, they always have the strategy, right? There's going to be one man who tries to always survive to the center of the circle, where the rest of his teammates will look forward for some finishes, and I do believe that is kind of backfiring for them. Whereas this is going to be the first time, I believe, this line of Godlike is going to be an immense pressure, as their aim to make it into the top 16 is still possible, but they'll need at least a 15-point game by the end of it, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think 15 points can be too low as well. You're gonna have to. Although Spartans formation take the fight against the players of TEAMZERO official, seems like are gonna be pinned out in those shacks for the next few moments. But there it is, the replay of Spartans taking on the players of FAME. Scored pick off 3-1 escape. They weren't really able to hunt him down as well.
Spartans. And this is the team to watch out for all of a sudden, right? Because they've got a decent 50-plus pointer, and they'll also be looking forward to be in the finals. And look at how TWM have placed themselves. They have nobody to backstab them. They know the region of Cave probably better than any other team, because they have their footing on it from the longest time possible. So let's see how well they'll be able to hold back the opponents from getting in closer. But again, Godlike Esports from the eastern end of things want to get into the mud pots, right to the dead center. A little bit of a high ground would have been a better position for them, but let's see how well they're going to play from the center.
Let's see. LIVECRAFT against the players of INT. A few moments ago we saw the Spartans eyeing this position, but seems like the Spartans have backed off. And a 3v4 can break out at any point between these two squads, but not a lot of incentive for these two teams to fight it out right now. Quite a brilliant position for both of them inside the circle, but here it is. Spartans against the players of TEAMZERO. And Gods, he has been dropped extremely low. Even Neo lacks a lot of HP to take the fight comfortably. D-Rex, the frontliner for the squad, did lose a chunk, around 50 HP, but the first aid kit will help him bring himself back. On the finish feed, though, it seems like a big fight has broken out between GLA and God's Reign. God's Reign, it felt like they had the upper hand in that fight. I read 3-1 knocks traded out from either side, but it seems like GLA, they are still in the fight. Knocks being traded out from either teams. There it is. Shogun did get finished off. Shade could be the last man standing for the side of GLA. And he can fall at any given time.
God's Reign need to be careful, right? They need to make sure they have all 3 men standing right now. A Huppel battle again. GLA. Shadow the last man. He needs to watch out for the grenade coming in from the side of Destro. Oh, it misses by an inch, but Delta from the off angle held perfectly. It was all about the deception. The grenade was tossed in to make sure he comes out of that cover and into the crosshairs of Justin, who does do the damage. One finish each for each of these players, but with the loss of a player, probably the gameplay from here on might change a little bit.
Let's see how much will it change and how much do they need to change. Take it to the next level. 4 eliminations on the board already. Lost 1 player, God's Reign. Hoping for a big matchup to break into the top 16. The dream still alive after they win on the map of Erangel. Although after the first few minutes of the game, we're down to 12 teams, 41 players alive in this map of Sanhok. A little bit more room for the teams to work with, but we still have to be extremely cautious. And Jelly, we see him lead the charge for the team, being the front line at the scout, looking to take control of that hilltop. And look at this, Delta, always very precise with his aim.
I mean, you do not want to be in his crosshairs, no matter what the situation is. Even though he's been in the blue and you're somewhere inside of the circle, just peek in front of him and he's going to lay so much damage against you. And Jelly, what he was trying to do until now was, predicting that the circle might go to a little bit to the centric region. And once he understood that that's not going to be the case, he's going to immediately regroup with his team. They've got a decent hard cover for themselves. And from here on, they might look forward to welcome everybody else with a pour of bullet. It's time they unleash because they need the 20-pointer.
Well, can they make a wave and just drown the entirety of the competition in the gameplay? That is going to be the big question. On the radar, you see them just walk close to the players of Godlike, right behind them, in fact. On foot. Sorry, Metal Esports, my apologies. The run is being made on foot opportunity, but it seems like the opposition has been spotted out and Justin is made aware of the threat that lurks in the backlines. God's Reign, they're prepared for this fight.
But what's more important is the man disadvantage, right? Metal Esports, they've proven to us time and again that once they have the man advantage, they don't mind taking those trades, but they will make sure to get those finishes off the opponents. The initial knock does come through and making his location obviously known, but look at the mini map. We see Destro coming in from an off angle altogether, taking the brunt from the blue. Now he's going to be the eyes for his team and also the initial damage giver for the opponents. Probably grab all the attentions of the opponents as well, but will it be successful or is it going to be too late for him and his teammates?
We are about to find that out, but Paradox. See, no, Destro lurks around the corner, waiting to strike. Destro needs to be careful. He's completely focused on the right-hand side. There are two more players. Can at any given time pop in from the left, especially considering now Delta has been picked off by Encore. A big frag on the board for Metal, but it does get traded out as Paradox is going to fall down to Destro as well. God's Reign, though, now they have lost two. From here on out, this game will turn into a heal battle for the team, but even Metal are struggling on the other side as Encore gets dropped. They fall into the crosshairs of LIVECRAFT Esports, and LIVECRAFT Esports, brilliant way to punish it all out. Kyoya does find the trade, but it's not going to be enough. He's the last man left standing for the team. LIVECRAFT in the front, God's Reign in the back, and he falls to Viper, who strikes again perfectly from the distance. 3 eliminations secured by LIVECRAFT.
Oh, I did see Godlike also coming into the picture. They did do a little bit of a damage for the side of Metal Esports. And look at that circle. It seems like Lady Luck is going to be kissing the foreheads of Godlike from here on. But what is this? This is a bigger opportunity for them. They can end the day on a great note. They can make sure they can be in the top 16 or probably find themselves that podium finish if they get a very big number. It's impossible, but hey, it's Godlike. They can say I am possible, right?
Well, let's see. Opportunity still will present itself in a few moments. In the meanwhile, God's Reign Justin picked off. LIVECRAFT, 5 eliminations on the board now, looking to move towards the circle. Shots fired upon them from the players of God's Reign, who have control of the zone. The edge all theirs, and of course the high ground advantage will also give them the line of fire towards the entirety of the competition, playing from this dip. A lot of bodies on the lower ground, and Jonathan, the 6x scope, it is ready. The spray from the M4 almost secures the knock, but I believe the point, it might have been stolen away by someone else.
guess it was his teammate who put the final bullet in the opponent's head. But again, the finish feed, it did betray us a little bit. From a distance, we were able to see that Deadly, when they had the perfect corner of the circle, they're trying to overextend themselves, might find several teams around them. They picked up a finish, trying to be a little smart, but with grabbing so much attention, I don't think so it's going to be easy for them. And look at this. It is the next stage forming up, and we just have 5 teams left. The map of Erangel was a complete contrast altogether.
Yeah, it was indeed. A lot of controlled aggression from all of these sides, and finally, it seems like Team Godlike, they're ready to lose the control, get rid of it completely, and just go berserk on everyone else inside of the lobby. Simp spots out that awkward peek around the corner from Viper. I mean, it's an important fight for Team Godlike. They've gone for a 2-2 split approach against these 2 individuals from the side of LIVECRAFT, but Sim, no information of the man right behind him. Just completely focused in on where Viper is, and this can come back to haunt them, the players of Godlike, as they try to escape. Viper strikes, but the slam is going to be good, but Ryzen gets the trade, and the back and forth results in a 1v2. The charge around the corner is going to be good, and Sim finds that final pick for his team. LIVECRAFT finally hit the floor, sent back to the lobby. Admino was knocked out, but it should be an easy revive for Team Godlike, and it should be an opportunity they need to utilize for a reset. But AimGod, he has been waiting and lurking in the shadows for a long time, finds the pick against TWM, who are down to their final man, and it's Legend against AimGod in the back.
Ooh, look at that Liquid. He knew that's the final smoke, and that is where the opponents can be, and he strikes them hard. Deadly, who comes out to be at the center of the circle, or on the receiving end of things, and by the looks of it, it's going to be Godlike who wants to register this. 7 finishes already in their pocket, and it seems like the chicken dinner is not far away from their grasps. But there's only one team around, and that's going to be in the name of Deadly. And the circle is favored them at this point of time. It all comes down to the firepower, the frontal battle, and which team is going to take it home.
Well, let's see. Top 2 teams of this matchup. As you mentioned, which team will walk away with the chicken dinner of this game? Biggest question, of course, if it is Team Godlike, it will help them take that massive leap that we have been talking about. But Deadly Esports, they are here to spoil the game. Too far away to qualify right now, but can definitely make sure that Godlike doesn't move into the top 16. The nade looks good. Overshot a bit. Taz still quite healthy, and now they're out of utility. Admino has no throwables on him. Simp in the backlines. Does he have anything upon him to work with? Jonathan as well. Running across the flank. 3v3 between these 2 teams, and it's going to be Simp, the first one to hit the floor as he charges towards Taz. Jonathan with the trade. 3 eliminations for the man, bringing the fight down to a 2v2, although Simp finally gets finished off. And both the teams now, bellies on the floor. The circle right in the middle of both these all of these players.
Oh, this is the golden hand for the side of Godlike, right? Jonathan doesn't miss much when it comes to those throwables. Will be landing one to perfection. And there it is, the last man standing. Naveen will have to come out in the open in those final moments. But what a moment to strike from the side of Jonathan. He does do the damage. And this time around, he's going to be the top fragger for his team. And the Universal MVP seems like he's going to be doing everything to perfection. Naveen almost down on his knees.
Yeah, he's been spoiled out. Jonathan saw him peek, and Admino just charged towards him. There it is, the final finish of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And it is the win that everyone was looking forward to. Team Godlike finally have that chicken dinner in the bag now. The question is, will they have the top 16? I don't know. But at least the top 32 is going to be there for sure, to be honest.
I mean, if you ask me, top 16 for sure, right? Because as I said, they needed another 10 to 12 points just to secure themselves. Yeah. And by the looks of it, they've got more than 15 in the name. And with that, it's good for us to say that they might end themselves in the top 16. And the fans of Godlike would look forward for round 4 from here on to see whether the champions run is going to just continue into the semis. I mean, it's a cakewalk for them from here on, if you ask me.
Exactly. I mean, if they manage to make it, if they are going to be in the top 16, I think then moving on from the BGIS, they will have a lot more information and a lot more study material available to them before their time eventually comes. Necro pointed this out before we began the day as to how big of an advantage moving forward to round 4 of the BGIS can be.
Yep.
And I think Godlike, with what has happened with the team, what has happened with the organization in the last few months, definitely this is the performance, this is the run that all of their fans, the players, everyone who is eyeing for this team's success was waiting for. And it's quite nice that finally we get to see it happen in the way the story has been unfolding as well.
Yeah, completely agreed. And again, you have to give kudos to Jelly. Every single map, if you see the way he has taken his team to the center of the circle, especially the map of Sanhok as well, right? He predicted the circle to be going a little bit to the southern side. And since everything fell in place, when you have a firepower like that, it's just a cakewalk for you. All you need to do is place them inside the circle and the deed will be done.
Exactly, and I think that was one of the challenges they struggled with in the map of Miramar as well, the rotation inside of the circle. But this time on Sanhok, I think the zone favoring them for majority of the time, and of course, avoiding fights for a long duration inside of this game is what paid out quite nicely for the side of Godlike. Although this Sanhok led to a lot of interesting developments, especially those early fights, one in Boot Camp, the one in Paradise Resort, where we saw God's Reign take on a little bit of a challenge of their own against the side of Metal Esports. Now, that was also another intense situation. I don't know how these two sides avoided. I guess it's all the experience they have of playing against each other in the similar spot. But hey, anything could have happened in that position and in that particular scenario. But now I think, Arka, now all we're waiting for is to see how many points did this particular group secure as far as the overall rankings for the group are considered. Because big question, does Medal push through? Does God's Reign move through? What will fate hold for LIVECRAFT and Godlike Esports? And of course, we were talking about the Spartans. What happened to the Spartans?
This time around, they were a little overconfident, if you ask me. It seems like, their aim was to make it into the top 64 or probably the second half or, the 32, the bracket of 32 to get round 3. And as soon as they got that, they were like, you know what? We have nothing to lose from here on. Let's try to push ourselves in getting those finishes. And due to which they got so much damage, they couldn't survive the final few circles itself.
Exactly, and it's an upsetting affair as well, because when we started the data, Tarkins were looking at 20 points. They need 20 points to stay inside of the top 64. And after the 3 games, the way they have happened, I'm doubtful if they've had 24. I think they are going to be in the top 64 for a bit before the rest of the remainder of the teams play their matches. But as soon as the matches are done for this week, the entirety of week 4, I think we will slowly see the Spartans slip out of that top 64 bracket. And that is... well, it is upsetting. Spartans, we have been seeing this name pop up in the IS itself, the BGIS itself for a while now. And again, I mean, love the aggression that is there from the lineup. It is just the adaptation to new lobby, new teams every single time that they struggle with. But I mean, with time, I think all of it will be figured out, hopefully, the next time. And if they are still in the top 64 at the end of week 4, we see them in the BGIS again. Maybe they'll have put the work in till then. But let's talk about numbers and let's talk about the MVP of this match, Arka. Who will that individual be? Well, it is Jonathan from Team Godlike.
Oh yes, stepping up for his team when required, especially the final 2 finishes. Even though the opponents were not ready for a frontal battle, it seems like they were, trying to evade the fight. It was Godlike who planned it to perfection. Johnny taking a little bit of a flank, putting down that initial player, and then making sure that his golden hands work perfectly when it comes to those grenades. This man might miss a bullet or 2. Even that is a sentence which we utter with a little bit of lesser confidence. But when it comes to grenades, I've not seen him miss much.
And even in the final fight of this game as well, the utility from Jonathan was important to actually secure that second last knock for his team that allowed the play in which Naveen was completely pinned out. But let's have a look at the top performers of this match as well. Jonathan, followed by Yoda from TWM. We have Viper from LIVECRAFT. He was definitely a big snake that was hunting down people left and right from a lot of different squads. We have AimGod from Flame Esport as well. And of course, Destro from God's Reign in the list of top players.
Oh yes, and it seems like, each of these teams have got their fair share of finishes, and that means in the overall standing, it's going to be a very, very close call for the top 4 teams, apart from the one who gets that chicken dinner. So the point standing is going to look very different in comparison to the previous 2 maps. Obviously, a very drastic change between the map of Erangel and Sanhok.
Well, let's see the drastic change. We have the point rankings from the previous game on our screens. Godlike Esports 20 points, TWM 11, LIVECRAFT with 10, Deadly Esports, they get a nice tally going for themselves as well, sitting on the 4th with 9 points, Flame Esports with 7, TEAMZERO official with 7, God's Reign on the 7th with 6 points to their name, and then we have AIM Gaming on the 8th position with just 5 points to their name. Again, Godlike Esports, that's a nice little balance they were able to maintain for themselves, and these 20 points alone get them across the 70-point marker easily. So I do agree with you, Arka. I think the top 16 has been secured by the side of Godlike as of now. After the matches of all the teams are done, we'll have to recheck and see where they end up, but worst possible situation, they move to round 3 instead of round 4. As of now, they are in the top 16.
Oh yes, for me they'll be in the top 5 for sure. But again, you know, when it comes to math, I just tend to push myself a little more further to check whether I stand correct or wrong. But again, these are the disappointments. Stellar Esports, after such a great start for the day, at least, you know, they had a decent one in the map of Miramar. We were expecting them to do a little bit better. GLA on the other side has to be one of those teams who had a decent average when it comes to the previous week, but they have not done great when it comes to this week.
Yeah, this week hasn't really been theirs. And of course, I mean, all the groundwork that was laid out in the first week of the tournament for GLA now has faded away, and their qualification, it's going to be a big question mark. But let's have a look at the overall rankings now, Arka, for this group 11, and see how the teams have done after the points accumulated for the 3 games. So we have God's Reign finishing with 41 points after the 3 matches, Godlike Esports with 33, TARKIN Spartans with 31, Stellar Esports with 25 points, just that one chicken dinner, all the placement points they needed, Flame Esports with 20 points to their name, Metal Esports. Now this can be upsetting. Metal Esports with just 18 points, finishing on the 6th position. You expect them to move up the rankings eventually once BGIS rolls around, but let's see if they make it through. LIVECRAFT Esports on the 7th with 18, and TWM, the last team in the top 8 with 17 points to their name.
It all comes down to consistency, right? The 3 teams who were actually consistent are the teams to be on the top. But Stellar, on the other side, 1 game at all it required for this team to attain that number 4 position. But the second half of the table is going to be much more interesting, with disappointment carrying forward. It's going to be Deadly Esports who could have executed the final chicken dinner in the name if they were a little more on the aggressive stance. But yes, 16 points is what they're going to have by the end of the day. And INTxFURIOUS, 15 points for them.
Yeah, INTxFURIOUS at 15 points, but the big name of this group, GLA Esports, they were there with 35 points at the start of the day, and from today they just get 5 points. A total tally of 40 is not going to be enough, I think, Arka, to keep this team attention for you in the top 64. So, I mean, it's the sword of Damocles hanging on the top of their head. And now they just have to sit and wait and see what the result for the rest of the groups are going to look like. As of now, it is highly unlikely that we see them move forward into the overall top 64. But let's see. Still, an opportunity is there, and this time they can't control it. Although, I mean, that does bring us to an end of Group 11. And today, I have to say the most improved team from this particular group was God's Reign.
Yes, the champions team, right? Everybody underestimated them. But, you know, I had my confidence on them because it's not easy for you to take down a champion. They don't go down without a fight. And I was expecting them to bring a little bit of a better fight, if you ask me, ending the day with 50 points. But hey, they have done a great job by looking at what kind of, you know, teams they're playing with. One of the hardest groups, if you ask me. The 2 groups which will be playing today has to be the hardest groups I've seen so far in the grind.
Yeah, and I think it is quite interesting to see how this team is going to progress. God's Reign, of course, 17 points in the first week and 41 from this particular week itself. You want them to cross the 50-point marker. They were almost about to hit that 60-point marker, but unfortunately it was that little bit of a dip in the first initial week that keeps them at bay. Although, I mean, impressive performance. This is what we always expect from teams like God's Reign, and of course the lineup, as you called it, Necro called it, and everyone remembers, they were playing under a different banner, but these are the same players that lifted the trophy for BGIS 2023 in that amazing arena in Mumbai that night last year. And again, they will look to be the same team standing on that stage lifting the trophy this time around as well. I think they would want to make it 2 in a row for themselves.
Oh yes, the defending champions, and who else than the trophy magnet himself to lead his team, right? But let's see, all of that is all done. They were given an opportunity, which seems like they've done a decent job to survive and stay into the round 3 or the round 2 of this BGI of the main BGIS itself. But yes, the next set of groups is going to be so much more important. But before that, we'll be looking at the best performance so far from the players out there. And by the looks of it, it's going to be this team who have done the best overall standing, that 48 in the previous week. And they've got 33 this time around. That means they've got a very, very good average to make it into the top 5.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think 81 points is what we are looking at right now. And it is definitely quite impressive. I think it gets them into the top 5, as you said. I think right on that 5th spot is where they might end up. And from there might be a slip up, considering there's a few more teams that will be on their tail and have the opportunity of taking them down a bit. But I think still being in the top 5 does make sure that by the end of things, they stay in the top 16. And of course, the dip in performance, I don't think it's going to matter if you are in the top 16. There's no prize money on the line in the grind itself. You have to move to the BGIS to fight for that 2 crore rupees in prize pool. And that is what Team Godlike are hoping for as well. And a top 5 finish actually also shuts up all the critics that were there, including myself, who were complaining that, all right, where's the performance gone? Well, here it is. It's still there. They're still playing well.
I mean, it's just that they're not being that aggressive, right? Godlike, they had this tag of being aggressive, making sure that it fights every nook and corner of the map. It's just that now it's a controlled aggression. Now, the Lions take their time, they target a team, and then they put them down. So I do believe that, seeing them in the LAN finals is not an impossible task for them. But again, hey, the undergods, right? They're doing an amazing job. We are seeing that right now in the overall standing amongst the top 5, 3 teams are the undergod teams. So we can expect really good competition when it comes to the LAN finals.
Exactly, and I would love to see how these teams play on LAN as well, because it's a different pressure you're dealing with. You're not at your home, you're sitting in an arena in front of a bunch of different people that you don't know, and all of them are just focused on watching you play. So it can be extremely scary for a lot of these undergod players for a lot of different reasons. But if you perform well on LAN, that redefines your entire career. That couple of nights in that arena can change everything for a lot of these individuals. It can be a life-changing, it is literally a life-changing opportunity for every single player that's present in this arena as well. And I think that is what everyone is aiming for. And as you said, all of these undergods, if we see one of them actually pop off, we know what's going to happen. I mean, there was a big hype about Big Brother Esports after the last BGIS came to an end. Unfortunately, this time the journey has been filled with a lot of turbulences for them. But we can see them bounce back. Hopefully, we get to bounce back when the BGIS rolls around. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a new promo rolling out for you guys. This one is going to be the Jiggle Wiggle. Let's have a look at what it's about.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से.
And hey, Arka, have you been practicing your jiggle wiggle inside of the game enough?
I mean, I've been trying to do my best every time I get into the TDM, and I feel that, this time around, I'm going to go for the longest possible right or the longest possible left. My opponent just goes down on his belly and finishes me off. I know it's a long journey up ahead for me with all those practices, but hey, someday I'm gonna make sure that I'll be on the top when it comes to the casters.
Well, hey, it's all about practice and it's all about making continuous efforts, just like, I mean, we do in our work and, of course, the players do inside of their game as well. But with that being said, I think the opportunity to make valiant effort inside of the game did come for that previous group. So we're going to stop talking about them and we're going to focus on the next group now, which is group number 12, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, there are a lot of big names present in this group as well. We have HYDRA Official, Insane MIZORAM, Esports, AEROBOTZ, U4G, Team Empires, the Orangutan is present, but my new friend on this commentating panel, Necro, the biggest name in this group, or the name that outperformed everyone during their playtime, was GameHub Esports, which was a pleasant surprise for all of us.
I mean, I mentioned this during the start of the day too. GameHub Esports is one of the newer teams, and it's completely at the opposite side of the spectrums. Usually we speak about the teams that have been able to make a lot of impact over the years, but this time, GameHub Esports, this team just came out of nowhere, astonished all of us, got the most amount of points too, and they were not shying away from any of the fights too. They were just facing the challenges head on. So that's why GameHub Esports, they've sort of made that little bit of a mark in our heart. And now, Johnny, you know, I was sitting in the sidelines listening to your guys' conversation. You know, you guys were talking about the grand finals and how those nights can actually change your entire career. How can that give you a lot of fame? Another thing that I want to talk about over here is that Godlike's new drop location on the map of Erangel is actually school, and Aiku's sole drop location is also school. So if we see these two teams in the grand finals, I want to see what the secondary drop location, or are we going to see these two teams duke it out in that same drop location itself?
Oh, it's going to be fun if that happens. And actually, I think a lot of people are waiting for an opportunity to see that happen in front of them. But unfortunately, both the teams were in different groups this time. So we have to wait for the main event to roll around for that fight. But I think that is a story for a different day. Let's talk about the 16 teams that are going to take the take the plane, in fact, in the next few moments. We spoke about GameHub Esports. We spoke about Orangutan earlier on in the day as well. When you look at their points, 37, it doesn't seem like a lot. But then again, they have 30 plus finishes already on the board, which is something special because we haven't really seen Orangutan be this aggressive ever.
That means they're averaging 10 finishes per game, and that is super impressive. That means they're really consistent when it comes to taking those team fights. But now that the groups are reshuffled, I want to see what the adjustment is going to be looking like from OG, because one thing is for sure, their playstyle can be countered. They cannot be overconfident. They cannot be too cocky inside of these overall games, because they know these are the last 3 games. And if you do want to secure a top 16 standing, you would need to be flawless in these remaining 3 games. The same thing can also be said for teams like HYDRA, because HYDRA is not doing that great. Same can be also said for Global Esports. Even Global Esports, they need the points desperately. These are 2 known teams in the community.
Yeah, I mean, 2 known teams in the community, and Global Esports as well also favoring that aggressive front, just like Orangutan, HYDRA as well, with single-digit placement points and 19 eliminations on the board already. So I think the opportunity is there. And in the last few days, we have noticed the teams that favor aggression do bounce back eventually at the end of 6 games. But the question is, where do you want to qualify? From 29 points, I think Global Esports, if they play well and finish in the top 3 or the top 2, in fact, with a good number of eliminations in all 3 of their games, they can also break into the top 16. The opportunity is also there for the likes of GameHub. U4G also another team we have missed out on, but we'll come back to them. They also have the opportunity of breaking into the top 16, and Orangutan, of course. But we know, I mean, there are other squads inside of this lobby that can definitely ruin the day for a lot of them. Team Empire is one of those names that has taken a backseat. I don't know why, but maybe today we can see them bounce back. AEROBOTZ Esports is also going to be another team in a similar boat, where as of now the struggles are clearly there. They just have 12 points on the board, but you never know when they start firing on all cylinders and all of a sudden you're stuck in a very unfavorable fight against either AEROBOTZ or Team Empire.
I mean, I'm not sure if you saw me crossing my fingers there when you took Empire's name, because that team has not been doing great at all. It's a big dip in the performance since what we saw in 2023 and now what we're seeing in 2024. That's a big dip right there in the performance graph. So let's hope, cross the fingers, that Team Empire is going to be doing better. Now, we can move the conversation on towards AEROBOTZ Esports. This is another one of those teams that I personally have a lot of expectations from. We saw this team perform quite decent in 2023, moving inside of 2024. Still, it's a big mystery package in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big mystery packet, and I think we still have not completely unboxed it yet. I think there is still a lot left to see, and hopefully today in these next 3 matches, we get to see them in action, because, again, the points are not impressive. You're talking about Team Empire, they have 2 points, AEROBOTZ sitting at 12 points. There's a long way to go before we can say, all right, this team has the opportunity to eye out for that qualification spot in the BGIS itself. Another name that I think has a big crowd cheering for them and a big army rooting for their success is Team Insane Mizoram. But unfortunately, the journey has not started the way they hoped for it to begin.
Mm-hmm. I mean, these guys can pull off a God's Reign anytime they want, right? I mean, God's Reign, the first week, 3 games, they were not doing too great. And now just look at what happened in the rest 3 games. They just got some insane games on the belt. They got a chicken dinner 2 to back him up. So anyone can pull off a God's Reign at the last moment. I'm expecting Global Esports to pull off a God's Reign because Global Esports is one of the known banners. These guys have the firepower. They have what it takes. They've also got the experience to back him up, considering they've got some of the most experienced IGL out there for the squad. So anything can happen at this point, man. Even Vasista Esports, even this team has some of the known names from the community.
I mean, so we have been having this discussion for a while right now, and I just realized all our assumptions come from the fact that, all right, the teams will play well. They will improve. But only a few teams improve. The others, I mean, they head in the wrong direction. And
they dip down even more.
Just does not take the wrong ladder or the wrong step, and they just slip down the leaderboard, because there is an opportunity that can happen as well. You talked about Global Esports, right? Them pulling off a God's Reign. They have a head start compared to what God's Reign did. Global Esports start their journey with 29 points, an average of 9.6 points secured per match they played during their initial week. If they maintain that average of 9.6 points, it gets them into the top 16, just like the side of God's Reign. But it will also, I mean, if they fail to maintain that average, if it drops too low, if they struggle, get eliminated early, then they can also slide and stay outside the top 64, because as of now, they are outside the top 64. Global Esports will start their day on the, I think, outside the 90th position even. So they have to be extremely careful with how they play out the rest of the matches. The only team, I believe, who are in a safer position are GameHub and Orangutan, because they start their journey within the top 64. If they lose, then, I mean, basically their qualification is theirs to lose. They have a comfortable spot in the overall leaderboard, and just maintaining the average of like 6 to 7 points per match as well for these two bounce into the top 32 and improve their rankings. For everyone else, the only way is up. You just move forward, take those fights, get those finishes, and get the points in the bag.
I want to focus a little bit more on GameHub over here, Johnny, because GameHub, this is one of the newer teams, right? And usually you see the newer teams choke on when it matters the most. They sort of do tend to crack under that pressure. So are we going to be seeing that inconsistency follow up with this new team too? Or this new team is actually here to make a stark statement? We'll figure that out in the upcoming 3 games, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane flat path for the first game for this group is in front of us, starting all the way from Georgia Pool towards down south towards military base.
Well, let's see. This time a flight path that is a little bit different from what we have seen in the last 2 days. In fact, majority of the time it was one leaning towards the eastern half of the map. This time it starts off from the northwestern quadrant and goes to the military island, as you said, leaning towards the western side and the southwestern quadrant of this map of Erangel. But, I mean, we are seeing for the first time someone head towards Zarki, and it's going to be the squad of VE that decided to take that northwestern drop. Vasista Esports, this is going to lead to an interesting start, but again, one of the biggest variables of any game of BGMI, where will the circle take us?
Yeah, the question still remains. And the question is also there, how Team Empire is going to be performing, how AEROBOTZ are going to be performing, and if GameHub is actually going to be continuing their entire momentum that they had in the first few weeks, right? Because that's what matters. So IND and their opponents, COS, they've had a little bit of a drop collision over here towards the hospital side. Spyroid, he knows that the opponents are right in the front. That's why you can see he's not exactly moving in from window to window. Instead, he's trying to avoid the window sight lines, which is completely understandable. Gets an AKM in the hands too, so that weapon's going to be helping him duke it out against the opponents up close and personal. Before now, towards the hospital area, COS, they're also trying to surround the opponents completely, so I'm not sure how good of a move this is going to be from the players of IND.
Well, but let's see. They have been surrounded. I hope they have enough loot to take this fight. See a DBS in the hands of a Radion, in fact, with the UMP in his hand. So they are prepared for a close quarters engagement if players from Cosmic Ravagers decide to push. But again, no opening for either sides. Both the teams being extremely patient before they pick a fight. Vortex, though, spots out a Reeb. Few shots fired, none of them connect.
Still, this fight's starting to spiral out in quite an awkward way. Spyroid all by himself. He can hear all the footsteps right underneath him. The backup is ready in the outskirts. But Spyroid's the only man up close and personal against the opponents. And slowly and steadily you can see the players too just clearing out the corners. Every single room has been cleared out. And Areeb now just looking to push up close with the DBS in the hand. Cooks the nade to perfection. Is probably going to be tossing the nade from that doorway. And it finds the knockout. Nicely done. The nade was cooked to perfection. And Areeb needs to realize the fact that he's also being surrounded by the opponents. And he knows that as well. IND, nicely done. They know the opponents are not anywhere near the opponent that they just knocked. So he can let him be knocked at the top right there. And Coster's just trying to back away from this fight because they know it's just going to be a complete stalemate. So it's better to just back away.
Let's see, they have gotten a little bit of breathing room for themselves to work with, but struggles will continue until you have managed to get yourself to safety. Spyroid nowhere left to go. I think he is about to get finished off. The other lads, they might try and make an escape and play the rest of the game with just 3 players left for the side. Look at this zone, still quite empty. A lot of teams still looking for an opportunity to pick up that early circle control. And it is going to be there for the next few moments as well. A cluster towards Milta like always. But even there you have HYDRA who have complete control of the city and the Milta power. Another team present towards Mansion and Shelter and D8 stuck in the middle of nowhere.
IND? I was about to mention that the opponent that was knocked out, he was hidden in quite a good position, but yeah, I mean, eventually he gets confirmed, and that's also going to be the first pick of the game. IND, decent way to start things off. Cost for them, that's not a good start at all. Losing out on a Reeb, that's definitely going to be a big of a stinger for them, moving in forward. But let's see how the recovery is going to be looking like. Still a 3-man squad. They can't always go for the placement points. And just don't really play on the impulse. That's all you need to do. Just think every single decision you make through. And for now, I mean, we've got a lot of these names that are going to be super deadly. You've got AEROBOTZ. You've got OG. Global Esports, even this team's going to be waking up. And then you've also got GH. But as I mentioned about GH, right, this is much more of a newer team, so you never know. New teams do tend to crack under that pressure when it matters the most. So let's hope that GH is going to be able to maintain that consistency. Even if they do get the 10 points per game average, they still do make it inside of the top 16. And this will be one of those few teams that is quite new to the community, directly squeezing themselves in the round 4.
Everyone just started their journey of the grind, hoping to qualify for round 4, but not everyone will make it through. And another team that might have just hampered their chances, the possibility of moving up in this tournament. Team Insane MIZORAM, unable to join the game on time, and, well, the match commenced. Missed out on this one game, missed out on the points they could have secured from this match, but I think hopefully they can recover in Miramar and Sanhok. Apart from that first finish that we saw, where we saw one of the players from the side of Cosmic Ravagers fall, doesn't even seem like, with how the circle is and where the teams are, there's an opportunity for a fight in the next 5 minutes. You're gonna have to be patient for the action to begin in this game.
I mean, time and league ops wait for none. That's all I can say for Insane Mizoram. So yeah, you gotta respect time and the league ops itself. Before now, ZH at the top. They've got a lot of grounds that are being covered by them visually. From the top, they did not spot out anyone, so now it's time to move up a little bit more. The circle is quite interesting too. There's a chance it can actually end up towards the shorelines, which would be really nice as well. I'd be down to see a Lipovka circle. It's been a while. It's been ages since I've seen a Lipovka circle, right?
Yeah, me neither. I mean, it's been ages, in fact. And if it takes us towards that eastern shoreline, I think it is going to force a lot of these teams to fight mid-rotation, which will give us some action to experience as well in this game. But talking about action, just saw on that finish feed, I believe HYDRA have decided to kick things off. They've gone ahead and secured a knock against the players of AEROBOTZ Esports, but converting that knock into a finish can be a little bit challenging since OPAX is on that shoreline. And it's going to be even more difficult for AEROBOTZ to actually get that revive back.
Oh, what is going on? Dreams. I mean, he did take a lot of shots. Unfortunately, though, the confirmation wasn't there. There's still a man knocked out in the water lines. And look at AEROBOTZ' kiddo. Man, he was barely surviving. Finally managed to patch himself up, but his teammate is pretty much dying and suffocating to his death. So it's done for OPAX. AEROBOTZ, a bad start to this game. Now down to a 3-man squad already. AEROBOTZ is one of those teams that has been facing or struggling with the low confidence issues. And now it's just going to keep on continuing on as well.
Right, so still the zone taking us towards that northeastern quadrant between Yasnaya, Lipovka, Prison and Shelter. And as of now, no coordination seems like are the most coordinated with the circle. Quite a wonderful position for them to work with. Early stages, we see a lot of teams employing that late rotation strategy, and especially the players from the side of Vasista Esports. They're still present in that Zarki area, slowly and steadily moving towards Severny, but Global Esports, they have an opportunity to wait for them if they delay long enough. IND still present in Georgopol, not having moved out.
Even Vintage, all the way down south towards Sosnovka military base, they're tanking a lot of that blue.
Yeah.
OG slowly and steadily on the move too, towards the safe zone. They're actually going to breach through without any issues. But once again, this new zone meta really does force these teams to sort of play from the center, and also because of the point system, it's better to play from the centric part. Because that way, if you do get your hands on a nice high ground situation, you can also rack up a lot of elimination points without even needing to push up close and personal. And every single elimination point counts at this time. GH, GAMEHUB on a move. You've got Ryzy, Rexy, Aimbot, Hawkeye. All the 4 players completely new inside of the scene, and still they have been able to play so well in the pro circuit. Always just keeps me craving for more.
Still 15 teams, 58 players alive in this matchup. AEROBOTZ and Cosmic Ravagers, the only squads to have lost bodies in this game. Everyone else have managed to stay safe, avoid any confrontation in this game. Global Esports, another one of those names that we expect to drop some big numbers inside of this lobby. 21 finishes in the first 3 matches that they played. And this one, again, following the pace of the lobby. Things have slowed down. Global Esports slowed down with them.
GE. I mean, As I mentioned, G is one of those teams that packs a lot of punch. They've got so much firepower to back him up, right? You've got B Slug. I mean, these players, they're incredibly insane. But yeah, OG2, one of those teams that has been able to average 10 elimination points per game somehow. They're just looking super confident in taking every single fight. And that is the exact confidence I want to see from a known team. But that confidence has been missing from the majority of the teams. You see them just avoiding fights, which is once again understandable. As the time keeps on passing by, the competition just keeps on getting fierce and fierce. In 2023, things were a little bit different. Some of the known teams were actually dominating through, but now in 2024, every single known team is taking a safe route other than OG.
And you never know, it can actually work out for them. I mean, if they stay this aggressive and they maintain this aggression, consistency comes in, you never know. We see OG join the likes of Haiku Soul, another team known for its aggression, but at least for this match, let's see how things turn out for Orangutan and ZS Reborn as well, another team on our screens. The opening week not really going their way, although they were able to secure 16 points in this first 3 matches. So the opportunity is still there to actually take a leap and bring themselves back into the top 16.
IND, all the full 4 players alive for now. We saw them all the way towards hospital take a fight, and now they're all the way over here, slowly and steadily making it inside the safe zone too. They're going to find an easy breaching point, but the team that rights next to him is going to be Koss. Once again, they reunite. This is going to be an interesting fight, but even Koss is looking forward to taking fight against the players of VE, or maybe it was not planned. Vasista Esports, Austin finds the first knock. Some good tracing. Austin's definitely going to be happy with that scrap point. But I'm not sure what the players of Koss are doing, Johnny. They just seem really lost.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's going to be an awkward situation between the teams. The players from the side of Koss. In fact, we saw them lose a player in the early stage of the game, so they know they're just there 3 players, and they don't really have an idea about how many teams are there in front of them, so they are being careful. But Vasista Esports, I think Ral Point from the side of IND is going to be spotted out. Though he does manage to run behind the soft cover of the tree and finds the buildings, in fact, to hide in. His teammates are going to join him soon. And from there, if Vasista actually end up getting a little too distracted, maybe Cosmic Ravagers will have an opportunity to rotate wide. In fact, they cross over already. They use it as a distraction, the aggression of the 2 teams as a distraction for themselves, and move inside the circle. But look at the shift of the zone. It takes us back towards that present shelter area. And GH GameHub, they were the first ones to make their way towards that location. I think this game is going to turn out wonderfully for them from here on out.
That's what it seems like. Majority of the teams are actually inside of the zone too, and as you mentioned, yeah, for GH, there's a chance the game can actually pan out quite well. But there's also one downside. Now this team is going to be surrounded by a lot of teams, Johnny. So yeah, I mean, a good position comes with some consequences too. And for now, we've got the players of AEROBOTZ trying to move in as safe as possible all the way from the southern side. I mean, there's a big distance between the rest of the 2 players and Kiddo over here, because the 2 players are all the way inside of the zone, Johnny, towards the southern side, and Kiddo is the only man who's tanking that blue damage. I'm not sure what the game plan is here for this team, but Kiddo does not have any first aids to back him up. So he cannot be tanking the blue damage for too long. He needs to be on the surface as quick as possible.
How far will this man make it inside this game now? A big question for the team. A big question for Kiddo himself. Meanwhile, OG. This is where panic sort of starts to set in when you're looking for fights. You hear all the commotion around you, but no one is visible. And OG as well, look at the radar. It's a 2-2 split that they're playing with. It can be risky. Shots fired at someone in the back lines as well. So maybe someone lurking. Or at least trying to take that position away from the players of OG. In the meanwhile, the Cosmic Ravagers, here they are. They find themselves against the players of Downhill Esports in these prison compounds. And there's another team lurking at the top of their heads in the form of HYDRA. So no matter who survives, they will have to be prepared for that second fight without a reset if they want to make it to the late stages of this match.
HYDRA, this team once again just playing it super safe. Well, I mean, they've got two of the teams in their tight grip, right? Right underneath them in the prison side. So yeah, HYDRA, they've just completely surrounded the prison. Still, I'm quite interested in this split the players of HYDRA have. It's really interesting. Some players holding down the watchtower, and I think so somewhere down the line, HYDRA thinks that the circle is probably going to be ending towards them. Because we have seen a decent amount of circles ending towards that side too, in the ground itself. So there's a chance. Now that's the speculation these guys are making. I mean, for DH, this team is just completely holding down the prison area. And there's a team just sharing the same prison, which is going to be Cost. But Cost, for now, they're going to be having some confidence issue and also some trust issues. They have been betrayed by a lot of teams. So HYDRA just seems like it's going to be peaceful gatekeeping for now.
Peaceful gatekeeping, and they are being extremely patient, allowing the opportunity for the teams in the front to make mistakes. And HYDRA that way will have the option of just pushing forward, going for the punish, but it's not going to be easy. At least the circle shift is on top of their head, so they don't have to move around a bunch to try and make things work in their favor. Although there can be a massive cluster that heads in their direction from that northeastern edge, so they need to be a little bit wary about that for the next few minutes. But look at this, ZH smack in the center of the zone, and they're completely unbothered till now. But oh, the wave coming in from the east. It is GE and the players of Vasista Esports all moving in tandem. It's going to be a mid-rotation fight between the two teams.
Global Esports on a move towards the right side. Vasista Esports, as you mentioned, there's a possibility that the fight might come through, but I highly doubt this will happen. Sue, MJ, K47, Stan, Austin, every single player inside of this lineup is actually a known player. And yeah, once again, just preaching in from the same point. Global Esports in the front, even they've got a big challenger approaching them. Vasista Esports, the past hasn't been looking that great, so they're here to sort of get the redemption done. They're here to get the recovery in the overall standings. OG still driving around the shelter area. All the four players, they haven't moved in from that spot. And at this point in time, considering the circle is too small, it only makes sense to play from the edges. Unless if there's a lot of cover available. But I think so already that cover is being contested by a decent amount of teams. There's Team Empire, there's ZH, and even Global Esports is now slowly and steadily moving in a little bit closer to the center. For now, you've got the players of IND and a heavy fire from OG. This is one of those teams you would not really want to be in a sight line of because they haven't been missing a lot of their shots, and the stats speak for itself.
But in this game, we haven't seen them be a part of the action as of now. And of course, with the change of the week, the form can change as well. OG, will they be able to carry the momentum from their opening week this time around? No coordination. Omen quite close to the player of Global Esport. Probably in a distance from where a nade can be lobbed, but it's going to be Slug who puts no coordination under fire. And the push from Ninja Boy overshoots that isolated man. Although they do turn around, run him over and secure the knock for their team. Global Esports, they can kick things off in a nice manner. Another point on the board.
Uh-oh. No coordination in a big state of discomfort now. It's panic all across the board. Last man failures, barely surviving on a sliver of HP, and Beast knows the wall of death should do the damage. That's why he's just left the man in the back. But the Wall of Death still not able to get the confirmation. Instead, it's going to be AEROBOTZ's player to get that final nail in the coffin. OG pushing up slowly and steadily, and the entirety of GH is now looking to push up close and personal too. An 8 being tossed inside of the shelter. Another one instantly sails in as well. Are the nades going to be tossed to perfection? That's my question. And it is actually Molotovs, not nades.
Oh!
And the Molotov is doing a lot of that constant damage, but then Ash 2 gets caught in a different fight. GH as well is being challenged by Visjod. There's too many fights OG's trying to take because there's too many teams around them. And OG, they're just being suffocated to death. It's all down to Visjod.
Yeah, and he can't really do much from that position as well. As you mentioned, too much pressure for that one man to deal with. And he is going to bite the dust. OG eliminated from the game with just 3 points on the board. 3 finishes secured from this match. The momentum now has been shut down for OG. But U4G against IND. Ralpine knocked out, Prithvi knocked out from the side of U4G as well. So it is down to a 2v2. And it is a perfect opportunity for Vintage to actually take advantage from the rear. They have that slope, the high ground, the vision, everything available. All they have to do is commit for the push. Extra points waiting for them on the other side. But now it's down to a 1v1. Kasar going for a revive while Lobster tries to close the distance, and HYDRA show up from the rear. U4G, nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide, and I think they might have to meet their makers at least for this match.
U4G. Kasar. I mean, his teammate has lost his life pretty much. Stark, he's knocked out and bleeding to his death. And Kasar, at this point in time, just trying to latch onto anything that he can. He just needs some support. But unfortunately, he's got no one to provide him that support. Stark is knocked out. Is the resurrection possible? Definitely it is. And that's why you can see Kasar instantly just falling back towards Stark. Still, the hope is alive for that team. IND down to a 2-man squad to a Reeb and Lobster. The last 2 remaining players. And you can see Lobster now just starting to get a little bit greedy. He spots out the players in the front. U4G, the position's compromised. This nade might just be a deal sealer as it's almost sailing to the perfect spot. But the players reposition themselves perfectly enough. And U4G, they've moved up a little bit more. 2 nades sail in at the same time. Could have been the knockout blower as well. But instead, no. Another nade sails in right towards the buggy, but it's still not enough to deal enough damage. Lobster still barely surviving. And now Lobster finally makes that push happen. And Kasur gets caught out in the open. Nicely done. That push was so unorthodox that the opponent actually did not even expect the push coming through. And U4G now is in a big wall of trouble. Stark, he's got no mets to back him up. He's just banishing himself up slowly and steadily.
Let's see though, Stark. A desperate fight for survival. A desperate fight for points for him. IND Lobster, though, last man left standing for this team. Again, RTGxIND, they're going to look for a few more points. 22 from their opening week 6 finishes already on the board in this matchup already. But still, it is about crossing over that 40-point barrier if you want to keep the dream for BGIS still alive. 1 man lurking in the back lines, and it seems like Lobster has an idea about where Stark is. A few shots inside that smoke connect, and more damage dished out, but Stark, he does finally hit the dust, gets finished off by Lobster. That is going to be the elimination for 17 Neckties in this matchup. 7 teams remaining. But what is happening here? Team Empire, they're down to a 1v1. It's Ranadeep against Kiddo from AEROBOTZ.
The nade is so perfect from the back. And third party too, Johnny. Just knocking on the doors, and Ranadeep gets knocked out from the back lines. What is going on? Too much chaos ensuing. And too many third parties at the same time. It's Since who spots him out from the back and instantly takes him down. And now Since, once again, just looking forward to find the confirmation. But VNT, they need to move away as well. Team Vintage trying to back away. Every single player's alive from this squad. And Storm is taking too much damage. It's done for. Storm knows. It's done for. He could see his makers. And Since, yes, he's way too low. He needs to patch himself up in that scenario. But still, for this team, every single player's alive. And that is more than good enough. Even for Global Esports, every single player still standing on the feet. 12 elimination points secured so far. Beast is on an absolute beast mode.
Yeah, this is what we expected from Global Esports, and they are delivering as well. The lineup looks strong, 12 points secured, as you mentioned, in terms of finishes, and they made it to the top 4 as well. Team with a man advantage. The only team that can counter them are going to be the lads from the side of Vintage. And of course, ZS Reborn with a high ground as well can cause some serious damage for GE. Seems like Bang Bang, his position has been compromised. Nades being lobbed from Mavi in that watchtower to see if he can at least secure that knock and clear up some space for the rest of his teammates to move in.
Beast. Just tossing the utils. Mavi and Beast. Two of the boys just trying to work with each other. Global Esports, the fact that these guys were able to secure all demand number till this late game is actually really impressive. ZH, even they've got all the players alive. So they've got the manpower to take this fight against the players of Vintage, but it will be a 4-on-4 collision, and then Global Esports will try to take an advantage of this fight. There was actually a smoke grenade being tossed to just sort of scare out Bang Bang, and also smoke off that angle, so Bang Bang's not going to be having any information on exactly what to expect. A nade being tossed inside of the watchtower. Look at Bang Bang. This man's barely surviving. The nade was tossed so perfectly, but he moves out in the nick of time from that spot. It's a Mexican standoff at this point in time. Just wait for at least one of the players to get knocked out, and Vegito is going to be the man to get knocked out instantly. It's actually going to be the players of Global Esports pushing up against the players of Vintage. And Vintage, I don't think so they stand another chance. It's all down to Since, and Since will probably be nailed down soon enough as well. Global Esports, they spot out Since too. They know the last man's inside of the smoke, and eventually he will be spammed to death.
Yeah, and this team is on an absolute tear. Global Esports, 19 eliminations on the board already. They just have to deal with one last player remaining. And Bang Bang, he is just hiding for his life. The Molotov, he tries to dodge the fire, but still gets shot in the face by Ninja Boy. What a finish from Global Esports. Guess how many points they got from this game? 30 points, 20 eliminations, 10 for the chicken dinner, 30 points. Already sitting at a total tally of 59 in the overall rankings. My goodness.
Well, there we go. Global Esports looking to pull off a God's Green right there, Johnny. Off the rip, just start off with a fiery note. And that's exactly what the players of God's Green did too. I mean, in the first initial 3 games that they played in the grind, they showcased a big heartbreak for a lot of the fans. And now they just come back with a massive bang.
And with this performance, I think Global Esports have pretty much brought themselves right on the verge of entering into that top 16. If they can drop another big bomb like this, this will help them cross over into the top 16, and maybe let's see how far this team can go. It was an incredible performance. And of course, we keep talking about vacuums, Necro. This time the vacuum of points was caused by just one team, 20 finishes. That is unrealistic with how this game was turning out, to be honest. It was such a slow match as well.
With that one single game, Global Esports has probably propelled themselves somewhere in the top 16. They should be at least really close, because at this point in time, if they even get another game with 10 points, that position is going to be nailed down. So Global Esports, what a dominating start that was to the game. But then you cannot forget what Cos did too. Cos was just lost from the start of the game. I'm not sure what exactly happened there. Even when they tried to breach inside of the zone, they got caught by the players of Vasista Esports. So yeah, indeed a lot of question marks from Cos too.
Yeah, Cosmic Ravagers, they were not having a fun time in this matchup, as we saw the first man going down towards hospital and then mid-rotation, everything just falling apart. So it wasn't a lot they could do about it as well. Plus, I mean, they weren't really having a fun time during their opening week as well. So I think not a lot lost hope over there. But I think just a big game, maybe the opportunity for top 64 is still going to be there. But it has to be something the sort of what Global Esports has pulled off, and it needs to happen in Miramar itself if they want to keep the dream alive. Otherwise, if they fail in Miramar, then Cosmic Ravagers, they will be out of it. But one big name, we expected a lot from them, Orangutan. We expected a big play being made from Orangutan, but they just got stuck in that dip, got sandwiched from either sides, and were taken out in a matter of seconds.
there were 5 teams surrounding OG. One team was from the back, which was in the name of GH, and then from the front and from the sidelines, there were too many teams just pressuring OG. So OG was a big sandwich to be eaten alive, and that's what exactly happened. OG just got devoured in between, and we just saw Viz in the last few moments just trying his best to sort of survive, but it was next to impossible. The same thing can also be said for GH, GameHub. We had a lot of expectations from this team, but then the positioning that they came up with, which was playing it out of the shelter, I'm not sure how good of a position that was, because they dug their own graves at that position.
Yeah, and it wasn't really a fun time they were having in that game from there on out. I mean, GameHub, they got there extremely early, which was nice, but then moving out was a different challenge. They weren't really able to deal with it. But let's have a look at the individual performances, see which individual walks away with the title of the MVP of Erangel and which players will join him in the list of top players. Let's kick things off with the MVP of the game of Erangel and see which individual will it be. It's Beast from the side of Global Esports. And why not 9 eliminations on the board for this man?
9 eliminations, and that too with 45% of finished contribution. Man, Beast is indeed on a beast mode today. That's what it seems like. This young guy, this young prodigy, I just want to see him perform the same way on the bigger stages too, because I mean, I've seen Beast perform in some of the big stages of the grand finals, and Beast does not tend to perform because of that pressure. So I hope the same thing's not going to be continuing on. I hope Mavi's been doing a great job in making sure that Beast is feeling as comfortable as possible. Let's move on forward towards the top 5 performers of the previous game. This is where things do matter a lot, because Beast is of course there with 9, then you're going to find Ninja Boy with 8, not that far away, and then IND Lobster with 4, WizJod with 4, and you've also got Dreams with 3. HYDRA, they were just completely vanished off.
Yeah, I also did not notice much of HYDRA inside of this match. I think they were playing a little bit slow in the early stages, and there was a lot of chaos during the mid game, so we might have missed out on how the entirety of the team performed. But 3 eliminations on Dreams, and HYDRA already were starting off with a decent enough position, so I think even if they missed out on a lot of points from this map of Erangel, if they can recover something at least on Miramar, I think they should be good to go for the top 64, in fact. But let's have a look at the points, in fact. Let's get all the confusion out of the way. Let's have a look at the rankings for this game, because Global Esports, as we said, a big 30 bomb being dropped on this lobby, just absolutely annihilating everyone in terms of competition. Then you have RTG with 11 and HYDRA official. All right, 9 points. It gets them across 30, so they don't really need much to secure that top 64, and I think one big game will just get that job done.
That is true. I mean, you've got the top 4 teams in front of us, right? HYDRA officials, honestly speaking, that's not that bad of a start. 9 points accumulated. As I mentioned, all you need is 10 points per game. That should be the average. Moving on forward towards RTGxIND, and they got 11 points. Global Esports, 30 points accumulated from 1 game. That's a nuclear performance. ZH Reborn with 8 points. And then you've also got AEROBOTZ, Esports with 7 points. So in general, over here, the vacuum is only in the first spot, honestly speaking, Johnny.
Yeah. It's just the first spot vacuum that is there, as you said, and that can cause things to get extremely intense for the teams at the bottom, in fact, in the next few matches. Because now if Global Esports just keep playing like this in the next 2 games, that would mean the opportunity to change position, to swap hands in terms of the rankings for the other teams. It's going to be more tough. You need points right now. You can't really let all the points go to one team.
I was about to crack a really stupid joke, but I'm still going to do it. Do it. It's me. So... Team Insane MIZORAM, I'm not even playing. It's still on 13th.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
that is just... You just roasted GameHub, no coordination, and 7 Necktie.
No, I don't mean to do that, but I just found that funny. They were still on the 13th. But yeah, I mean, jokes apart, I mean, every single team over here at this point, I mean, if you've got 0 points, then it doesn't really matter where you're standing. You've still got 0 points anyways. So you've got nothing going on for you in the... Now they've only got 2 more lifelines in the hand to secure themselves the top 64. They would need 2 chicken dinners with 30 points at least.
Exactly, and it's not going to be easy to grab those 2 chicken dinners for yourself in the upcoming 2 matches. One is going to be a map of Miramar. We know OG, they have had a history of doing quite well for themselves on Miramar and the Sanhok, so let's see if they can bounce back on that. And Global Esports, with how they've kicked things off, I don't think they would like to back off or take that foot off the pedal anytime soon. I think just go for it. If you have the opportunity, if you can drop 30 points, bring 30 points on the board from 1 game, let's see if you can do 60 in 2. Why not? I mean, it's a challenge now.
I think so. I think so. Global Esports won't really try to overperform now because
I know
none of the teams would actually want to reveal their strategies before even the main stage starts, right? So Global Esports would just try to average 10 points per game, would probably focus a lot on the elimination points and just make sure that they're squeezing themselves in the top 16. Unless they've got the vision of actually positioning themselves in the top 3, then it's a different thing. But I still doubt that Global Esports would try to just bring all out from the bucket and just put everything over here inside of the grind. There will still be some new strategies to be revealed in the main event.
Yeah, I mean, it's about saving strategies, not for yourself, but for the later stage, for yourself, but for the later stage of the tournament, as you said. But at this point, I think the strategy was simple. In this game, it was raw aggression in the late game stages. But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, another new promo being brought on the board for us by Craft in India. Let's have a look at what it is.
Once again, Johnny, you want me to go on about the in-game cosmetics or no? Because I'm going to say it anyways, okay? That X-suit looks amazing, guys. Yes, I'm quite an unlucky man. Even Johnny's quite an unlucky man. He's not able to get his hands on the X-suit, but maybe one of you guys is actually able to get your hands on the X-suit. If you are, then do let me know on my socials. And also make sure to follow the socials of Craft in India Esports. And also make sure to like this stream and subscribe to the channel because I'm pretty sure you guys are having a great time watching this stream.
If you're not, you can let Necro know that as well. But anyways, bringing the conversation back to the matches that are about to begin, I think my expectations are going to be, like, I have a lot of expectations from Orangutan for some reason now after that previous game, because did not really expect them to drop the ball that badly. And especially in terms of finishes, I think a game like Miramar does allow them an opportunity to rack up those numbers during the early game if they are in a drop clash. But let's see, things can get extremely intense on Miramar at any given time, especially in the early stage when we are still underway with the flight path. We saw those early fights in the previous group. Will that happen in group number 12 as well? Necro, my question to you though, before we jump into the action, your prediction for the match.
I really want OG to wake up, Johnny, but I'm not sure if OG is actually going to be able to wake up or not. They have been relying too much on the elimination points, and sometimes it's better to hold things back and just focus on the placement points. With what happened to them in Erangel, really sort of lifts off my trust from this team. But I'm still going to be going with OG. Let's hope and cross the fingers that OG is probably going to be the one to come out on top because they need these points desperately.
Well, the desperation for points is going to be there, especially after you have set yourself up for success during that opening week matches. And I think at this point, there is no way a team like OG would really want to drop the ball, miss out on the opportunity of breaking into the top 16, because that is what they were aiming for. That is what I was hopeful about as well. And even GameHub Esports, actually, for that matter. GameHub was the best performing team in this group. Let's not forget. 41 points, one chicken dinner in the 3 matches they played during their opening week. But today, that first game, at least, it did not go their way at all. So they need to bring their average back up, an average of 13.6 points, which they were able to maintain during the first 3 games. They need to bring it back up, and they need to push that, in fact, 13-point barrier even in this matchup to recover something or the momentum that was lost for that bad performance on Erangel a few moments ago.
And Johnny, you asked me for my prediction. I did not ask you for your prediction, and you didn't even bother telling me. Johnny, which team do you think is going to be the one to take this Miramar?
I'm actually also hoping for OG, to be honest. I expect OG to take this. I mean, they are very desperate, as you said. It was the same reason. It's the desperation for points. And you would really, I mean, one thing that can happen is we can probably see OG just switch to a placement-oriented strategy just to focus on getting themselves through that finish line of 40 points or maybe 45 points in this particular game and get that qualification out of the way and then go all ham into the map of Sanhok. Maybe that can happen. Or the quicker way to get that done is to go into those fights. If you are a team like Orangutan, it would be to run into those fights, secure those finish points early, and then play the rest of the game any way, shape, or form you want to. Because by then, you will have secured those 45 points that you need to cross over into the top 64. And from there, with that amount of freedom, I think bit comfortable inside the match. They are allowed that freedom. I think they can do a little bit more for the team and for themselves as well.
I mean, OG, as you mentioned, yeah, they've been relying too much on the elimination points. Now it's time to flip the switch and play a little bit more on the placement side of things. You also mentioned that GH, unfortunately, the first game was not that great of a start. So even for GH, they need to constantly just maintain the momentum they had in the first week, and then now just carry on the momentum to the second week as well, because the leftover 3 games are going to mean a lot. And if they're not able to do so, if they're not able to perform when it matters the most, there's a chance they can be left out from the top 16 or even moving in directly towards the round 3, because that is still a head start you would want as a team, right? It still will make your management feel really good. And now I really want to ask you one more thing. What are your thoughts about HYDRA? The first game is not that great. Even in the initial weeks, HYDRA was not able to perform that well.
Yeah. HYDRA was, I mean, they were able to secure 26 points in the first 3 games that they played. It's not a lot, but it's not very little as well. They did quite decent, I have to say. And the aggression was working out quite nicely for HYDRA during that opening week. But this first game, an important one that could have helped them close the distance against the qualification mark or the cutoff, they dropped the ball in that one, and that was unfortunate. But again, it is HYDRA. These lads have a little bit of experience under their belt as well, so there is an opportunity to see them bounce back. And I think, again, a team that focuses on aggression can do really well on Miramar and Sanhok, so it will be important that they start building the momentum from this game number 2 itself. As we see, Miramar is live necro. And this time, again, we have an interesting flight path. This one is going to lean heavily towards the northern side of the map.
Johnny, don't talk about aggression, because Global Esports, they're going to be feeling like God Esports. That's what they're going to be feeling right now, because the game that they dropped in the previous one, it was insane. Now the confidence is going to be all-time high, but as you mentioned, yeah, the Miramar indeed boots up on the screen as the plane flat path starts all the way from El Pozo towards El Hazard. Now this plane flat path is completely tilted to the northern side. The previous Miramar that we witnessed, the plane flat path was on the south, and now this one's on the north. But still, I would say the northern plane flat path is much more better. It's not that cruel compared to the southern one.
Let's see. Yeah, it's not as cruel as the southern flight path, but I mean, it's still going to cause a lot of havoc for a lot of these teams, considering it is Miramar after all. It's the biggest map in the game, so gliding all the way towards Los Leones can be a challenge. You can drop towards La Benedita and Minas Generales and then pick up a few early weapons, vehicles, and then rotate from there. Anyone looking to play from Porto Pracio, Chumacera, well, guess what? You will have to struggle. North us necro allows us opportunity a lot of early drop clashes, and I think we might witness a few of them. Starting things off is no coordination against Team Empire.
Team Empire, I mean, all the 4 players inside of one single building, and talk about no coordination. Yeah, in the previous game, the way they died, it did seem like they had no coordination amongst each other. Omen and Prucker in the same building themselves. The backup needs to arrive as quick as possible, because these 2 players are completely trapped. And Prucker has only got a Winchester in his hands, and I'm not sure how much that gun's going to be backing him up. Yuppie 45 and a Tommy gun to back him up. SMGs up close and personals can help him out a lot. And Team Empire, unfortunately, they're dropping down on the man number. Failure God's knocked out as well. This is not a good news for the players with no coordination, and slowly and steadily, Prucker as well is starting to push up close and personal. This man's got the Winchester, and he's still trying to push up. This is impressive. I'm not sure what the game plan is for that man, but they've already completely wiped out the entirety of Team Empire. What just happened in this fight, Johnny?
Well, Empire strikes.
We did not even witness the eliminations.
Yeah. I mean, no coordination, though. I mean, it feels like the coordination has come in for at least 2 players, Vulcan and Omen. And the squad wipe is going to be welcomed with open arms with this team. Although a long way to go in terms of qualification. The first game wasn't really that great for them. And in fact, the opening week, they were able to secure just 3 points in 3 matches. So, I think, again, just the dream of the top 64 requires wins, just what we saw from Global East. And those type of performances are extremely rare. So even now, we just saw them pull off an impressive move. I think it's going to be extremely, extremely difficult for No Coordination to move up in the rankings. Although they can start off by picking off another team, they have two moving towards them in the form of Vintage and GameHub Esports up north.
U4G towards the centric spot. You've also got Cost towards the left, Montenuevo. And then you've also got INTx RTG right in the smack center. So the plain flat path was up north, and now the circle's a little bit tilted down south. But it's still not that unorthodox. Still a pretty standard circle in my opinion. We might see some rotation clashes, yes. Global Esports, that's quite a wide spread they've got themselves in, right? Toria Muda, Cruz del Valle, and then Ninja Boys all the way down south. I mean, once again, these guys are going to be getting the maximum amount of loot from these 3 cities that they're dropping into towards. They will be ready for war. You've got 72 towards Graveyard.
Along with the loot, I have to say, sorry to interrupt you there, but Global Esports, that spread in a straight line also opens up a lot of map control for them. Because they just have to move, the other 2 players from Toria Muda just move to where Beast is, they pick him up, and then they move to where Ninja Boy is. You cover up 3 big positions. Those are massive leaps that get them very close to the circle.
Yeah, but still it's outside of the zone, so... I mean... Global Esports is one of those teams that have probably done their research, right? They probably know that there's not going to be a lot of teams around them, considering they have seen these teams playing the different groups in the past. But for now, you've got Cosmic. Interesting, the man was still not able to get the knockout done, even though it was so close. Spyroid is not going to be feeling good about himself after this one. If Prithvi is able to get away, then it will be a big upset. And he's actually able to get away just like that. Spyroid, no! That was a free elimination point that you could have gotten. But he missed a lot of shots.
Yeah. Quite unfortunate for Cosmic Ravagers, not really able to ravage anything. It was a big mistake from the opposition as well. I completely agree with you. It should have been punished, but... I think, of course, they are still struggling after the fiasco from that previous game of Erangel. U4G, though, on the other side, looking decent, I have to say. Aggression that was displayed by them during their opening week performance, it seems like it has faded away from what the result was on Erangel, but there's definitely going to be opportunity to bring themselves back into the game, bring themselves into a fighting position for the top 64 if they do well on Miramar, so a lot riding on this match for them. And then GameHub. We've been talking about them from the start of the day. Again, 2 individuals in particular, Aimbot and Rexy, the top performers from their group the last time they played. It's going to be difficult to replicate the same numbers and put them on the board, but they need to make it happen if they want to qualify at least in the top 32.
VE all the way towards Camp Militar. Interesting. The Northern Play fly path really has made these teams to sort of think on the fly. And Vasista Esports just dropping towards Camp Militar is a prime example of that. Look at what Global Esports is doing, moving towards the Oasis side. They're probably going to be clashing against a team that is right there. Let's see how that one pans out. Team Insane is towards the lockup area. INTxFURIOUS towards, or INTxRTG towards Picado. This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, still, the game is just setting up for perfection. And there's going to be one from the northern side.
It's going to be quite interesting to see how the game progresses from here on out. Still the first stage of the game, not a lot of casualties. Team Empire, the only team to be wiped out from the game. And apart from that, Seeing MIZORAM's 3 players in this match. Again, the struggle is going to be there for them as well. IND, in the meanwhile, we saw these lads in the previous matchup. Quite an interesting side, to be honest. The setup with how they were picking their fights, it looked quite solid. Just a few positional mistakes here and there, costing them a big game of Erangel. But again, they did put in that hard work in the first opening week of this tournament when they played. And now it's all about not letting all of those efforts go in vain. 22 points is what RTGIND started off with. The previous game was a decent one. It wasn't too shabby. But they need that extra bit of oomph if they want to move forward. It's not going to be easy. In the meanwhile, Cosmic Ravagers, shots fired on AEROBOTZ. None of them connect though.
I mean, look at old player from the top. Is just raining down death and destruction. Cosmic Ravagers. Oh, nicely done. The mini 14 taps, they connect. Rebel, some crisp, clean taps. But unfortunately, in return, even they lose out on one of their own players. I'm not sure what they were trying to do there. But still, the man is knocked out. AEROBOTZ. Now this team is being pushed in a big state of discomfort. Mini 14, this gun is just tapping away. He's been able to do a lot of damage against the opponent so far. And AEROBOTZ just trapped in that house. They're not even able to move out. The pre-fire around the corner is perfect from Rebel.
Was perfect indeed, but AEROBOTZ, as you mentioned, Albi finished off. Opax, Razor, and Kiddo kind of pinned down, in fact. We still see on the radar Cosmic Ravagers not too far away. And since I know they have the upper hand in this fight, they might commit a little bit more. Kiddo tries to move out. A massive barrage of bullets connecting to the back of that US force him to stop and reconsider his decision. And AEROBOTZ, they instantly fall back into these compounds, run for cover, but Opax, he's going to be knocked out from that high ground. Vintage from the distance, finding an important pick for themselves.
Vintage has been one of those teams, man, that has been looking super crisp from the start. And now the man's at the top, striker. Kiddo took a lot of shots against him, then realized, yeah, it's probably not a good peak to go for. Instantly stopped shooting. No coordination in the front lines. Omen just taking shots against the players of Team Insane MIZORAM. 3 players. Just trying to move to safety inside of the zone. But look at this push that comes through. Procure and his teammate, they push up close and personal. They've also pulled out the shotguns in the hands. And Procure, he's probably got the intention of pushing up completely. And Zika, he knows there's no exit from this spot now. He's getting pushed up slowly and steadily. DBS in the hand. And now it's going to be a battle between the players. And eventually it's going to be S12K to come out on top. Nicely done by Procure. First, in the first jiggle peek, he went for the information peek. And then the second time he peeks out.
Well, the second time he peeks out, he takes the opposition down with him. Not with him, without him, in fact. Just sends them back to the lobby, but Insane. Alright, Insane MIZORAM on our screens now. And they're going for a very safe approach. Zika already finished off. It's just Freezy and Alpha remaining in this match. The final 2 players for the side. Playing for survival, desperate for those points right now in this matchup, but it's not going to be easy to bring them back. And then there's no coordination. They've done quite well for themselves, at least as far as this performance on Miramar is considered. But, yeah, still a long way to go. Did see someone in the distance, but I don't think anymore. Opposition moving out, moving away from no coordination. Alright, vehicle spotted out though by Omen. Doesn't really see where it went.
mean, look at this
Finally,
fight.
the gas tank was full.
Yeah. This is how the initial fight escalated, right? I want to see how exactly the players got picked off. I mean, Team Empire's... Oh, man, that was actually a really quick fight, too. The two players inside of the building, they did a fantastic job in just making sure that they're giving the position to the players. So good communication by no coordination. And then this fight as well against the players of Team Insane Mizoram. One thing is for sure, they have indeed flipped the switch. No coordination. They're looking really aggressive. They're not shying away from the fights, and that's something that is really helping them boost that confidence. And that is helping them not really overthink a lot of these scenarios.
I mean, the simpler they keep their decisions, the easier the execution will be. That's always been the case. But now that you have threat approaching in your direction, how do react? In fact, running back indoors inside the cover is what the call is. Of course, a safe and steady approach. Always welcomed by these teams. In the meanwhile, though, Global Esports, the start looks quite similar to how it was on Erangel. If the end is the same for Global Esports, I feel bad for all the other 15 teams in this lobby. They would have taken so many points away from everyone else.
Pretty much. And OG, at this point in time, this team, they're quite desperate. They do realize the depth of the situation too. Towards Manasdale Valley. The next circle shift's going to be coming through, and it's actually going to shift up north. OG quite quick on the feet too, instantly just trying to move in towards the centric part of the circle. Or you can't say it, towards the centric part of the upcoming circle, because OG, they want to play a little bit more safer this time. With just Esports, this team rotated all the way from Campo Militar towards down south, thinking that the circle is going to be shifting down south, but instead, once again, a lot of these teams just getting pranked, but it is the map mark. You will be easily able to rotate inside of the zone. But it's all about sustaining the spot that you get.
Yeah. I mean, you said it perfectly in the first Miramar we witnessed today. Rotations are easy. Just surviving inside the circle is the toughest challenge of this map, and a lot of these teams might just find themselves to face, in fact, live through one of the worst Miramar games. They could have witnessed a massive circle of cluster of teams forming in the center. Already GH, GameHUB Esports, U4G already there. Vintage is present in that cluster. HYDRA, though, moving in from the western side of the map, do find a little bit of a safe haven inside the southern edge, close to the southern edge of the circle. I think they can stay safe in this position until the next shift is there in front of us. Then again, it's going to be question marks all across the board.
HYDRA dreams. I mean, he's the man sort of just scouting out the grounds, right? Making sure even the dips are going to be clear. Just in case if the circle does dip away from them, then those dips are going to be friendly to them. Good job, 7E. You've also got Swoosh right next to each other. The man just scouted out the grounds, and now already it's going to be the players of ZH looking forward to contest this compound against the players of HYDRA. This fight will be interesting. Every single player instantly just switches on over to the shotgun. And ZH, it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon, but unfortunately the man gets ran over. But an instant trade is there on the board too. Utilities being tossed from both the sides. The exchange is going to be there, but it's all about the connections when it matters the most. Another nade tossed inside of the compound in the front, but unfortunately Doro P gets caught from somewhere else. Nicely done by AimGod. What a great off angle this man made. But he's also getting shot at from somewhere else. And yes, he gets knocked out too. So trades are happening back and forth. And Spursh, he wants to go for the confirmation too. HYDRA, this game is desperately needed for this team. And now Spray God is slowly and steadily starting to push up close and personal. ZH, they're going for the resurrection onto the fallen players. But Spray God, unfortunately, his own teammate Molotov hurts him.
My goodness, Hydra, what a blunder from them in this fight that could have easily been theirs. And look at who shows up, smelling the bodies in this desert. OG in the distance, we see them on the radar. They're waiting for an opportunity to strike. They're waiting for things to get wrapped up at least a little bit more between ZH and Hydra. Dreams recovered. Spray got extremely low. In fact, he is going to get finished off, and Ash is the one who secures that finish for his team. Sparsh with that Voltov secures a trade knock. Brings the numbers down to a 2v2 for the next few moments, but ZH, they will be able to get that revive in, bring the numbers back in their favor. And while all of this is happening, look on the radar as they inch closer ever so slightly. The players from OG, and along with them, Downhill Esports also keeping an eye on this fight in the distance, so even they can move in at any time.
I mean, this third party from OG really just put a knockout blow to the players of Hydra. And it doesn't seem like there's going to be any recovery from this. Just down to a two-man squad. It will be tough to get back upon the feet for them. But if they do still somehow, it will be really impressive. OG with only one elimination point to their name. That too, it was the player of Hydra. You can clearly tell OG this time they're trying to play it super safe. Just trying to move in from the back lines, trying to move in from the safer grounds, making sure even the back lines are going to be completely cleared out. The only team that's close to them is going to be Downhill. Downhill is there on the left lines. But still, they're decently far away, so highly doubt they're going to be any type of a threat for the players of OG, at least for now. Vasista Esports moving it from the sidelines themselves. Su's actually going to spot out the man AKOP. It's better to back away from this because Vasista Esports, they can't try to overwhelm AKOP soon enough.
They're going to try their level best, but it's not going to be easy. KOP, all he has to do is just fall back and join his team. Vasista Esports, though, they're looking to enter the circle, so the challenge, the ball is in their court. They are the ones who are forced to make a move. AKOP still hiding his presence behind the ridge. Vasista Esports still questioning whether this man is still lurking around the corner. Now they know. Shots fired. He whiffs. Information revealed, but Vasista Esports, the focus remains the same. They're looking for the entry inside the circle.
Oh, the amount of bullets. This man is just unloading in front of the players. Unfortunately, though, none of them are actually able to find any type of connection. Downhill Esports on the sidelines, and AKOP needs to realize that his surroundings are not that cleared, but OG, they've got the highest point in their hand. That means there's going to be a lot of that intel just flowing in, Johnny. So it's all good in the hood for them. Cosmic Ravagers, as you mentioned, even this team is moving in from the left lines. 7E in a decent spot themselves. E4G in the smack center. The best position they can ask themselves to be in, but they're probably going to be the center of attraction too. It is the map of Miramar. The ground's going to be quite exposed. And now ZH looking forward to push up close and personal against the remaining two players of HYDRA. It's time to claim those 2 elimination points that are left over. Because ZH themselves, they took a little bit of a blow, a punch in the gut. But they have recovered from that for now. But HYDRA, these 2 remaining players can also be super deadly. But ZH, they back away too. What is going on? Indecisive.
Well, quite indecisive with how they want to approach the remainder of this match, and they have every right to be so. Losing out one player early in the game, but look at this mid-rotation collision, and it's Global Esports against the players of GAMEHUB. Rexy knocked out, one more man hits the deck. It's just Ryzen in the backlines who's left standing, and all of a sudden, Global Esports just annihilating GAMEHUB mid-rotation. It wasn't just them alone. Winter chime in as well. GH on the verge of getting eliminated from this match. Just one man surviving in the blue. But Global Esports, they have to reset. They have to focus on Vintage next.
I mean, keep this thing in mind. GH was one of those teams that was dominating insanely well in the first week. And now look at them. What is this dip in the performance? It's a major dip. And this is going to hurt them as the competition and the game keeps on moving on. Global Esports Ninja Boy from the back line just trying to gain some more information towards the houses. They know there's a team in the front, but do not exactly know which team it is. Global Esports, one man's already moved inside of the zone. Slowly and steadily, every single player will actually take an exit from this spot. And finally, that's what is exactly happening. Two of the players, too, starting to move. Global Esports is trying to make it inside of the safe zone. They actually do so as well. But the problem for Global Esports is that the backlines are not that cleared. It's RTGxIND in the back.
You see the backlines exposed and compromised. They have to utilize a lot of these smokes to create a soft cover for themselves. It's IND from the distance that are constantly just peppering them with bullets. Even the chip damage can be quite detrimental to the endgame result for Global Esports. They've just started to kick things off in terms of bringing the aggression into this game. And as we transition into the 6th stage of this match soon, ladies and gentlemen, there are still 13 teams and 42 players alive in this game. So a lot of bodies and not enough room for them to survive in.
It indeed isn't. No coordination with 5 elimination points. The coordination has been sent back to the lobby. Global Esports taking shots against the foes in the front. And now look at this, Vintage, they're crashing over against the players of Vasista Esports. But even Vasista not backing away from this fight. They're taking it up close and personal. But unfortunately, the opponents, they instantly get dealt with. But Vasista Esports, 3 players knocked out. Oh, it's like a gift points. Alright, just lying around over here. 3 points can easily be claimed if any of these teams do want to push up and get these 3 points accumulated. But Vasista Esports, for now, they're going to be good. They're so lucky to have another chance to recover. But OG from the top, just looking over the edge. And Ash, he wants to get the confirmations flown up too. This nade, if this lands perfectly, it's going to give him every single elimination point that there is. Oh my god, it does actually get one of those flown in instantly. MJ knocked out and confirmed. Another one sails in at the same direction. It's all down to Sue. OG, they've got so many elimination points from those nades. 4 points accumulated instantly by Ash. 3 of those were from Vasista Esports.
Well, let's see how far can they take themselves. The 4 elimination points on Ash. Last game, it was just Wizjord who was able to secure the 3 points that his team had. It's the entire team needs to step up together. They need everyone firing on all cylinders at the same time. And as they try to look for a push, it is a distracted ZH that they come up against. Downhill Esports. Bang Bang was knocked out and did get traded out. And as soon as Ghost tries to go for a revive, he gets knocked out as well. The preemptive damage from the players of OG helps ZH lose out on one of their own. And HYDRA, they can use this opportunity to apply some pressure on the players of Downhill as well, who are going to be distracted. And look at this.
Oh my god.
Sparsh OP completely sees the Rare exposed that individual from Downhill Esports. And just one man left standing. Acid hiding behind the rock, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive for long now. He's outnumbered in this fight.
Oh my god. Downhill on the verge of getting completely obliterated, and that's what happens. Downhill Esports, not an over, just obliterated. At the start, it was a small spark, and then it just turned out to be a complete fire. A magma, if you would like to say. But then Global Esports, now look at them too. Unfortunately, they're losing out on one of their most strongest chain. Now it's all down to Slug and Ninja Boy, these 2 last remaining players for Global Esports. I mean, they have already gotten first solid game. So even inside of this game, if they do get a decent amount of points, it's all good. But OG, what have they done to U4G? They've pretty much sent them back to the lobby. U4G's been cleared out from the lobby as well.
And they're going to be sent back soon, and I think the next one to follow up is going to be HYDRA. It's the 3 big names we were all hoping to see in the final few moments of the match, and yeah, they are. HYDRA under fire from OG. Wizgod, he secures the opening knock, and Sparsh is going to be the last man left standing from the side of HYDRA. In fact, hiding behind that car. Not enough utility on OG to wrap this fight up, but Global Esports are waiting on the sidelines, waiting for OG to finish this fight. Sparsh spotted out, shots connect, the height marker inside the smoke is going to help them out, but still Sparsh survives. The Molotov should be enough to help Wizgod wrap things up. Just a pixel onto Sparsh, and he will take a lot of damage, and he's quite close to the flames as well. OG, in the meanwhile, they're trying to move and tandemly push towards the players of GE as well, and they finish them off completely. The last two individuals take an exit, and while the previous game was won by the Titan Global Esports, this one is taken by another Titan team, Orangutan, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like they're back in the form that was missing from week 1.
Such a clinical game that was from Orangutan. From the top, they were just collecting so many elimination points. And if you remember, a while ago, we saw them. They only had 4 elimination points. That too racked up from Vasista Esports. And then instantly, we just transition on over towards OG once again. And now they have 10 elimination points backed up. And that too, they took down HYDRA in return. So, of course, they had more than 10 elimination points. So, OG, what a clinical game that was. Decent amount of points accumulated. I think some more than 21 points, I would say. So, yeah, from OG, that was indeed a banger of a game, and that's something that they needed to recover from what happened in the previous game.
Exactly, and a performance like this pretty much guarantees a top 64 finish for a team like OG. The question is, how far can you take this? It is OG, so I think even this team is eyeing out for the top 16, which might be difficult now, but the top 32. Top 32 is easily doable for a team like Orangutan. But we have to give props to Global Esports, man. They've been very consistent. Top 3 in this game as well.
Exactly. I mean, this is something that we like to see, right? Global Esports, unfortunately, in the final few moments, even they could have had a solid shot at actually winning this game. But yeah, it was just all the positioning game. And unfortunately, when you talk about the position, Global Esports did not really have that solid of a position. In the final few moments, HYDRA, luckily enough, they have managed to squeeze themselves in a little bit of more points. So you can't say they're still doing quite decent, but doing decent is not enough. It's a big banner right there. HYDRA, you expect greatness from this lineup, but unfortunately, we're not really seeing that greatness so far.
Exactly, and even in the final fight, there was an opportunity for HYDRA to turn things around, just flip the table on the players of OG, but OG is just definitely a little too strong. And of course, I think we talked about it. They looked very solid in week 1. This is what was expected. What happened on Erangel was a little bit surprise, and it left a sour taste in the mouths of everyone who was expecting to see OG pop off quite nicely right at the bat as well. But now I think Global Esports, they have done it. OG have done it. It is time for HYDRA to finally step up in this last game of the day, because they're the only big name that's left behind now.
I mean, you cannot really make any type of predictions in the game of Sanhok, though, Johnny, because Sanhok is a zone-oriented map. You know, wherever the zone pans out in the final few moments, that team's probably going to be the one to come out on top. Unless if you're really good at asserting dominance and also clearing out third parties. And usually third parties are something you can never have control of as a human being. So it will be really tough to squeeze a chicken dinner away from the game of Sanhok. Unless if the BGMI gods really do want you to squeeze that chicken dinner, then things can be all okay for you. But once again, at this point in time, HYDRA would just try to barely squeeze themselves inside of the top 64, just barely make it, and then maybe they would try to figure something new out, better out in the BGIS main event.
Well, let's see. I mean, they just have one more match to figure it all out before we try to understand whether they make it to the main event or not, or how they want to get there eventually. In the meanwhile, though, I think one of the teams that started off quite nicely in this matchup, we have to talk about them as well. No coordination, that fight against Team Empire, that was a quick one right off the bat. And Team Empire, what has happened to Team Empire? I mean, I understand the roster has changed. You had players with a little bit more experience the last time around, and these players might be fresh on the scene, but still, that was not what we expected at all.
I mean, there's a reason why they're picked in a banner like this, right? Empire. There's a reason why they're even playing with the man Empire himself. So I'm not sure what exactly is going wrong with this team, because it was a clear 4v2 inside of the house, but they still somehow ended up losing that 4v2. But you know what? For now, let's move on forward and look at the MVP of the previous game. I think so. Has to be someone from the side of OG. It should be Ash, because Ash was the one who was getting a lot of these elimination points, but instead it's going to be AKOP with 5 eliminations wrapped up and the map impact of 10% and the finish contribution of 38%. Not bad.
Yeah, it is not bad indeed, and AKOP definitely doing a phenomenal job in this game as well. We saw him firing on all cylinders, but it was the IGL of the team actually who kicked things off. Ash was the one who picked up the initial few frags to the side of Orangutan, and I believe even he will be there in the list of top performers. There he is, following up AKOP. So AK has 5, Ash has 4 eliminations to his name. Then we have 2 more players from the side of Global Esports, Slug and Beast with 4 eliminations each. And then on the 5th, it is going to be Dreams from the side of HYDRA with 2 eliminations to his name and a 50% finish contribution for his team.
At least Global Esports is being consistent, right? and that's something Global Esports needs. Yeah, even though they had a banger of a game the previous one, but still that was just the first game they started things off with. Now they need to just maintain that consistency to position themselves in a decent spot in the top 16, because you've still got a decent amount of teams to go in the future as well who will give a shot at the top 16. So you never know. Your position in the top 16, if you do manage to secure it now, will be compromised in the future. There's a chance. So it's better to be on the safer side of things. We've got the point standings in front of us, and yeah, I mean, talk about the point standings. I mean, this is not exactly the point standings we would want to look at, but yeah, I mean, we pretty much know Global Esports, they were on a decent spot. OG, they should be at the top in the point standings.
Yeah, OG should be at the top, in fact, but let's see. I mean, I'm still calculating the overall rankings in my head and seeing how things will move around. Of course, as you said, OG there with 23 points for the name. Global Esports, not a shabby performance, Necro. 14 points.
Wow.
That is quite decent considering they got 30 in the previous match. So that is 44 points already secured by Global Esports in 2 matches that they played.
That is honestly really good. Even HYDRA official 10 points in this game. Not that bad. As I mentioned, for HYDRA, the goal is only going to be to squeeze inside of the top 64. And as long as they do so, it's all good. Now, the real concern over here really begins with the name of Vasista, because every single player in Vasista Esports is a known player. You've got Austin, you've got K47, you've got MJ. These players in itself, they're quite known in the community, and you really do expect them to perform. Austin was one of the former players for Lucknow Giants, and yeah, Lucknow Giants, that team was not able to get a lot of that performance output, so that's why, you know, the roster was not continued on forward, but still, Austin is one of those experienced players, and you really do expect this lineup to do good.
Exactly. You expect them to pop off at least in one game of the 3 matches that they're going to be playing in a few short moments soon. And that hasn't really been the case. So there's still one more game remaining. Maybe, you never know, a big matchup from their side, and they find themselves in the top 6 for at least keeping the dream alive for the next few days. It is going to be a tough challenge, though. It's not going to be as easy as we make it sound. But, I mean, my eyes for this last game uppinned on Global Esports. 44 points in 2 matches. If they win the next one, if it's a big game, they can shatter records today. I mean, that is what they've set themselves up for. And it is going to be interesting to see how, in fact, they move forward in the overall leaderboard as well. Because 44 points from these 2 matches and 29 from the previous 3 that they played. This team is just on fire at this point.
I mean, Global Esports, if they get 25 points in the game of Sanhok, then yeah, indeed, they will be shattering all the records so far in the grind, because that will be a stark statement made by Global Esports. But if you remember, if we talk about the past, right, Global Esports, they're really good at performing in the league stages of the other tournaments I'm talking about. But then when it comes to the grand finals, that's when Global Esports do tend to struggle, when it matters the most. So hopefully this same sort of a performance is not going to be continued inside of the later stages of the BGIS main event.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the fans are hoping for the same thing, that this time the team eventually lifts the trophy in the final, because this has, and very well said, this has been the case for them in the group stages. They're very confident in the group stages, and all of us get very hyped about them, but the finals is where they stumble. But I'm glad to see that they've not lost their form, at least. I'm happy seeing this aggression. I'm happy seeing how this team is playing. And I'm just saying, like, go for more. I mean, if they can get, like, I think they need about, like 10 or 12 more points, and they will have broken the points per week record already with that, with how the teams were playing during the first 2 weeks, in fact, and the 3rd week as well. So there's still a big opportunity for Global Esports to set the standard for all 256 teams that are still part of this tournament, because, I mean, let's be honest, I mean, we still are in the final week, and we haven't officially said bye-bye to anyone.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't officially said that, and the only time we're actually going to be saying officially bye-bye to anyone is when the overall standings will be announced on the socials. So yeah, make sure to follow all the socials. Before now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a nice little promo about Jiggle Wiggle lined up for you guys. So let's move on and look at that.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे.
Of course, a lot of known faces in that promo, but we need to get back to the conversation that we were having, right, Johnny? GameHub Esports.
Yes.
Still a big letdown. In the later 3 games, I'm not sure what has happened to this team, but the performance graph was over here, and now it's dipped down over here instantly. It's an instant dip. We haven't seen them perform, even in the first game, even in the second game so far, so it really makes me concerned for the game of Sanhok, because we know in the game of Sanhok, there's probably going to be a lot of that RNG factor.
Yes. I mean, the RNG is going to be there, but luckily all the hard work and valiant effort from week 1 can actually pay off for GameHub. At the start of the day, they were looking at 6 points needed from 3 games, and I think at this point, just go for it. Get like at least 5-6 points in this game. I think GameHub is moving into the top 64. Top 32 is going to be a challenge, but this team, we'll see them in BGIS, and hopefully by the time they get there, they figure out how to be consistent.
Exactly, but now as we do see Group 12 for the last time in front of our screens, considering it is going to be the last game, I've got a different co-commentator joining me, and it's going to be Arka. Hey, what's up, Arka? Welcome back on the board, my friend. It's been a while, right?
Well, yes, it's been a really long time. As I said, I like that bass which hits my ear every time I cast with you.
Oh, wow. I mean, I'm not sure how to feel about that, but thank you so much. I will take that as a compliment. But yeah, Arka, moving it forward towards the game of Sanhok. As we know, these teams, they're of course going to be feeling good. Of course, the teams that are performing good, they will be feeling okay. But then the teams that haven't been able to perform, it's their last chance to do anything and secure a slot inside of the top 64. I'm talking about GameHub Esports. This team did really good in the first 3 games, and then now you talk about in the later 3 games, GameHub Esports' performance has dropped down. And the same thing can also be said for AEROBOTZ Esports. These 2 teams, they need to wake up.
100%, but it's not an easy lobby if you ask me. When you have 3 strong T1 teams who are fighting it to make sure that they get chicken dinner in each of those matches, it's like facing 3 hard walls, and it's not going to be easy for you to take down all 3 until and unless you have everything sorted. Let it be your strategy, let it be the homeworks of how they're going to rotate, and we were able to see that, you know, unlucky for all these other teams out there, the 3 different T1 teams, the strongest forte is 3 different maps respectively. So it's not going to be easy for them to snatch away the chicken dinner from them, but still it's possible only by putting them down first.
I like the fact that you brought up their forte too, right? 3 different maps, because even Global Esports, I would say they're sort of good on both the maps, Erangel and Miramar. I've seen them perform really good on both the maps. For OG, their performance has been looking really good recently on the map in Miramar, considering they also got the chicken dinner over here, and even their positioning was looking really clinical. The previous game was, in general, really clinical from OG. And now we move on forward towards the game of Sanhok. This is where there will be a little bit of a chance, I would say, still for the newer teams to try and rise up and make some big waves. If they're not able to do so, well, then there's a chance they will probably need to say bye-bye to the BGIS main event.
Oh, yes, very much. But again, you know, it all comes down to how well they're going to execute their circle rotations. Because in the previous map as well, we saw, right, those who prioritized the circle first were the teams to, you know, achieve that chicken dinner. And let's not forget that even for OGs in the previous map, Global Esports in the map of Erangel, they all prioritized circle. Global Esports, I do understand that once they understood nobody was in circle in front of them, they tend to take those fights on the either side of their position. But OGs on the other side, they got the high ground, they got the circle control, and no matter how much Vasista Esports try to, you know, breach into the circle, they made sure that, you know, they have a track of all these players. And I do believe that is how you'll have to execute the map of Sanhok as well.
True that. Now, moving on forward towards Vasista Esports, right? You brought up that point too. Vasista Esports, all the 4 players are known players inside of this lineup. So what exactly is going wrong? You've got K47ist. This man used to be one of the best assaulters that India's ever seen in the past. Recently, his form has been dwindling down. You talk about Austin. Even this player used to be a really great player playing for Lucknow Giants, but unfortunately, I'm not sure what's going on with Austin too, because even when he was playing for the Lucknow Giants side, later on the performance started dwindling down, it started dipping down, and even MJ now is not really able to work that well with this team. So one thing is for sure, this team needs to sit down, have a conversation with each other, and figure out what they need to do, because it just feels like they're walking into blind spots.
I think, bluntly speaking, it all comes down to where the IGL is going to play such a strong firepower, right? And Su being the IGL right now, I don't see him. He might be scouting around, making sure that he's finding spots, but he's not able to bring his team to the specific spot where he actually wants that comfortable zone to be. The previous map as well, where we saw in the map of Miramar, he was holding a prime position out of the crosshairs of OGs. Okay. And from there, he could have executed something much better. But ultimately, it was the fight which happened before that which restricted the complete squad of VE. And I do believe in the map of Sanhok, this team might look for a stronger comeback because they have nothing to lose.
I genuinely think so. Sanhok can actually favor the players of HYDRA, because HYDRA in the first 2 games, of course, they've not been able to play that well, but HYDRA is one of those renowned banners. They've also got the same players playing once again, and they've got some of the strong players inside of the community, hands down. They're just not able to play that well with each other, which is okay, but I still feel like Sanhok is much more of a stronger suit compared to all the other maps. Before now, ladies and gentlemen, Sanhok booting up on the screens as the plane flat path starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards the opposite side, which is going to be Kampong.
Now this flight path again is going to be an interesting one, which is going to favor those teams who tend to, take boot camp or Paradise Resort, their drop locations. But we need to watch out for those early skirmishes. Boot camp lately has been that hot drop when it comes to the map of Sanhok. Many teams out there would want to challenge and get those early 4 finishes. And let's see this time around who's going to be challenging the OGs in case they're looking forward for the boot camp region.
Interesting. I mean, once again, it is the map of Sanhok, right? So the plane flat path is really not going to be haunting any of these teams. Yeah, it is a little bit tilted down south, but still teams can extend or stretch on wherever they want. AEROBOTZ towards the Camp Alpha Island, just going for the contention towards the high ground. You also see the players of 7E moving towards Hot 10. I'm not sure how good of a contention this is going to be for 7E, because Global Esports, they've been feeling themselves from the start, and even the circle adds on a little bit more of that spice. I'm loving this. For HYDRA, it's not looking too good because they're completely on the extreme south side.
And look at what teams are there inside the circle. Before we speak about the teams inside the circle, it's time for us to witness another close range battle between GE and Team 13. I mean, I strongly feel that they need to avoid this, but OGs, I was speaking about their early contention this time around, insane. They did do a little bit of a damage. They almost had Vizgod also down on his knees, but the apes know how to bounce back in the forest. And I do believe that they're going to be happy with that one finish they've got in this initial phase of the game.
AKOP and Wizshot taken down super low for OG. Indeed, it's an interesting start, but hey, I mean, they still racked up that one piece of candy that they got. Insane MIZORAM starting things off with only 2 players this time. I mean, this team, it just feels like they're just not ready for these 3 games, I guess. But anyways, looking towards the Hot 10 side, now I'm a little bit more concerned for the players of 7E, but talk about this situation that's currently occurring in front of us. Team Empire up against the players of RTGxIND, and Empire's taking a lot of damage himself. He's trying to pre-fire around the corner, but he's taking too much damage. That's why he needs to back away, and Storm is trying to wrap around the corner, but he's way too far away from Empire, the man himself. Ooh. And Radiant around the corner, even he's caught a lot of bullets. UMP-45 in that range is not going to be that effective, but still, it is good enough. It can dish a lot of damage. And Team Empire, Storm nicely done. The man wraps all the way from the outskirts, catches Radiant, and then Empire, too, inside of the house, does a fantastic job in executing that man. This is what you call a proper execution inside of the fight. Good communication from Team Empires, and we're finally seeing that communication pay off as well. Understew from the sidelines, he peeks out, he jumps out, and he gets another knockout.
Oh, not the kind of start the opponents were looking out for, but Team TE, they're here to make a statement that they are going to look stronger when it comes to those frontal battles, and with such kind of a confidence, I do believe that they can somehow push into the final circles. But again, on the other side of this map, I was able to witness a fight between GH and VE. Both of them were very close to one another towards that Paradise Resort region, and it seems like Vasista Esports yet again fall with 3 men down. It's MJ, the last man standing.
I mean, we had a conversation about Vasista Esports, and you said this team they have a solid chance of taking Sanhok home. I guess once again, Arca, you've cursed a team. Remember last week or last week, you actually ended up cursing a team with me when you were casting.
Yeah, it's like, I try to give my luck to them, but seems like their fate have a different story to say. But hey, I've been decent with my predictions so far, and I'm not going to take that curse upon myself.
Well, maybe your luck is just bad. That's what's not working out. But for now, though, jokes apart, we've got the players at GameHub knocking themselves out. Interesting. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. Maybe they're just having some friendly time. But whatever they're trying to do, it's really not funny. If a squad does push up, hearing all that commotion. So yeah, GameHub. Interesting. I mean, they knocked out 2 of their own players.
I don't think so. From here on, it's going to be easy for the side of GH to, look forward for another fight. It's better they go in for the farming, pick up as many, first states as possible, and then it becomes easier for them. But this is how it was between VE and OG. Austin, he was the first man to get taken down. 47 did come up with the trade, but eventually got, finished off. And it seems like, you can't take a fight when the opponents are inside the hard cover. You're eventually going to pay a very hefty price. This time around, Okai has made them pay a lot.
GameHub finally showcasing something on the board. This team's been getting shut down in the past 2 games, and now GameHub, it just feels like they're finally woken up.
Yep.
They were on the man deficit for a while in that fight, but it's all about the recovery, right? It's about hitting harder than ever before, and that's what they've done. Vintage in the man deficit in this fight itself. Storm knocked out, but Empire is behind that rock. Another nade tossed in. Empire's going to be chipped up a little bit more. But Empire position gets compromised in return, but he pulls out the shotgun, and he connects that shot perfectly. As Flash gets knocked out, Empire still over there behind the rock himself. And Empire actually patches himself up, and he still almost manages to cross on over, but Vegeto's tracking is perfectly on the point. Catches Empire. He's not going to be able to squeeze that elimination point away. I'm not sure what the man was thinking. He decided to cross out in the open. A big mistake being made from the man. And now Striker pushes up as he wants to get the res back up on the fallen Flash. And he will do so easily. Storm shuts down Sins. Team Empire 2 slowly and steadily wanting to get the control back in their hands inside of this fight. As Sins is now bleeding to his death, and Reaper's going to toss that nade, and it's going to be tossed to perfection. Ooh. And it finds the closure. What a nail in the coffin that was. Beautifully done by Team Empire. It's a complete switch up that we're seeing from this team, and now they're the one to challenge the fights instead.
The perfect execution, if you ask me. A man down, and then he grabs all the attention. His teammate going to rotate around, come back, and make sure the deed is done. But the job is still not over, as there's another fight brewing up. And it's important this time around for them to stay alive. They've got decent 8 finishes, if I'm not wrong. And they can capitalize on this. They can take the brunt of the blue if required, go for a late rotation, and try to capture the final fight in the final circle.
Talk about the final fight. Still is way too far away, though. HYDRA slowly and steadily moving in from the southern side towards the safe zone. Cosmic Ravagers in the front. They might meet him. But talk about the present, what's happening in front of us right now. It's Global Esports exchanging bullets against the players of AEROBOTZ. Interesting exchange of bullets. No one's able to find any type of confirmation just yet. And even for Global Esports, they've got no intentions of actually making that push happen. They're just trying to make sure that they're inflicting a lot of pain and hurt against the opponents. This is one of those stages where you try to burn through the enemy meds.
Very much. But again, you have teams like Global Esports, right? Who's always prioritizing the circle. And I believe a lot of undergods need to learn from these experienced teams, especially Mavi. The way he takes one corner of the circle and starts to assault only when required. U4G versus another team. Now this is going to be a fight to make sure that one team survives to hold the center of the circle.
Oh man. Kasser. I mean, at this point in time for U4G, oh, losing out on this, man, is not going to be good. It's just going to give the confirmation for the opponents that they have found the man advantage that they were looking for. And if they do one, they can make the push happen. But look at Stark. The man is wrapped up from the back lines. Oh, the run over could have actually came through as well. But instead, Captain misses that run over completely. And then it's just going to cost 3 players from the side of U4G instantly. And now U4G, the situation's taken down to a 2v2. This is still doable. It is still pullable. And it's better to just push up right now. U4G, you've got nothing to lose anyways. You're also getting shot at from the back. Just make the push happen in the front. HYDRA, they're here to also just deal a lot of damage against the opponents. Last 2 remaining players from the side of HYDRA. Yeah, the hopes and dreams, even for HYDRA, is now slowly and steadily shattering.
Oh. It's going to be important for HYDRA to stay alive. Again, as you was correctly pointing out, it's more about making the best of the final map they have to keep their hopes alive into the top 64. They've done a decent job. Yes, I do understand they've got some average so far, but this map was the most crucial one. But hey, the 2 teams who did really well previously are the teams who are breathing a sigh of relief for them, Global Esports as well as OGs, as they're taking their own time for farming. They know the final circle is what you need to prioritize in the map of Sanhok. And I do believe that we'll be finding them in the final moments.
Downhill Esports. I mean, the same thing happened with them right in the previous game. Downhill Esports was doing good. They were really looking solid on the map. Until they faced off against HYDRA. The last 2 remaining players from HYDRA, they just completely obliterated them. And it was also 2v3 if I'm not wrong. So, yeah, the similar type of situation. The outcome as well can be similar. But this time, HYDRA won't have the chance to lurk up against them. Instead, it will be a head-on-head collision. Looking at the replay of the fight, how exactly the player went down. I mean, Prithvi getting knocked out. The run over actually not coming through as well. The man just jumped at the last moment. And that's why you saw Prem still alive till the final few moments. So yeah, Downhill Esports, Prem himself, he should realize how lucky he is to be alive and his old team. If that one single run over came through, U4G would have gotten that confidence to actually push up even more.
Or probably had all 4 finishes in the pocket, but now HYDRA, it seems like they're trying to contest with these 2 teams, probably becoming a patty in the sandwich. They need to be careful as to how they're going to traverse around this region of Paradise Resort. And look at those teams who had to perform VEMJ way towards the Camp Bravo region. All alone, probably looking out for as many mets as possible to go in for the heal strat. And Global Esports, they're choking down another team and probably they might get all 4 finishes.
Players in the water lines getting shot at. Cloaksy's trying to avoid the inevitable at this point. Swoosh as well is there in the back lines, and I'm not sure how well this is going to be working out for the players. 70 is pretty much done for. Just barely hanging on a thread. The 2 players trying to cross on over from the bridge lines, but once again, it's Global Esports in the front, man. They're really not going to let you cross on over that easily. They will try to edge camp you. They will try to hold you off at the bay. And 70, oh, the man spotted. Mavi spots him out. Good calls taken. Information delivered to the teammates as well as soon as he opens the door, but he also gets shot at by the players of AEROBOTZ. So he realizes that angle's not going to be a good one to peek out from. He would need to reposition and peek out from a different angle.
I keep wondering what the teams will have to do now. Because most of the teams are on the bottom left of the circle. Right, the southern western side of the circle is where they station themselves. Chaos completely empty. Tatmok is completely empty. The entry into the circle from the Mongnai region is completely open. And there are not much teams to, come in and take those fights. Just 13 standing at this point of time. With just 38 players. How time changes.
No coordination. Prucker and Omen. Both of the players. I mean, if you look at them, just trying to play it as silent as possible. And look at Swoosh. I mean, he cannot be silent even if he wants to, because even the wall of death is moving up from the back, and this man is now just suffocating to his death. Peeks out that little bit of a head, but yeah, eventually it's just going to be the play zone to get the confirmation. Unfortunately, the man was knocked out. Global Esports, after dealing so much damage against the foes, now it's time to reposition inside of the zone. Just try and prioritize the high ground, and that's what the players of Global Esports are doing. That has been their stronger suit all the time.
But somewhere I feel in the map of Sanhok, it all comes down to the hard compounds you hold.
True.
No matter how much high ground you've got, no matter how much the circle is favoring you, if you've got that hard compound, until and unless the hard compound is outside of the circle, yes, that is where problems can occur. But HYDRA placing themselves in a perfect spot. OG is yet again cracking that code to be at almost the center of the circle. But look at what's happening over here. Omen, he did miss a little bit, but he's put one player down. The other one also in his crosshairs can bring him down with a little bit of persistency. But it's going to be the grenade which is going to be tossing to get the confirmation and the knock behind it.
Oh, wow, it's perfect. The cook on the nade was perfect too. It just blows up on the impact instantly. The man being knocked out. Even no coordination. This team is showcasing full coordination in some of the fights, man. I'm not going to lie. I mean, out of nowhere from the map of Miramar, this team has just amped up the aggression even from their side, which I'm loving. Because a lot of these teams have realized now they've got nothing to lose. It's better to just go out with a fight. And that's what they're doing. And that way, they're also playing much more better. They're just playing with a complete lose mindset. They're letting loose of all the pressure they had of performing and wanting to qualify inside of the main events. But talk about the front lines. You've got Team Insane Mizoram, two of the players who will be sandwiched in between them. And Failure God has got no clue. He finally spots out the player. Alpha should not wait for the peak. But then Failure God's getting knocked out from the back lights. It's a little bit of a sandwich situation that the man found himself in. No coordination. Honestly, you cannot even blame that play. It's just the players of Insane Mizoram positioning themselves in a really off way. The man pulls out the shotgun. There's a UMP-45 in the front lines, but all it takes is one single shot, and the shot connects perfectly, and Omen's going to find the closure instantly.
4 finishes already by Omen. It seems like he's leading it. You were speaking about, becoming or letting loose of oneself when you know you have nothing to lose. But I'm able to see that it's costing them a lot. Let it be any team which we think about. Let it be initially Vasista Esports, who really thought similarly that they might take those early fights, and eventually the pressure, they crumbled upon it, and now we have NC as well. They need to be careful. They need to make it inside the circle with so many finishes in hand, and I don't think so. It's going to be an easy cakewalk for them.
I can hear the lightning strikes outside of my house. And I guess even the intensity in the real world is as much as the intensity inside of the battlegrounds for now. And see, Omen just tossing out the smokes. Gonna try to get some scrap loot back up in his hands. He's got 4 first aids to back him up, so I would say the main situation's looking pretty good. He's all okay when it comes to the meds. Now he gets a couple of more, so 7 meds in his hands. He's probably going to be trying to tank a little bit more of that blue. And look at this zone! Favoring the players of HYDRA. Oh, this is what you call a date with destiny. HYDRA, even with the 2 players, the zone is just favoring them. And this is why I like to call this map the zone-centric map. Because now look at this. HYDRA, they do not even need to move at all. The real teams that will be facing the trouble are OG when they leave that compound, because there's also going to be the teams on the sideline trying to move in slowly and steadily. Even GH will be facing a lot of the problems because even that team will be forced out of that comfort zone.
Somewhere I feel that GH have now got an opportunity to stop the run of Global Esports. They can somehow make it a little closer to the circle and stop GE in their tracks. But I know it's not going to be an easy task. because Global Esports will now try to prioritize the center of the circle, right? Usually the rotation is always making sure that they play from one corner of the map where they're not going to get backstabbed from. So the position which is held by HYDRA right now is going to be that key position, but let's see whether they'll be able to take over those compounds.
E4G Prithvi. I mean, Zeld at the top. He's probably going to be raining down a couple of more bullets if he spots out Prithvi. DH. Just waiting for the man to reveal himself and his thoughts, but look at ZH now. It's going to be the players of ZH fighting off against Global Esports. And Global Esports, they're taking too much damage in this fight. They cannot withstand the amount of damage that's being inflicted on top of them. And eventually they get overwhelmed by the players of ZH. But ZH, they've also got the sidelines to take care of. Hopefully they're not going to be completely tunnel visioned against the team at the top. Because even OG was trying to make some moves against him while they were busy taking a fight against the players of GameHub. And look at the next circle shift too. Man, even this is also adding on too much spice. ZH slowly and steadily, as they decide to move outside of their comfort zone, they're just taking too much damage from the side of GH at the top and even from OG at the side.
It's all going to come down to who holds the center of the circle with the hard compounds. HYDRA with no man advantage. How are they going to do this? They've got too strong firepower, that's for sure. But they need to make sure that they take out one lurking snake on the other side.
Perfect!
In the name of VMG. But again, Prithvi, what a perfect spray coming in from his side. He has done the damage, he's got that finish. But what's more important is how he's going to dodge these bullets.
If I was in the shoes of OG, I would be super pissed. The man just straight up prone down outside of the zone, took a perfect shot on both the players from OG who were facing a lot of that pressure from the front. And now look at GameHub. Yeah, within a matter of seconds, this entire squad, it just comes crumbling down. And now you've got the final three teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. You've got DH, you've got ZH, and then you've also got HYDRA. Downhill Esports, even they've lost out on one of their own players, but getting the resurrection back up isn't going to be that tough. He should be back up on his feet soon enough. Prem999 deciding to move up. Slowly and steadily, it's time to reunite with the teammates, considering his teammates are in the safe grounds. And somewhere down line, DH can actually also have the advantage inside of the fight, but as soon as I say that, the zone just shifts on top of the players of ZH instead. HYDRA and ZH, both of these teams on the equal grounds. If HYDRA wants, they can't third-party this. But ZH, they're taking too much damage at this point in time. And there's also a little bit of a difference or a distance between the players of ZH. Two players in the front, one player in the back, just providing that cover, playing that support role.
It's not going to be an easy one because HYDRA is now coming to contention. They're making sure to cut off the opponents. Have the man advantage, but Dreams with that grenade is going to be registering a finish as well as a knock. And from here on, things can be very different for the side of DH. HYDRA will have to step out of that hard compounds right away and position themselves in a place where they can execute that chicken dinner, or else it's not going to be an easy task.
ZH. Oh man, you can feel Dark's heartbeat just pumping through. This man's probably going to be scared for his life. And HYDRA, both the players in the balcony, they've got enough information to act on through. It's all about playing the spoiler, and Dark actually does have the string of spoiler in his hands. If he wants, he can't play the spoiler inside of this entire final Mexican standoff that's going on. And now even the zone closes in once again, actually favoring the players of DH. And if HYDRA wants, this is the right time to actually move outside of that cover and try and push in against the players of DH a little bit more. Downhill this time at the top of the hill, controlling the tempo of this entire final few moments.
The only way HYDRA can pull off a chicken dinner from here, obviously, is because Dark has to play a vital role. He has to be the catalyst of that equation. But yes, that was a beautiful grenade, almost putting down a player and changing the tides. The path has been laid. Now HYDRA is going to go for the push, and what's going to happen next?
There's a man in the back lines, and Duoro is probably going to be trying to grab the attention onto himself, so the man in the back gets activated. I like the strategy, but with the blue, even the man in the back would need to move up. And that's what it seems like he's doing. Duoro B looking to toss this nade, and it's almost tossed to perfection. Dreams and Duora now finally playing in tandem. But the third party can actually come through, and Dark needs to move in with the zone. He pulls out the DBS at the back, and he can see every single player in the front. He plays the spoiler, and now the situation is taken down to a 2v2. Almost gets the confirmation too, and look at this, HYDRA. They've gotten a chance. The stars are aligned, and the match is already ended. It's going to be HYDRA to get the deal sealer, and all to come out on top in this game. Man, Arca, I've never been so proud of my prediction.
It all came down to Dark, right? He was the person who gave that final finish, or probably he was the person to be that most, probably it's good for me to say that my enemy's enemy is my friend, and I will welcome that one enemy as a friend.
Against all the odds, it's HYDRA officials to take the chicken dinner. Now, this is one of the prime examples in what I'm exactly saying. Sanhok is a zone-centric map. Whichever team the zone favors, that team has the highest chance of coming out on top. And it was HYDRA the entire time been blessed by the zone. Even though they only had 2 players, they still came out on top. And that in itself should explain how strong of a map Sanhok can be if you've got the zone on top of you.
No, behind them was one player from VE, right? I believe it was MJ was trying to lurk in and make sure that, he stays alive for the longest time possible from his team almost getting eliminated and bringing his team into the top 4 or top 5. He's got that. We have to give credits to him. But again, if he had stayed alive for a longer period of time, probably he would have been the party spoiler for the side of HYDRA.
I mean, once again, for Vasista Esports, I would really like to say that even the first 3 games that they played, Vasista Esports, the performance wasn't there. And now even you talk about the latter 3 games that they played, once again, the performance is just not there on the board. And considering the fact that all these players are also some of the T1 players, you really do expect these players to just dominate the lobby. But instead, that's not the case. Vasista Esports is just getting obliterated by some of the newer teams in the lobby. So that should really be raising a lot of question marks in their head themselves on knowing exactly what is going on wrong with them, because I'm not sure if they're going to be making it inside of the top 64.
I don't think so. They're making it into the top 64. But what's more important is that how they're going to build that synergy. Each and every player is from a different org, right? And this probably is the first time or the very few tournaments they played together. So they need to build that synergy. They need to make sure that, the IGL works right for them. As I said already, it's important to place themselves at the right time and also avoid those unwanted fights. So it's a long journey up ahead in front of them. But it again depends on how long they're going to stick with the org as well.
One thing is for sure, Downhill Esports is getting a lot of limelight for themselves. Even in the game of Miramar, Downhill Esports was there. Unfortunately, they got obliterated by HYDRA. Once again, it was a 2v3, by the way. And then now, too, in the game of Sanhok, in the final few moments, it was once again a 2v3. Yeah, with the help of the man who was all the way in the back lines. Yes, it was there. But still, at the end of the day, it was HYDRA versus Downhill. And once again, it was HYDRA to come out on top. So, in general, Downhill Esports, the amount of limelight they've gotten, it's quite good. Hopefully, the limelight has also given them the points that was needed, because they ended things on the top 2, and that is something that's really great. So I hope they had enough elimination points to back him up. Now let's talk about some of the things that we saw switched up. Team Empire, just on the complete aggressive note, I'm not sure where this Team Empire was in the previous 5 games, but what they did in this game of Sanhok was really nice, and I wish they would have done this same thing in the previous 5 games that they played inside of the grind.
I guess it's all comes down to the homework on one side, and on the other side, letting yourself loose. The confidence which you need to have within you that no matter how strong the lobby is, my firepower is strong enough to take down the top team of this lobby. And on the other side, the homework. You know the rotations of all the other teams as well. You need to place yourself in certain corners of the map that it becomes easier for you to go and get those assaults as well.
Exactly. Before now, Arca, it's time to find out the MVP of the previous game. Who's going to be the MVP? It's a big question mark. Either can be one of the players from the side of GE, either can also be anyone from the side of OG, because even they were engaging themselves in a lot of the fights, or maybe it can also be someone from HYDRA. There's a lot of question marks, but instead it's going to be No Coordination's Omen. Yes, he was actually popping off.
he was popping off at the right corners, if you ask me. Just two men standing, but still he was not letting go of his firepower. And sometimes, you know, when things are not working out in those placement points, this is how you accept the new point system and go for those finish points, and eventually make sure that your team stands at probably a good position in the overall standing.
Exactly. Top 5 players in front of us, and you've got Omen with 5 finishes, Storm with 5, Dreams with 3, and then you've also got Duora over there from the side of Hydra with 3, and then Zark, or pretty much Dark if you'd like to call him. He managed to get 3 points for himself too. I mean, playing that crucial part in letting the players of Hydra win that game. I would say all the credits go to Dark, even though he's not their teammate, but at that instant, it felt like he was Hydra's teammate. So yeah, I mean, Hydra, they should really thank Dark himself. They should probably go and DM this guy and saying that thank you so much for giving us that chicken dinner, because that can also bring a lot of possibilities of Hydra actually making it inside of the top 64.
Yeah, it's going to be so important, but the point standing is going to give us a much more clearer picture as to where teams stand as Hydra officials, obviously because of that chicken dinner, just making sure they hold on to their horses at the right time. Just 2 men standing, but still pulling off a 6-pointer, finishes chicken dinner, a total of 16 points for this team.
Downhill getting 9 points, Reborn getting 12. GameHub Esports today, the entire day, this team has been deactivated, and throughout the entire day, they only got, I think so, around 10 or 11 points, so even that's not that great of a performance. U4G getting 9 points, Team Empire finally waking up, but a little bit too late. They have only finish points, no positioning points, and that in itself just showcases even this team packs a punch, but they just woke up too late. No coordination too, getting 7 eliminations, but no positioning points. Now it's time to move on forward and look at the latter half of the board. This is where we're going to be seeing the upsets. And OG, a big drop in the performance next to Global Esports. Vasista Esports, this team being one of the known teams, still did not wake up, and the same thing can be said for AEROBOTZ.
Very much. AEROBOTZ were also one of those favorites over here because they're very well known for their rotations, and it seems like that's the strongest forte which has backfired, and eventually the strongest link broken. They couldn't do much but, you know, get finished off in every single map.
Well, Arca, now we've been looking at these point standings for a while. Now it's time to figure out and know exactly what is looking like on the overall standings of this entire group. Because at the top has to be Global Esports, considering they were dominating throughout the day, almost getting that 50-pointer, almost getting that half-century. Then moving on forward, Hydra Official actually keeping themselves above the players of OG. That's even more impressive. Hydra Official getting 35 points. They should at least be managing to squeeze themselves in the round 3 qualification. And then you move on forward towards Orangutan, which is going to be only 31 points. Reborn, not bad, 22 points.
U4G is going to follow them up with 17 points. They wanted to finish off in a better position, but it's just that, you know, playing for position points, they did not have many finish points. RTGxIND are also one of those teams who are going to be disappointed with the kind of firepower they carry. Just 4 position points in comparison to 13 points. AEROBOTZ as well, right? See, just 3 position points where the strongest forte was to position themselves in the final circles.
Well, now it's time to look at the latter half of the board, Arca, and figure out how things are looking like over there, because there's pretty much every single team from the latter half of the board, there's a chance they cannot move in the top 64. Leftover GameHub Esports, unfortunately this team did not really do that great. That's a big dip in the performance if you try to compare them in the initial week and now. So yeah, the performance has been shattered completely. The graph is completely downhill, but still I think so they have made it inside of the top 64 without any doubts. Moving on forward towards Cosmic Ravager, even them getting 7 points. Team Insane Mizoram, it just feels like they were not really ready for these.
It's very much, and 0 points on both finish point didn't serious at all when it comes to the day itself, or probably something was not going right. But hopefully through the other rounds they'll be able to, you know, slowly make themselves into the grand finals itself. There's another opportunity for, obviously, for those who have registered, and if you guys have registered and played all your 15 games, keep your fingers crossed, because very soon the results are going to be out and you might be those lucky teams to make it through, and we'll be waiting over here to cast you guys.
Exactly. I will be definitely waiting over there to cast you guys. It will be a lot of fun to see you guys perform. And we're always on the lookout for the new and upcoming stars, right? Arca talking about throughout the entire day. We know the day's almost coming to an end. We started things off with GODLIKE, just, showcasing some dominance as well. Even TWM Gaming tried their best. Metal Esports, once again, the inconsistency sort of hit them. That's why the performance wasn't there at the top till the end. TARKIN SPARTANS, a surprise, who was able to perform quite well. But there's still more to come in the future, ladies and gentlemen. For now, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Arca. It's time for us to take leave. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
राइट 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 लेफ्ट 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 अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले लेफ्ट 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 झाड़ी के पीछे चले झाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी जल्दी उतर उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से.